owner of the US Mega Farmest video is Puremont para Intratnamiento Wino Infringe de Recos de Autor Aniles. Los de Recos de la Novela y la Imagen son del autor original, no reclama más propiedad. No te gusta esperar y quieres escuchar este fanfic completo ahora? Suscríbete a nuestro Patreon, donde encontrarás los mejores fanfics. Chapter 1 Game Possession. In September, Jiangnan was still so hot and humid even at night. Qinzu dragged his tired body and walked in. This was an ordinary rental house in the suburbs of Jiangnan, with an area of about 30 square meters and a one-bedroom and one living room. Even so, the monthly rent was 800 yuan. The room was simply furnished, with a large wardrobe next to a simple single bed, and a computer desk by the window at the head of the bed. On it was an antique computer, which was bought by my family when I just went to college, and it has been 5 or 6 years. Lying on the bed, Qinzu hummed comfortably. Every day was so busy at work that Qinzu didn't want to move at all when he returned to his little nest. Qinzu, who graduated from a third-rate university in Jiangnan with a major in biology, found a job that had nothing to do with his major in this prosperous city of Jiangnan for 2 years. Except for the few days during the Chinese New Year, Qinzu had almost no time to go home to see his parents in the past 2 years. Thinking of the gradually aging faces of his parents at home, and every time they called, they would nag him to find a girlfriend quickly, Qinzu felt ashamed. My family worked hard to support me to go to college, but I still haven't been able to give my family a good life. In the city of Jiangnan, my monthly salary barely leaves much for food and drink. With that little money, what girl in this society would be willing to be with you? I did have a crush on a girl in college, but unfortunately we never got in touch after graduation. Shaking his head, Qinzu got up helplessly and went to the kitchen to make 2 packs of instant noodles and beaten egg, and that was it for dinner. When he finished eating, he looked at the gloomy weather outside. Well, it's going to rain, and it should be cooler tomorrow. Back in the bedroom, Qinzu sat at the table and turned on his antique computer. Looking at the computer that made a whoosh, whoosh sound when it was turned on, Qinzu was really worried that it would fall apart. Fortunately, this computer was bought early, and the quality of things at the time was still good. The computer started up smoothly. Although this antique computer cannot play any high-configuration online games, it is still no problem to play small standalone games. Qinzu couldn't wait to open a game he had just downloaded yesterday, Ranch Story Novice Edition. It is said that there will be a grand prize for completing the game. Well, I have to admit that 9 out of 10 games now promise to have prizes for completing the game. After waiting for a while, the game finished loading. Qinzu opened the save file he played yesterday and entered the game. I played it once yesterday. In the game, I already own 10,000 acres of ranch, hundreds of miles of sea, billions of deposits in Boston, USA, and a mansion in the famous Beverly Hills in Los Angeles. Today, work harder and strive to become tall, rich and handsome, marry a beautiful, rich and beautiful woman, and step on to the peak of life. I'm really excited when I think about it. Qinzu looked at the information in the computer and murmured excitedly. This is a kind of joy of completing the game. He controlled his character to wander around the ranch, walked to the warehouse, opened the door and went inside. The warehouse was piled with grass seeds to be planted in the spring of this year. Qinzu walked over, raised his hands, formed a mysterious gesture in the air, and waved at the pile of grass seeds. A dazzling white light flashed, and above the pile of grass seeds, a prompt of genetic modification was floating. This is the basic skill of the rancher, seed genetic modification. It can be released once a day. The modified grass will be the best in terms of growth and nutritional content. After modifying the grass seeds, he saw the message board prompting that there was not enough water grass in the fishery. He shook his head and sighed. No way, I can only wait until tomorrow. The skill is useful, but it's a pity that there is a limit on the number of times. Qinzu walked out of the warehouse and saw the prompt that the cows were producing milk again. He switched to the cowshed to harvest the milk. After harvesting, he could take it to the cake shop to make cakes. Qinzu studied while operating. The Grey Ranch skill did not respond after clicking several times. He didn't know what this so-called animal affinity was. After finishing the ranch work, Qinzu switched to the sea. He looked at the 2 or 3 small fish and shrimps under the sea and sighed helplessly, "Without seaweed, I can't raise fish." He casually threw a skill to the small fish to induce birth. It was obvious that the small fish had grown several times bigger. Seeing the good effect, Qinzu couldn't help but imagine it with a face full of longing. It would be great if I could throw skills one after another. I can sell fish in a while. He wiped the saliva from his mouth and looked at the scale that turned grey. He sighed helplessly. The game was not good. After he finished everything, more than an hour had passed. Seeing the thunder outside, it was obvious that it was going to rain heavily. Kinzu moved his body a little, twisted his sore neck, and opened the penguin. As soon as he opened it, the little penguin below jumped non-stop. Kinzu opened it and saw that there were people from the university class group, a few brothers in the dormitory, and a beautiful colleague in the company. Why is she looking for him? This beautiful colleague Zumengyo is actually his junior schoolmate. She is a beautiful girl who just joined the company. When she first came in, she excited the wolves in the company. Unfortunately, she ignored everyone. She only had a good relationship with him. After all, she was from the same school, although not in the same department. She studied tourism management. I just don't know why. This girl would run to his foreign trade company. With her looks, she doesn't look like someone who can't find a job. Let's see what she wants to talk to him about first. Kinzu opened the message with expectation. Do you have time tomorrow? Kinzu thought about it. Tomorrow seems to be Sunday, so he has nothing to do. But what does she mean, a date? Shaking his head, he quickly put aside his unrealistic idea. Kinzu replied quickly. I have time tomorrow. What's wrong, beautiful Zhu? What can I do for you? After replying to her, he looked at the messages from several brothers, all of which asked him how he was doing recently. He replied to them one by one. Speaking of which, the only thing worth mentioning during college was that he had a good relationship with several brothers in the dormitory. The eldest, Liang, is a big man from northeast China, 1.9 meters tall, with a generous personality. The second, Ban Ming, nicknamed Ban Pangzi, is a native of Jiangnan. His family owns 2 small companies. He is considered a rich second generation in the dormitory. He is a nice person, without the bad temper of some rich second generations. Kinzu is the third child. The fourth, Li Kaiyang, and Kinzu are fellow villagers. They are both from Agen province, but not in the same city, and are quite far away. Their families are small civil servants in the local area, and their conditions are not bad. The eldest and the fourth went back to their hometown after graduation, while the second went back to his father's company to train and prepare to take over. Kinzu was asked to go over to help several times, but Kinzu didn't feel embarrassed to go. After replying to all the replies, seeing that Zumengyo was still online, Kinzu turned off Penguin and switched the game back. Entering the game, he directly switched to the city center. After thinking about it, he entered the stock hall and felt busy looking at the dense stock numbers. This game is too professional. Find the stock of Pingo, which ranks first. After casually throwing 2 billion down, he couldn't help but smile with satisfaction when he saw the stock price rise one step further. After leaving the stock hall, Kinzu saw that there was nothing to do, so he opened the game pet and released the treasure hunting dog to let it find treasures by itself. Kinzu wandered around in the game, not knowing what he could find today. Yesterday, he released the treasure hunting dog and found your Beverly Mansion for himself, which is worth hundreds of millions. Just when he was looking forward to it, Kinzu suddenly heard the penguin ringing, and switched to it to open it. Senior, my sister is moving tomorrow, I wonder if I can trouble you to help me. Kinzu was startled, thought about it and replied, no problem, what time will I move tomorrow? I will go there. Then Zumengyo sat in front of the computer, waiting for Kinzu's reply with expectation. The reason why she came to work in this company was not for this idiot. Seeing Kinzu agreed. Zumengyo waved her little fist happily and shouted yes. Kinzu looked at the heavy rain outside, and it was not certain whether it would stop tomorrow. Although there were thunder and lightning outside, Kinzu continued to play his game. If he didn't play, he would have nothing to do. How boring it would be to be alone. He opened the game and saw the treasure hunting dog Wang Kai sticking out his tongue and holding a basket with a piece of cloth in it. He opened it and saw a mysterious treasure map of great value. What the hell? I couldn't understand it after reading it over and over again, and I couldn't use it. He threw it into his backpack. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in the computer speakers. The national branch preliminary competition is now over. There are a total of 10 players participating in this competition. The ranking is being calculated. The sudden voice scared Kinzu. Kinzu hurried to turn off the sound, but the mouse could not move, as if it was stuck. At this time, the voice sounded again. It is now announced that the champion of this national branch preliminary competition is Kinzu from China. He won the championship of this competition with a total asset of $2.5 billion. He will get all the functions of the game system unlocked, and the rewards are being distributed. Boom. Suddenly, there was a thunder. A bolt of lightning struck the night sky, and Qin, who hadn't reacted yet, shuddered. He looked out the window and saw a bright light that became brighter and brighter. The lightning struck Qin accurately, and the computer also sparked. The last thing Qin thought of was, "Shit, this is a punishment from God." Chapter 2. Little Elf Fefferday, you and my little apple. Qin slowly opened his hazy eyes, shook his still dizzy head, and looked at the familiar scene around him. Fortunately, I haven't hung up yet. Qin couldn't help but feel extremely fortunate. Looking at the phone that was still ringing, with an unfamiliar number on it, Qin picked it up somewhat helplessly. Hello, who is this? Only a somewhat stiff Mandarin came from the other side. Hello, are you Mr. Qin? Yes, I am. Who are you? Qin was a little puzzled. Who is this early in the morning? At this time, the voice on the other side said, Hello, Mr. Qin, I'm David, the attorney appointed by Mr. Hill. Mr. Hill has entrusted me to transfer a financial sum worth $2.5 billion to you. Are you in Jiangnan City now? I will be there tomorrow, and we will talk again then. Qin was amused when he heard the other party talking so much. He answered a few words absent-mindedly and hung up the phone. He shook his head and couldn't help but sigh that the scammers are getting more and more cunning. It was not until then that Qin woke up completely. It seemed that he was struck by lightning. Qin jumped up from the ground with a swoosh. He quickly looked up and looked around. Well, except for the computer, which was charred, everything else was fine. He touched himself again and looked around. There was no one. He reached out to untie his belt and looked inside. Fortunately, there are no parts missing. Qin breathed a long sigh of relief. Just when he was lamenting that God was blind and struck him with thunder, Qin suddenly heard a mechanical female voice in his ear. The game has been installed, starting, initial module loading completed. The game has been successfully launched. Congratulations, dear players, the road to the ranch has officially begun, and I wish you a happy game. Qin immediately felt his hair stand up. Who is talking? Come out, come out. Looking around nervously, Qin stuttered and asked loudly. At this time, a sweet and pleasant voice came from his ear. Master, it's nice to meet you, I'm your Pokemon, Fefferday. Qin looked closely and saw a little person the size of a palm, with delicate features and a curvy figure. She was wearing a colorful gauze dress, and the little body inside was vaguely visible. A head of lavender long hair fell to her waist. A pair of purple wings as thin as cicada wings moved slowly behind her. What a cute little beauty, but it's a pity that she is too small. Qin couldn't help but sigh in his heart. However, just after sighing, Qin immediately sobered up, and quickly straightened his mind and asked, Who are you? Master, I'm Fefferday. No, I'm asking how you got here. I just got here like that. Qin looked at the little guy in front of him with a dark face, and asked word by word, I mean, what is your origin? Oh. The little guy responded with some grievance, and then said, I'm the game assistant to Story of the Ranch. Qin was confused and asked hurriedly, What game assistant, and what about the mechanical sound in the morning? After the cute creature in front of him slowly explained, Qin finally understood what was going on. It turned out that the Story of the Ranch that he downloaded was made by a great god when he was bored. But after finishing it, he felt that it was meaningless, so he threw it into the universe. I don't know why, but it appeared on the internet on Earth by chance. What Qin downloaded was the novice version, which means the novice gift package. What you get in it is what you have when you start the game. That is where you can make your first pot of gold. Moreover, this game can only be downloaded 10 times, and it will disappear after 10 times. Before Qin, there were 9 people who downloaded the game, but none of them persisted. Only Qin was too bored after get off work, so he played it and ranked first. Therefore, after being recognized by the system, he will officially receive the system. Elf, what is this game system used for? Qin looked at the little lily in front of him with curiosity. The elf answered in her pleasant voice, Master. Ranch Story can help you become the greatest rancher under the starry sky. The greatest rancher? Yes, Master. The elf nodded seriously. You mean, everything I get in the game will be brought into reality? Qin suddenly remembered the phone call in the morning and asked with a little shortness of breath. Yes, Master, you just need to be prepared to receive it. The elf's tone was still so calm. But Kinzu couldn't be calm. In the game, he still had more than 200 million in deposits. There is also such a large ranch, a mansion, and stocks. Thinking of this, Kinzu suddenly regretted buying stocks. It would have been better to keep all the cash. Now he doesn't know which company the stocks belong to in reality. He took a few deep breaths to calm himself down. Looking at the elves floating in front of him, Kinzu couldn't help but worry about gains and losses. Is all this true? Little elf, what is this ranch story system? What functions does it have? Master, Ranch Story is a ranch game with a high degree of freedom. In the game, you can improve seeds, improve creatures, such as cattle, sheep, pigs, dogs, etc. and cultivate new breeds. For example, new beef cattle breeds. You can also upgrade the land, and finally upgrade a piece of barren land into a spiritual land for growing spiritual medicine. You can get ranch points by completing ranch tasks or having output on the ranch. Ranch points can be used to upgrade land and cultivate creatures. When the ranch is upgraded and the ranch mall is opened in the future, you can exchange them for precious creatures. Listening to the elf Feferi talking endlessly, Kinzu couldn't help but fall into fantasy. In a field of ginseng and ganoderma, a group of cattle and sheep were eating happily, and he couldn't help but shudder. Suddenly, Kinzu remembered that it seemed that the ranch in the game seemed to be in the United States. Could it be that the real ranch is also in the United States? Thinking of this, Kinzu quickly interrupted the elf and asked anxiously, Fei, is the ranch in the United States? Fei blinked her big eyes and asked back, Master, are there private ranches in China? The land in China is owned by the state, right? Ah, it seems so. Fei, how do you know so much? Kinzu looked at her in confusion. Of course, I was born on the internet. Fei said proudly with her chest puffed out. Kinzu couldn't help but smile, and couldn't help but ask again out of curiosity. Fei, how do you operate the game system? Master, you just recite the game silently. Fei said with a smile. Kinzu followed his words and recited game in his heart. In an instant, a transparent screen suddenly appeared in front of him. The screen was similar to the layout of the game, with his own avatar in the upper left corner. Below was a row of small icons. They were character, backpack, skills, and tasks. There were several grey icons behind them, but they were not clear. Kinzu tried to reach out and click the screen, and then he heard Feferi's chuckle. Master, you just need to think about it, no need to do it. Kinzu smiled awkwardly, thinking to himself, "Your little girl, you dare to laugh at me, wait and see how I will deal with you." Kinzu thought about this character in his mind, and saw the interface turned and Kinzu's avatar appeared, which read, Kinzu, male, age 24, virgin, height 178 centimeters, weight 65 kilograms, introverted and sultry, hometown HN. It would have been better if he hadn't looked at it, but when he saw it, Kinzu's face turned green, and he kept muttering in his heart, "What kind of broken system is this? What nonsense is it talking about?" He quickly thought about the backpack, and the screen changed, and a backpack interface with 16 spaces appeared, but at this moment, the backpack was empty. Hey, no, there's something. Kinzu's sight was focused on it, and suddenly a piece of cloth made of animal skin appeared in front of Kinzu. Treasure map A. Treasure map of great value, the source is unknown. The treasure map in the game. Take it out and have a look. Kinzu moved his mind, and the treasure map appeared in his hand. Looking at the treasure map in his hand, Kinzu couldn't help asking, Fei, how do you use this, or do you think about it in your mind? No, Master, just tear up the treasure map and use it. Fei's sweet voice rang out. However, just when Kinzu was about to do it, Fei's sweet voice rang out again. Master, Fei suggests that you take over the ranch and use it. It also costs money to find treasures. Kinzu couldn't help sweating. What does the little girl mean by this? Does she know that there are only a few $1,000s in her card? Kinzu quickly changed the subject. It was too hurtful to his self-esteem. Fei, when can I take over the ranch? Master, you can take over your ranch when the lawyer arrives tomorrow. I heard that inheritance or gifting in the United States requires tax. Do I have to pay tax? Kinzu couldn't help but worry again. Fei's voice was still as pleasant as ever. Master, don't worry. Your ranch will be given to you as a gift, all after tax. That's good, that's good. Kinzu put the treasure map into his backpack and continued to study the game functions. Clicking on the skill panel, the screen changed again. This time, 2 skill trees appeared in front of Kinzu. One showed professional skills, but it was grey and unusable. The other was life skills, and only 2 of them were lit. One was the treasure hunting dog that contributed a villa and a mysterious treasure map to himself in the game, but here it was directly turned into a skill. Kinzu opened the skill introduction and saw it. Treasure hunting. Primary search for undiscovered treasures within a radius of 1 kilometer, with a cooling time of 12 hours. Well, the meaning is simple and clear, that is, to find treasures that have not been discovered or covered in dust within 1 kilometer, but what does it mean that the cooling time is so long? Kinzu continued to look at the next one, identification. Primary. This introduction is even better. Identify your things in the world, 3/3 times available, refreshed at midnight every day. Looking at the introduction, Kinzu wondered in his heart. Can it identify whether a girl is a first time? Thinking about it, Kinzu laughed obscenely. Master, you have a new task. Fefade looked at the master's terrifying smile and hid far away. She said weakly. Kinzu was stunned and quickly wiped the saliva that was about to flow out. Fefade, what is the task? Fefade's voice became serious. As soon as the novice main task is released, the task name is taking over the ranch. Task content. Please receive your first ranch before 24:00 tomorrow. Task reward. 5,000 ranch points, a super luxurious ranch villa. Task failure. The ranch villa becomes a thatched hut. Kinzu almost drooled when he heard it. What would a super luxurious villa look like? No, we have to settle things quickly. We can't turn the villa into a broken thatched hut. Chapter 3. First treasure hunt. Just when Kinzu was about to call and urge that lawyer David, his cell phone rang first. Seeing the incoming call number, Kinzu remembered that he had agreed to help Zumengyo move today. Hello, senior, when do you have time to come over? I have packed everything here. Kinzu picked up the phone, and before he could even speak, Zumengyo's brisk voice came from the other side. Kinzu felt itchy in his heart and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I'll be there right away, at most in 20 minutes. After saying a few more words and hanging up the phone, Kinzu looked at the little Fefade who appeared in front of him and asked, "Fefade, where do you usually stay? Can others see you?" "Master, I usually stay in the pet space, and others can't see Fefade. I'm leaving first. If you have something, just call Fefade in your heart." After saying that, without waiting for Kinzu to react, he disappeared in a flash. Kinzu was stunned for a long time, and finally pinched his leg hard. "Hiss, it hurts, it seems I'm not dreaming." Kinzu grimaced in pain while tidying up his image. "Although I'm going to do hard labor today, I still have to have a good image, right?" When Kinzu arrived downstairs at Zumengyo's house, it was exactly 20 minutes. He went upstairs and knocked on the door, and Zumengyo came to open the door. Today, Zumengyo, probably because of the move, did not wear a skirt as usual. Instead, she wore a pair of tight jeans, which made her thin legs look particularly slender and straight. She wore a loose long shirt on her upper body. Although it was loose, it still couldn't cover her graceful figure. The hem of the shirt was tied at the waist, which made her look more capable. She wore a pair of flat sneakers on her feet, and the whole person looked youthful and flying, which made people feel good at first sight. "Senior, please trouble you. My contract is expired, and I found a room near the company," Zumengyo said with a little blush, not knowing whether she was embarrassed to trouble Kinzu or for some other reason. "It's okay. I have nothing to do today anyway. Just don't forget to treat me to dinner," Kinzu said with a hint of sarcasm. Seeing Zumengyo smiled at him, his bones were a little soft. He hurried in and saw that everything was packed, so he asked her, "When will the car you ordered come?" Zumengyo raised her wrist to check the time. "It's almost here. I just said it would be here soon." As he was talking, he heard a knock on the door outside. Kinzu walked over and opened the door. Sure enough, the moving company had come. After a busy period, it was already past 12 o'clock when everything was sorted out. Looking at Zumengyo, who was tired and sweaty, Kinzu did not disturb her to pack her things, but looked at Zumengyo's new home. This is a small 2-bedroom and 1 living room located in the city. The room is not large, but the decoration is particularly exquisite. It seems that Zumengyo's family is well off. The rent for such a good house is not cheap, right? However, Qin thought about the money he would get tomorrow, and suddenly felt that he was getting closer and closer to marrying a rich and beautiful woman and reaching the peak of his life. By the time they were done, it was already past 1 o'clock. Looking at the newly renovated little room, Zhu Mengyo covered her stomach and yelled, "I'm so hungry, senior, thank you for today. To thank you, I'll treat you to a big meal. Hehe, I can eat a lot, be careful not to eat you out of money." Qin looked at her cute appearance and smiled maliciously. The two of them walked downstairs, talking and laughing. Although he said so, Qin still found an ordinary restaurant. After all, it was not very nice to let a girl treat him. Although Zhu Mengyo kept yelling that she wanted to treat Qin to a good meal, she still couldn't persuade Qin, so she had to eat something casually. When the two of them finished eating and walked back to the meeting place, Zhu Mengyo still looked a little unhappy, and the pouting look was very cute. Just when Qin was about to talk to her, he heard Fei Fei's voice suddenly. "Ding, Master, the side mission is released. Try the treasure hunting technique for the first time. Mission content. There is a treasure of great value within 1 kilometer of you. Please find it within 1 hour. Mission reward. 3,000 ranch points, treasure hunting technique upgraded to intermediate level. Mission failure. Treasure hunting technique cannot be used for 1 month." Qin paused and looked up. There was nothing special around, but in front of them, it was a very busy street. Qin looked at Zhu Mengyo next to him. "Mengyo, what street is this, so busy?" Hearing this, Zhu Mengyo also looked up and said, "This is a famous antique jade street in Jiangnan, specializing in antique jade. Do you want to go and have a look together? It happens that my grandfather will have his 60th birthday in a few days, and I'm worried about what gift to give." "Okay. Let's go shopping. Anyway, I have nothing to do in the afternoon." Qin finished speaking. The two of them walked towards the antique street and waited until they reached the door. Looking at the bustling crowd, Zhu Mengyo also forgot to be angry, and explained with a smile, "This is the largest antique trading market in Jiangnan City. Don't look at it so lively, but there are mostly handicrafts." "Handicrafts?" Qin looked at her in confusion. Zhu Mengyo came closer and whispered, "It's just imitations, fakes." Qin was a little dumbfounded. "This is also okay, blatant counterfeiting." Zhu Mengyo smiled and waved her hands. "It's not called counterfeiting. You bought fakes and you can only say that you are fooled. Besides, there is no real or fake in antiques. It can only be said that the age is not old enough." Qin was completely convinced. How much of a scam is this? There are so many imitations. If you are not careful, the loss will be huge. No wonder people say that antiques are toys for rich people. When talking, Qin and the others had already entered the trading market. Looking at the bustling crowd around and the hawking of the surrounding vendors, it seemed very lively. Qin asked in his mind, Fei, how should I use the treasure hunting technique?" "Stupid master, just recite it silently." Qin was speechless when he heard Fei's giggling voice. This girl is getting bolder and bolder. Ignoring Fei's laughter, Qin recited the treasure hunting technique silently. In an instant, the scene in front of him turned and a small store appeared. The stall owner was a middle-aged man with a pointed face and monkey cheeks. There were many small things on the stall, including a jade yuan pin. The treasure hunting technique selected it. It was a black inkstone. Because the distance was still far, the treasure hunting technique did not prompt what it was. Qin brought Zhu Mengyo and followed the instructions of the treasure hunting technique to the stall. When they arrived, there was already an old man in his Thongshan suit in front of the stall. The old man looked to be in his 60s and was well maintained. Qin and the others stood by and watched for a while. It turned out that the old man was looking at the jade yuan very carefully. After watching for a while, seeing that the old man had no intention of leaving, Qin squatted down beside him, pretending to casually pick up things from the old man, and look like a novice. Qin was indeed a novice. Until now, Qin had not figured out what the treasure hunting technique had found. It looked like an inkstone. When he opened the treasure hunting technique, it said, "A Tianhuang stone seal from the Mid-Ming dynasty, wrapped in foreign objects, and no one has found it so far." Qin's hand shook and the inkstone almost fell off. What is Tianhuang stone? He had heard that this stone was a treasure among Shaoshan stones. Because this stone was produced in FJ Shaoshan, it has the meaning of Fu Shao Tianhuang. because it has the 6 virtues of fine, clean, moist, greasy, warm, and condensed seal stones. It is called Emperor's Stone and became the national stone used exclusively for offering sacrifices to heaven in the Qing dynasty. In ancient times, there was a saying that 1 tael of Tianhuang is worth 3 taels of gold, so you can imagine how precious this stone is. If there is really Tianhuang stone in it, then it is a big bargain. At this time, Zhu Mengyo next to him pulled Qin Zhu. What do you like? Let's go to the store inside. There's nothing good here. Qin Zhu winked at her. Then he said to her, Mengyo, didn't you say you wanted to buy an inkstone? I think this one is pretty good. Let's not go inside, shall we? Although Zhu Mengyo didn't understand why Qin Zhu said that, she still cooperated and said, really? Let me take a look. As she said that, she took the inkstone and looked at it carefully. Although she didn't see why, she still nodded, well, this one is good. Ask the boss how much it costs. Qin Zhu quietly gave her a thumbs up, then turned his head to look at the middle-aged man with a pointed face and monkey cheeks. Boss, how much is this inkstone? At this time, the boss was talking to the old man, and he raised his head and took a look. Seeing that the two are dressed well, he immediately grinned and said, this boss has good eyesight. I don't like what you said. I bought this inkstone from a family in the countryside. I heard from the family that it was passed down from their ancestors. It is definitely an old item. Since you want it, how about giving it to you for 2,000? Qin Zhu weighed the inkstone and found it was quite heavy. Then he scratched the inkstone lightly with his fingernails and found that the outer layer was not very hard. It easily left a shallow mark, which looked a bit like asphalt and a bit like rubber compound. Although 2,000 is not worth mentioning compared to the things in the inkstone, it is not worth being ripped off, right? So, he said to the boss with a hint of joking. After hearing what the boss said, I know that we had asphalt in ancient times. The boss's face froze obviously, and he said awkwardly, brother, you are joking, how could it be made of asphalt? Even if you want it, I will give you a sincere price of 1,800. Qin Zhu stuffed the inkstone into the boss's hand. Then tell me what this inkstone is made of. This, that, anyway, it can't be made of asphalt. If you want it, just name a price. The boss did not lie. This inkstone was indeed collected by him from the countryside. However, it only cost 50 at the time. He took it back and studied it for a long time, but he still couldn't figure out what it was made of. Qin Zhu thought it was almost enough, and he was afraid of pushing the boss too much. After thinking about it, he said, how about this, 1,000, I won't give you too much. It looks like it's all dusty, and it's probably been there for a long time and no one wants it. It's okay if it works, and forget it if it doesn't. As he said that, he stood up and looked like he was going to leave if it didn't work. Zhu Mengyo stood aside and looked at Qin Zhu. She really didn't understand why he spent so much money to buy such an inkstone. She couldn't help but pull Qin Zhu, forget it, it's too expensive, let's go. The boss saw that the business was going to blow, and quickly stood up and said with a smile, okay, 1,000 is 1,000, sell it to you. After saying that, he quickly wrapped the inkstone and handed it to Qin Zhu. Qin Zhu was happy and quickly handed over the money. Both of them laughed happily. One thought, a broken inkstone that he bought for 50 was sold for 1,000, what a fool. The other smiled in his heart, such a big piece of Tianhuang stone that is more valuable than gold, was bought back for 1,000, and he made a fortune. Qin Zhu took the things and walked out with Zhu Mengyo. On the way, Zhu Mengyo couldn't help it and asked Qin Zhu, why did you buy this inkstone? Is there anything special about it? Qin Zhu didn't answer, but asked, what birthday gift are you going to prepare for your grandfather? How much is it? Zhu Mengyo looked at Qin Zhu in confusion and said, about 100,000 yuan, what's the matter? Qin Zhu looked at Zhu Mengyo in surprise and said with a smile, I didn't expect you to be a rich woman. Why are you still working in our small company? Zhu Mengyo smiled, because I came out to exercise myself. Don't change the subject. I'm asking you a question. Qin Zhu smiled mysteriously, let's go, I'll tell you when we get home. Si est escuchando esta novela en un canal distinto a mundo fanfic novelas, significat lo descarga and y subir en sinisfuerzos invitamos cordialmente a visitar nuestro canal. Mundo fanfic novelas all encontras la versión original de esta historia y podrás explorar muchas otras novelas de diversos narradores. Te esperamos para sumergirte en un mundo de novelas increíbles. Chapter 4 Taking over the ranch. When they got back to Zumengyo's house, Zumengyo couldn't wait to say, "Kinzu, hurry up, don't keep me in suspense." Kinzu sat down on the sofa slowly and said with a smile, "Mengyo, do you have scissors at home? Find me a pair of scissors or a blade." When Zumengyo brought a pair of scissors, Kinzu carefully used the scissors to cut open the outer layer of Yantic, revealing the Tianhuang seal inside. Zumengyo was stunned watching from the side. This is a seal carved from Tianhuang stone. How about it? This should be a seal carved from inferior Tianhuang. How about giving it to your grandfather as a birthday gift? Kinzu looked at Zumengyo. How can this be done? This is too expensive. No. Zumengyo looked at Kinzu with a strange look in her eyes. Doesn't this guy know antiques? Then what's going on? Humph, dishonest guy, I guess you haven't recognized who I am yet? If I didn't know you were in that small company, I wouldn't come to work in such a small company. Kinzu didn't know what Zumengyo was thinking at the moment. Although he felt like he had seen this girl before, he just thought they had met occasionally on campus. Hearing her refusal, Kinzu smiled and asked, "Why not? We bought this together, so it should be half each. This half is my gift to the old man for his birthday." "No, it's too expensive." Zumengyo still waved her hand. However, seeing Kinzu's firm expression and a look of no room for negotiation, she thought for a while and said, "How about this? Let's do as you said, half each. I'll pay you half. How about the remaining half as our gift?" Looking at Kinzu, the beautiful Zhu blushed a little, not knowing why she said such a bold thing. What's the relationship between the two of them? They gave the old man a birthday gift together. But the word have been said, and it's hard to explain. Otherwise, wouldn't it be even more of a cover-up? Although Kinzu felt that this was strange, he didn't know what was wrong. Seeing that she had already compromised, he simply stopped insisting, "Okay, let's do this." "Well, remember that last time a Tianhuang seal was auctioned in Hong Kong, the auction price was 800,000. Speaking of this, Zumengyo thought for a while and said, "However, your piece is much bigger than that one. Let's calculate it as 1 million, so I'll give you another 500,000. Kinzu felt that it was too much and hurriedly declined. But after refusing for a while, Zumengyo just wouldn't give in, so he had to do this. After Zumengyo transferred the account, Kinzu said goodbye. Although Zumengyo wanted to treat him to dinner, Kinzu also wanted to get closer to Zumengyo. But what happened today was too incredible, and Kinzu wanted to be quiet. Don't ask him who Jing Jing is. It was almost 5 o'clock when he got home. Kinzu was lying on the bed alone, looking at his charged computer. His head was still in a mess. Judging from the effect of today's treasure hunting, this ranch system is really powerful. After just a small attempt, he earned several years' salary. Is he really going to be rich? He took out his mobile phone and looked at the bank's deposit message on it, confirming that he really made 500,000 inches one afternoon. After lying down for a while, Kinzu suddenly remembered the side quest and silently opened the task system. Looking at the side quest completed behind that first treasure hunt, he clicked to receive the reward. Fefudi suddenly appeared from nowhere. Congratulations to the master for completing the side quest, obtaining 3,000 ranch points, and upgrading the treasure hunting skill to intermediate level. Kinzu looked at Fefudi. "Fefudi, what do you do at these ranch points now?" Fefudi was still so cute, and smiled. "Master, because you haven't taken over the ranch yet, the ranch points can only be used to learn secondary job skills now." Opening the skill tree, looking at the 2 secondary job skills that are lit, intermediate treasure hunting. Search for treasures that have not been discovered within a 10-kilometer range of the self. Elementary treasure appraisal. Appraise treasures with a value of less than 1 million. Except for these 2, the others are still grey. Kinzu looked at it for a long time. Considering that he lives alone and will go to the ranch alone in the future, he clicked on cooking. Basic cooking. You can open a small restaurant by yourself and ensure a prosperous business. Learning requirements. 3,000 ranch points. Kinzu praised, "Fei, this is too expensive, right?" Fei pouted, "Master, the tuition fee for you to learn to be a chef in school is more than this, but you can learn it in an instant. And this price is because it is your first time to learn, the system gives you a half-price discount." Kinzu was speechless and shed tears. But for a better life in the future, he had to grit his teeth and bear the pain, and learn cooking with the points he just got. In an instant, Kinzu felt his head swell, but this feeling came and went quickly. It only took a few seconds to return to normal. However, Kinzu felt that there seemed to be something extra in his head. He closed his eyes, and suddenly there were many cooking scenes in front of him. The home-cooked dishes were so delicious that Qin felt his hands itching and wanted to cook. After a while, this feeling disappeared. When everything returned to calm, Qin felt that he was no worse than the chef at the small restaurant at his doorstep. Well, this feeling was very wonderful. You have learned to cook so soon. Qin felt as if he was in a dream. That's right, master, it's very simple. Fefade looked surprised. Qin sighed for a long time, looking at the skills of the secondary profession. His heart was as hot as it could be. However, looking at his range points that showed naught, he could only drool. After being stunned, Qin packed up and went out. Oh, you asked him where he was going? Nonsense, buying vegetables. When Qin got home with the big and small bags of food, it was already 7 o'clock in the evening. Qin hurried to the kitchen, but everything seemed so familiar. Well, it was as if he often stayed there. God knows, before today, no, 3 hours ago, Qin was still a guy who could only cook instant noodles and eggs. After a busy period, Qin was relieved and worried when he looked at the 4 dishes and 1 soup in front of him. He was relieved that he would say goodbye to the era of instant noodles in the future. He was worried that he would not be able to finish it because he made too much. After dinner, Qin supported his big belly and moved into the bedroom step by step. As for the messy dining table, who cares? The next morning, Qin was still awakened by the ringing of the phone. It was David, the lawyer, who called and said that he had arrived in Jiangnan and was now at the Jiangnan Hotel. He asked Qin whether he was coming over or Qin was going over. A guest from afar is a guest, not to mention that he was the god of wealth who sent money to him. Of course, Qin hurriedly said that he would go to find him. It took him 10 minutes to wash and dress up. Actually, he just took out the suit from the closet. Last year, the boss had a rigid requirement for everyone to buy a suit at the annual meeting. At the time, this suit cost Qin 3,000 yuan. He was so distressed that he didn't eat for half a month. I digressed. Qin took out his mobile phone and called Zhu Mengyo, asking her to ask for leave for him, and then went out to take a taxi and went straight to Jiangnan Hotel. When Qin arrived, an hour had passed. There was no way, Qin lived in the suburbs. Qin took out 100 yuan to pay the fare with a pained heart, and comforted himself in his heart. It's okay, there is gain only when there is sacrifice, brother is not short of money. If others knew that 100 yuan fare could be exchanged for tens of billions, they would not have taken a knife to chop this pretentious guy. He found the room according to the room number David gave and knocked on the door. Soon, a white handsome man with blonde hair, blue eyes and a high-nose bridge, probably in his 40s, opened the door. The handsome white guy extended his hand and greeted in stiff Mandarin. Hello, I'm David, is this Mr. Qin? Yes, hello, lawyer David, I'm Qin. Qin shook hands with the middle-aged white man. The two entered the room, and Qin found that there were several people in the room. David pointed to a fat middle-aged white man and introduced. Mr. Qin, this is Charles, the manager of the Jiangnan branch of American Express Bank. After the two shook hands, he pointed to the old man with grey hair next to him and said, This is Accountant Hall. The remaining blonde beauty is David's assistant, commonly known as a secretary. Qin shook hands with the big foreign horse and then looked at David enviously. I wonder if this guy is the kind of person who works as a secretary when there is something to do and does not work as a secretary when there is nothing to do. After the introduction, everyone sat down in the reception room. David took out a large stack of documents and asked very politely, Mr. Qin, do you want to hire a lawyer to take a look? Qin thought about it and decided to find a lawyer to avoid being cheated by these foreigners. That's right, why didn't I think about it at the beginning? What a mistake. Taking out the phone and looking through the address book, Qin found a number and called. Hello, Mengyo, do you know any lawyers? Zhu Mengyo was stunned for a moment. What happened to this guy? He didn't go to work and still needed a lawyer. Yes, my best friend is a well-known lawyer in Jiangnan. I'll give you the phone number later. After hanging up the phone, Zhu Mengyo was a little worried, so she called her best friend and told her not to let Qin suffer. This made her best friend keep asking if he was her boyfriend. Qin knew that Zhu Mengyo would definitely call her friend to tell her, so he called after 2 minutes. After telling her the address, she said she would be there in 10 minutes. Looking at David embarrassedly, Qin smiled and said, Lawyer David, I'm sorry, my lawyer will be here in a while. It's okay, Mr. Qin. David smiled and said it was okay. After chatting with David for less than 10 minutes, the doorbell rang, and the blonde secretary went to open the door. The person who came in was a woman in her mid-20s, with big wavy hair draped over her shoulders, an oval face, and willow-shaped eyebrows. She was wearing a well-fitting black business suit, which showed her curvy figure, and a pair of flesh-colored stockings on her beautiful legs made her look even more attractive. Kinzu stood up and extended his hand to her, and said politely, "I'm Kinzu, Mengyo's friend." The person who came in also extended her hand politely and shook hands with Kinzu. "Yes, I'm Surui, Mengyo's friend, and a lawyer at Jiangnan Shinrui law firm." Kinzu told her the general situation, and Surui was stunned. There is such a good thing. Of course, Kinzu did not tell her the specific reason, but just told her that he had helped Mr. Hill once before. Although shocked, Surui still reacted quickly, greeted David and the others, and started chatting over there. In fact, it was mainly David and Hall who were talking, and Surui was listening on the side, and after confirming that there was no problem with the document, she asked Kinzu to sign. The four of them worked together for more than 2 hours, and Kinzu's hands were sore from signing before he finally signed the last document. Only now has Kinzu completely transformed into a tall, rich and handsome man. Chapter 5 Buying a car. Kinzu was still in a daze until he left the hotel. He didn't even hear Feferi's reminder that the main task was completed. If you get closer and listen carefully, you can hear him muttering, "I'm rich, I'm rich, I'm rich." Finally, Surui couldn't stand it anymore. Of course, it could also be jealousy. She stretched out her little hand and pinched his arm hard, and Kinzu woke up. "Brother Toei, you're awake now." Surui teased with a smile on her face. Kinzu just laughed a few times when he heard it. That look was as hateful as it could be. After a while, Kinzu put away his smile and looked at the beautiful lawyer in front of him seriously. "Surui, I'll treat you to lunch at noon. I'll call Mengyo and have a big meal together. Okay, today we'll fight the local tyrants and divide the land." Surui didn't hesitate and agreed with a smile. After all, there was a new billionaire standing next to him, and it was the kind of US dollar. Because Surui came by car, when they arrived at the parking lot, Kinzu asked Surui to choose a place after getting in the car, and he called Mengyo. After telling her the address on the phone, Kinzu and Surui went there first. When the two arrived, Mengyo was already waiting at the door of the hotel. After getting off the car, Kinzu realized that Surui was really rude and chose a famous private restaurant in Jiangnan. However, with money in his pocket, he was naturally not panicked. When the three met, Mengyo smiled and joked, "Kinzu, what's wrong with you today? You're treating guests in such a good place. You must have made a fortune." "Yes, I made a fortune." Surui looked at Kinzu with emotion, smiled and shook her head. "Yo, you don't know that your husband has become a billionaire, and it's in US dollars." Surui's words made Mengyo blush, and she said shyly, "Damn Rui, what nonsense are you talking about? We're just ordinary friends." After saying that, she secretly glanced at Kinzu. Seeing this guy watching with a smile, she couldn't help but roll her eyes at him, and quickly changed the subject, asking, Rui, what billionaire are you talking about?" Surui heard this, stretched out her hand and pulled Mengyo aside, and started to talk in private. Kinzu, on the other hand, was electrified by Mengyo's charming little white eyes. Although the two had a good relationship before, he didn't dare to have any ideas. After all, the gap was there. But now it's different. How does the saying go? Money makes cowards brave, that's the truth. While talking and laughing, the three of them entered the restaurant and asked for a private room directly. Kinzu handed the menu to Surui and asked the girl to order the dishes, and he had to answer Mengyo's 100,000 whys. After Kinzu explained to Mengyo was also shocked and stunned. "So, you have more than 20 billion now? Or US dollars?" Mengyo, who has always been carefree, stuttered a little at this moment. Kinzu smiled and nodded, looking calm and relaxed, which made Mengyo's eyes sparkle. In fact, what Mengyo didn't know was that Kinzu was also dreaming. In fact, his hands could not help but touch his pockets. Inside was the world-famous king of cards, the American Express Centurion Black Gold card. And in the card, there was 120 million US dollars. In the file back beside him, there was the 49 Beverly Hills mansion worth 180 million, and a comprehensive ranch worth 160 million, located in the city of Vere, near Boston, Massachusetts, with a land area of 15,000 acres and a sea area of 720 square kilometers. Add to that the $2 billion worth of Pingo company stocks. If converted into RMB, Kinzu's net worth exceeds 10 billion. Surui ignored the two of them, and after skillfully ordering the dishes, she handed the menu to Zhu Mengyo. Zhu Mengyo ordered 2 dishes in a daze and handed the menu back to Kinzu. Kinzu flicked through the menu casually, picked the most expensive one and ordered 6 dishes, then looked at Zhu Mengyo. Mengyo, do you guys want a drink? Zhu Mengyo discussed with Surui, then nodded with a smile, let's get a bottle of red wine. I've already asked for leave when I came out, so I won't be working this afternoon. Kinzu asked for a bottle of red wine, then looked at himself and didn't ask for any other wine. After all, it would be a bit weird for him to drink white wine alone, so he decided to drink red wine with them. After chatting for a while, Kinzu asked with a smile, Mengyo, what are you going to do this afternoon? If you have nothing to do, come with me to buy a car. Zhu Mengyo looked at Surui, Rui, do you have anything to do this afternoon? Let's go shopping together. Surui nodded readily, okay, I don't have anything to do either. After that, Zhu Mengyo looked at Kinzu and asked with a smile, now that you have so much money, what are you going to do? Zhu Mengyo originally thought that Kinzu would stay in Jiangnan, but unexpectedly, Kinzu said, I'm going to run a ranch in the United States. In fact, what I have always longed for is the kind of pastoral life of picking chrysanthemums under the eastern fence and leisurely seeing the southern mountains. I'm going to raise cattle and sheep. I will ride horses when I have nothing to do. I don't have to live this kind of city life where I count the days. After Kinzu finished speaking, he found that the 2 women were staring at him as if he were a prehistoric monster. Everyone is running to the city, but you are so good that you still want to herd cattle when you have money. Surui couldn't help but tease. Kinzu chuckled, if you have money to herd cattle, it's called enjoying life. If you don't have money to herd cattle, it means you can't see the future. Seeing that the 2 women were silent, Kinzu continued, this is the fact. Rich people go to the countryside on weekends to experience life. Rural people stay at home and don't go out. It's called lack of ambition. I plan to go to the United States to be a big rancher. I have more than 10,000 acres, all of which belong to me. In the past, I would have been a big landlord, right? The 2 women rolled their eyes at what Kinzu said. Zhu Mengyo asked thoughtfully, Kinzu, when the time comes, we will go to your ranch to play. Are you welcome? Kinzu waved his hand, except for the air tickets, I will cover all the food, drinks and entertainment. Surui interjected, are you going to eat, drink and sleep with me then? After that, she giggled and made Zhu Mengyo blush. Kinzu was happy and waved his hand, all is covered, all is covered. After saying this, Zhu Mengyo's face turned even redder, and she glared at Kinzu unhappily, hurry up and eat, and then go choose a car. Kinzu didn't dwell on this topic for too long, and wanted to take his time. So he followed her words and said, well, let's go and have a look in the afternoon. I'm going to buy me a good car to drive these days. When the 3 of them finished eating and paid the bill and walked out of the private restaurant, it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Looking at the time, Kinzu thought that they didn't talk about anything, and the meal took more than 2 hours. Maybe it was because of the company of the beautiful woman. Unexpectedly, just as they were about to get in the car, Surui received a call saying that the lawyer had some things to go back to deal with. It's okay, you go and do your thing first, we can go to the car dealership by ourselves. Kinzu waved his hand and said nonchalantly. He really didn't care, and even felt a little happy. After all, the feeling of being alone and having a light bulb is very different. After she left, Kinzu and the other person took a taxi to the largest car city in Jiangnan. Along the way, Zhu Mengyo's face was always red, and the atmosphere was quite ambiguous. Only after getting off the car did Zhu Mengyo let out a long sigh, although she didn't know what she was nervous about. Kinzu led the way in front, and walked into the car sales hall. Immediately, a salesperson came over to greet him. Although he didn't say how enthusiastic he was, there was no dog blood plot in the novels where people looked down on others. While walking and listening to the guide's explanation, Zhu Mengyo asked from the side, Kinzu, have you decided what car to buy? I haven't decided yet. For me, I definitely like a cooler and more handsome car, Kinzu said, and said with some embarrassment. But I can't drive this car for a few days. At most, I can drive it when I return to China. Usually, it is mainly for family use. Looking at the SUV in the Mercedes-Benz showroom and the coupe in the BMW showroom, Kinzu felt dissatisfied. At this moment, he suddenly saw a group of people gathered in the exhibition hall in front of him, looking at something. Kinzu subconsciously pulled Zhu Mengyo over. Zhu Mengyo's pretty face, which had just calmed down, turned slightly red again, but she did not struggle, and followed Kinzu to this side. After walking a few steps, Kinzu realized that he had subconsciously held Zhu Mengyo's hand. However, seeing that Zhu Mengyo did not object, he pretended to know nothing and continued to hold her. Feeling the soft and boneless little hand in his hand, Kinzu's heart was moved. He couldn't help but have some random thoughts. It was not until he reached the crowd that Kinzu withdrew his thoughts, and then he realized that this was the Land Rover exhibition hall. Looking at the cars in the exhibition hall in front, Kinzu immediately liked them and quickly called the shopping guide. "What model is this car?" The sales lady looked at the car and replied with a smile. "Hello, sir. This car is the Range Rover Genesis Extended Edition. The full purchase price is to 11 million. Kinzu looked at Zhu Mengyo next to him. "Mengyo, what do you think of this car?" "Well, it's a very good car. My brother also bought a Land Rover. But it's not this model." Kinzu made the decision as soon as he heard it. "Miss, can you please ask if I can get any discount if I pay in full, and are there any cars in stock?" The sales lady's eyes lit up when she heard it. She thought it was another young couple coming to watch the fun. Unexpectedly, it was a Daimler. "You don't need a loan to buy such an expensive car." I quickly called the manager for instructions, and after a while, a middle-aged fat man with a height of 1.6 meters and a similar weight ran into the exhibition hall. When they got closer, the fat manager immediately extended his hand enthusiastically. "Mr. Clean, you are young and promising. This car is within my authority. I will give you a 95% discount." Kinzu extended his hand and shook hands with the fat manager. "Manager, do you have this car in stock? Can we get the license plate here? How soon can I pick up the car?" When the fat manager heard this, he knew that the order would not be lost, so he said to Kinzu, "Mr. Clean, this car is available now, and the license plate is also available here. I will help you install the license plate and then test drive the car. It can be done in an hour at the fastest." Kinzu was overjoyed. He was the one who was most afraid of trouble. It would be best if he could get it done in one go. He took out his powerful weapon, the Centurion Black Gold card, from his pocket and handed it over directly. Sure enough, the fat manager's eyes became brighter. After the fat manager ran to swipe the card and ran back, he signed the car purchase documents and went to the staff to debug the car. An hour passed in the blink of an eye. Kinzu took Zhu Mengyo and sat in the car for a ride. Kinzu was still a little uncomfortable touching the unfamiliar steering wheel. You know, he got his driver's license when he was in college, and he had it for a few years, but he really didn't drive a car. But fortunately, his skills were not returned to the teacher, and he drove smoothly. When he came back, the fat manager had already picked out the license plate, a very ordinary license plate. Until the staff installed the license plate slowly, the fat manager enthusiastically sent Kinzu and his partner to the door. This made Kinzu, who had never enjoyed such treatment, walk unsteadily. During the whole car buying process, Zhu Mengyo let Kinzu hold her hand, blushing and lowering her head without saying a word, and no one knew what she was thinking. On the way back, Kinzu smiled shyly and said, "Mengyo, what happened today? You were not like usual." Zhu Mengyo whispered, "Nothing." Kinzu said nothing more, and drove the car directly to the cinema. After parking the car, the two got out of the car. Zhu Mengyo looked at the cinema and asked, "What are you doing here?" Kinzu took her hand and went to buy tickets, smiling and said, "Watching a movie, beautiful Miss Mengyo. I wonder if I have the honor to invite you to watch a movie with me." Zhu Mengyo smiled and said nothing, but took the lead to walk in. After the movie, the two had a candlelight dinner again. When sending her home, their relationship was obviously different. Although they did not break the window paper, they also understood each other's intentions. Chapter 6 Return home. Kinzu finally had time to open the system when he was lying on the bed. Task prompt. Congratulations to the host, the novice main task 1 has been completed, and the reward of 5,000 ranch points has been received. Kinzu saw that something was wrong and hurriedly called Fefade out. "Fefade, that's not right, where is the reward ranch mansion?" Fefade yawned lazily and looked at Kinzu with some contempt. "Of course the ranch mansion is in the ranch, stupid master." Kinzu was a little embarrassed. Too many things happened today, and his brain was not enough. "Forget it, I'd better go to bed and quit my job and go home tomorrow. It's just a pity that the relationship with Zhu Mengyo has just begun." But fortunately, I have money and I can run back and forth, right? Thinking about it, the smile on Kinzu's face became more and more weird. Fefudi saw it and quickly left, still muttering in her heart. This master is getting more and more stupid. What should I do? It's really worrying this elf. Kinzu certainly didn't know. What was his little elf thinking about now? After imagining the future for a while, he got up and went to the bathroom to take a shower. Looking at his small bathroom of only 2 or 3 square meters, Kinzu sighed helplessly. Alas, the poor billionaire actually lives in such a small house. I will go to cancel it tomorrow. It's really embarrassing. The next day, Kinzu got up early for a rare time. After packing his clothes, he called the landlord and told him that he was moving out. The landlord was a little unhappy at first. After all, it was too sudden, and it would be difficult to find a tenant later. But when Kinzu said that he would give him all the furniture, his face immediately turned from sunny to cloudy, and he smiled and sent him downstairs. At 9 o'clock, Kinzu arrived at the company on time. Without stopping at all, he went straight to the manager's office and handed in his resignation letter before the big yellow-toothed manager could say the words of reprimand. "Manager, I resign." Darwinger was stunned for a while. After reacting, he said some words to keep Kinzu, but he signed that contract very quickly. He had hated Kinzu for a long time. Who told the new beauty to be so rude to everyone except Kinzu? Now that Kinzu is gone, his chance has come. Kinzu didn't know what Darwinger was thinking, otherwise, he would have pointed at his nose and scolded him. He didn't even look at his stupid appearance, and he wanted to eat swan meat. When he walked out of the office, he saw Zumengyo and hurried over and said with a smile, "Mengyo, I have resigned. I'm going back to my hometown today. I'll come to see you in a few days." Zumengyo nodded and said with some concern, "Then be careful on the road, and remember to call me when you come to Jiangnan." "Well, I'll leave first, see you in 2 days." Kinzu smiled, said hello to a few colleagues he got along well with, and then left the company. There was no way he was in a hurry. If it weren't for the damn task in the morning, he would have planned to stay for a few more days to cultivate his relationship with Zumengyo. Early in the morning, Kinzu was awakened by Fefudi's chirping voice. The voice that he usually thought was pleasant to the ears was so hateful at this time. "Master, you have a new task. The second main task for beginners has been released." As he said that, the elf waved his hand, and a message appeared in front of Kinzu. Task name: Enter the ranch. Task requirements: Congratulations on your successful acceptance of the ranch. Dear rancher, please return to your ranch within 1 month. Task reward: 10,000 ranch points and a luxury cowboy apartment, which can accommodate 20 cowboys. Task failure: the ranch is abandoned and taken back by the state. Since there is a time limit, Kinzu certainly can't stay in Jiangnan for too long. He still has to go back to his hometown. He made a phone call and called Laowa directly, and made an appointment to meet at the old place. Well, a food stall. When Kinzu arrived at the food stall, he parked the car to the side, which was very cool. Bangmin jumped up immediately when he saw Kinzu getting out of the car. "Damn, Zuzi, where did you get the car? Lend it to me." Kinzu dodged to the side to avoid the bear hug of this heavyweight guy. "Eat first, I'll tell you later." He ordered a few side dishes, but didn't drink because he had to drive back in the afternoon. He briefly told Bangmin about going abroad, and said that he bought antiques and found a bargain, which was considered a fortune. Bangmin sighed when he heard it. "Maybe, this is called a fool has a fool's luck. Get lost, you're the fool." He rolled his eyes at this guy, and Kinzu took the cup and clinked glasses with him with tea instead of wine, and the two laughed. The four of them had a good relationship in college, and now Wang Min was really happy for Kinzu that his friend had such an experience. After lunch, it was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. After Kinzu and Wang Min parted, they drove back directly. It was already 8 o'clock in the evening when they arrived at the county town of their hometown. They had driven for 7 hours. Seeing that it was getting late, Kinzu did not rush home. He found a hotel in the county town that looked very high-end and stayed there. The next morning, after breakfast, Kinzu drove to his younger sister's school. Kinzu's younger sister is called Kinru. Although her name is so gentle, her personality is actually not related to her name at all. She is a little too lively. This girl is in junior high school in the county. Because it is a boarding school, she can only go home every Friday night. Because yesterday was Friday, Kinzu came back today and did not let his younger sister go back on Friday night. He came to pick up his younger sister and go home together this morning. Kinzu's matter had been discussed with his family when he called last night. Although his parents did not believe it very much, they did not say anything. Everything will be discussed after he came back. When Kinru saw her brother driving a luxury car to pick her up, she could not close her mouth and kept asking questions. However, Kinzu did not know anything about it. Anyway, I will have to say it again when I get home, so it is quite fun to tease this girl now. Kinzu's question was so confusing that the little girl was furious. If Kinzu hadn't been driving, she would have jumped on him and bit him a few times to vent her anger. Until they entered the village, Kinzu still insisted on the principle of not saying anything, and the little girl lost her temper. When the Land Rover entered the village, it still caused a commotion. There was no other way. Except for the town leaders coming to inspect, there had never been a car in the small village, let alone such a beautiful and domineering car. Before the car reached the door of the house, it could not move. There were many little kids outside who were watching the excitement. Kinzu took a look, turned around and found a box of chocolates from the pile of gifts on the back seat. After sending his little sister to share the candy, Kinzu successfully parked the car at the door of the house. When he arrived at the door, his parents who heard the noise had already come out. When they saw Kinzu driving back, the two elders believed what Kinzu said. Kinzu opened the door and got out of the car. He greeted his parents first, and then asked his younger sister to come over to move things. There were a lot of cigarettes, alcohol, supplements and clothes bought for his parents, and a mobile phone and computer bought for his younger sister. There were also a lot of odds and ends for his sister's family. The trunk and back seat of the Land Rover were filled up, and the villagers who were watching were so envious that they kept muttering that old Kin had given birth to a good son. After a long time of excitement, the villagers dispersed. The man Kinzu gave a box of cigarettes to each person, and the woman's younger sister was responsible for handing out candies. Everyone was smiling. Looking at the great china in their hands, many villagers repeated it again. Old Kin has a good son. When Kinzu and his friends were about to enter the house, his sister and brother-in-law also came out to greet them. Both of them were teachers at the town middle school. It happened to be a holiday today, so their mother called them over. Uncle, where are Tomton and Lily's gifts? Two little figures ran out of the house with two children's voices. Kinzu knew without looking that this was his naughty nephew and niece. The two little guys are twins from his sister's family. They are now 6 years old and like to stick to Kinzu the most. Who asked Kinzu to bring them gifts every time he came back from college? So when you ask them who they love the most, they will definitely answer that you love Uncle. Ahem, as for usual times, it's not certain. After a long time of commotion, the family finally sat down around the table. Kinzu looked at a few people and briefly explained the matter. However, he didn't say anything about stocks. After all, his parents didn't know anything about stocks. Moreover, if he told them that there was so much money at once, he was afraid that they would not be able to accept it. Anyway, the stocks were not cashed out, so they were just a pile of paper. It didn't matter whether he said it or not. Even Kinzu himself didn't care too much. He told his parents about the ranch, the money, and the mansion, and his parents listened for a long time without coming back to their senses. After a long while, my father took a puff of Da's Thonghua and asked, so our family is also a big landlord? More than 10,000 acres of land, how big is that? At this time, my sister Kinwan interrupted and said, Dad, it's not calculated like that. The United States uses acres. If we convert it to our method, it's more than 90,000 acres of land, which is larger than our county town. When the parents heard this, they were even more speechless. Only the breathing of a few people was left in the living room. After a while, Kin's mother asked again, Xiao Yu, so you were going to the United States? You run so far, when can you come back? Kinzu looked at his mother's worried eyes, smiled and comforted, Mom, I will stay at home for half a month before going there. I'm just going to explore the way. If it's good over there, I will take our whole family to live there. Unexpectedly, when the parents heard this, they immediately shook their heads like rattles. No, why go so far? You can't understand what they say, you'll be bored to death. Kinzu didn't expect this. However, since his parents didn't want to go to the United States, Kinzu had to consider buying a house for his parents in the county. But unexpectedly, the old couple didn't want to go to the city either. It's so nice to live with fellow villagers in the countryside. I don't know anyone in the county, so I won't go. Kinzu was helpless. If he really couldn't do it, he could only build a small villa for his parents in the village. This time, Qin's father and mother didn't refuse. Just think about it, who wouldn't be happy to have a good house to live in? After settling his parents, Qin Zhu looked at his sister again and said with a smile, "Sister, since my parents don't want to go to the city, I'll buy you a house in the city." "This, how can I do that?" Qin Wan was moved when she heard it. There was no way. Although she and her husband lived in the town, they lived with their parents-in-law, which was not convenient. But even so, she was embarrassed to ask her brother for money directly. Qin Zhu waved his hand and said with a smile, "Sister, we are all family, so don't be polite. What's mine is yours." After saying this, Qin Zhu looked at his brother-in-law and asked with a smile, "Brother-in-law, I heard you say you wanted to change your car last year. Have you changed it?" Li Jianhua shook his head and smiled, "Not yet. I'm still saving money and preparing to change to a slightly better one." Qin Zhu took out the key to the Land Rover and said, "Brother-in-law, this car is newly bought by me. I can't use it when I go to the United States, so I'll leave it to you." Hearing this, Li Jianhua turned his head and looked at his wife. After all, it was her brother's car, and he was embarrassed to take it. What's more, he knew that car, it was a Land Rover. Qin Wan nodded when she saw this. In her opinion, since she had already taken over a house, she didn't need a car. Qin Zhu nodded in satisfaction, but then said, "Brother-in-law, I will use the car for the next few days. You can go look for houses tomorrow. If you find a suitable one, tell me." After a pause, Qin Zhu looked at his parents and said with a smile, "After the house is bought, you will probably live with your sister for a while. The house will also be demolished and rebuilt. Choose a bigger house." Several people nodded, indicating that there was no problem. Qin Zhu touched his chin, wondering if there was anything else he hadn't thought of. However, after thinking for a while, his stomach started to growl. When Qin's mother heard this, she stood up quickly. "You guys chat, I'm going to cook." After the sisters' family finished lunch together and went back dizzy, the younger sister ran into the bedroom excitedly and turned on her mobile phone and computer. Moreover, after finding that there was no network, she yelled at Qin Zhu to pull the network cable in the afternoon, but she became depressed after being scolded by her mother, which made Qin Zhu very happy. Chapter 7 Going to the United States. In the morning, Qin Zhu was woken up by his younger sister Qin Ru. The girl ran to Qin Zhu's room early in the morning to wake up her brother. The reason was that Qin Zhu promised to take her out to play today last night. He picked up his phone and looked at it. It was only 7 o'clock. Qin Zhu was speechless. There was no way to provoke this girl. After a while of being dazed, Qin Zhu had to get up and wash up. After breakfast, Qin Zhu drove Qin Ru to the town to pick up his sister's family. He drove directly to the county without stopping. There were a lot of things to do today. When he arrived in the county, he first sent his sister to the gate of a newly opened garden community and said with a smile, "Sister, you go and look at the house first. Call me if you find a suitable one. I'm taking my younger sister to go shopping. Remember to pick a bigger one. My parents are coming to live here for a while." After the two left, Qin Zhu took Qin Ru and the two little guys to the commercial street to start shopping. They kept shopping until dinner time. After calling his sister, he found out that they were still looking for a house. After picking them up, they found a restaurant and asked for a private room. After everyone sat down, the elder sister said, "I've been looking for a whole morning. There is a good one on the 8th floor. It's a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room house with more than 180 square meters." Qin Zhu nodded and said with a smile, "Okay, let's eat first, and then we'll go and have a look." After a simple lunch, the group came to the community. The location of the house is good, the kind with 4 households per floor. After looking at the decoration and area, seeing that the elder sister was very satisfied, Qin Zhu decided to buy it. Several people followed the sales lady to the lounge, and someone immediately brought tea. While drinking tea, they processed various documents. When everything was done, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. Because the younger sister had to go to school on Sunday night, Qin Zhu sent her back to school first after finishing. On the way, Qin Zhu secretly gave the younger sister 1,000 yuan and told her not to spend it carelessly. These made the little girl very happy, and she laughed so hard that her eyebrows were not visible. After sending his younger sister off, Qin Zhu drove around the county again. Soon, he found a construction company and made an appointment to go there tomorrow to inspect the site and bring the design drawings to Qin Zhu's parents for selection. After everything was done, Qin Zhu drove his sister back. Qin Wan was also quite stimulated today. The big house that she usually dared not think about was bought for more than 1.6 million yuan in the blink of an eye. Looking at the house purchase contract in her hand, she couldn't help but look forward to the future. At more than 9 o'clock the next day, Qinzhu was still sleeping when the people from the construction company came. Because Qinzhu told them directly yesterday that money was not a problem and they wanted to build the best. This was a big deal, and the boss of the small construction company was alarmed. So, the team leader today was a manager named Wang, who came with a few foremen. Seeing Qinzhu, thinking of the car at the door just now, Manager Wang was so enthusiastic, not to mention how dedicated he was. After a while of greetings, he asked people to look around the place, and Manager Wang gave the design drawings to Qinzhu for selection. Qinzhu showed it to his parents, but they couldn't decide after a long time. In the end, they didn't help, so Qinzhu had to help pick a small Western-style garden villa covering an area of more than 4 acres. His parents didn't say anything about it, so Qinzhu looked at Manager Wang and said, "According to this design, the decoration must be good. Can you give us a budget? Also, when can we move in at the earliest?" After the manager surnamed Wang took the design, he called a foreman over, whispered a few words to Qinzhu, and said, "Boss Qin, time is a bit tight, and the detailed budget has not been made yet. But according to the best decoration, the total cost will be about 2 million, and it will be completed in about 3 months, and we should be able to move in before the new year." Qinzhu heard this and discussed it with his parents, and felt that it was just right. It was just right to live in a new house after the new year, so he smiled and nodded. "Okay, you should start the construction as soon as possible according to this design." Qinzhu entered the county with Manager Wang, signed the contract and paid the deposit. When they came back, it was already afternoon. As soon as he got home, Qinzhu received a call from his sister, saying that they had moved into the new house and were going to have a dinner party at the new house in the evening, asking Qinzhu if he would go. Qinzhu discussed with his parents and told his sister that he had something to do in the evening and would not go there. Looking at his parents, Qinzhu smiled and said, "Mom, you'll temporarily move to your sister's place tomorrow and move back when the new house is ready to live in." Dad said at this time, "Then we will move there tomorrow. In the evening, we will invite some relatives and elders in the village and the village party secretary to have dinner together." Qinzhu thought so too. This is a matter of personal relationships. Besides, building such a big house will occupy the land of the village, so he must say hello to the party secretary, so he nodded. "Then you go and invite people. I will go to the restaurant in the town to order food directly and ask them to deliver it." 2 tables were set up at home in the evening, and all the aunts and uncles were invited. When everyone heard that the Qin family was going to build a house, they all said good things, and the branch secretary used it freely, which made Qinzhu's teeth ache. "If I hadn't given you 2,000 yuan, would you be so open?" After a night of noise, everyone was staggering when the party ended. Especially during the meal, an old man from the same family heard that Qinzhu was going to the United States. He kept patting Qinzhu on the shoulder. "I watched this child grow up. I knew he would have a bright future since he was a child. Look, he is going abroad now." The next day, the 3 of them got up early. After breakfast, Qin's father and mother rummaged through the boxes to pack up their things. After a while, the sister and brother-in-law also drove over in a broken Fenjixing. When they met, Qinzhu joked, "Sister, you didn't drink too much yesterday, why are you here so early today?" The sister rolled her eyes at Qinzhu and said, "Do you think everyone is like you? You got me drunk and ended up getting yourself drunk." Qinzhu's old face suddenly blushed, and he lowered his head and quietly packed up his things. This is one of the few embarrassing things that happened to Qinzhu. It was when Qinzhu was in college. He had just learned to drink at the time, and he kept toasting his sister during the Chinese New Year. As a result, Qinzhu kept watching his sister half drunk, and then he fell down gorgeously. Whenever he thought of this, Qinzhu wanted to cry. It was full of routines. After laughing for a while, everyone helped to clean up, put away the things that were needed at home, and Qinzhu directly called the waste collected to deal with the rest on the spot. Before leaving, the family looked at the old house that carried the childhood of the 2 siblings in silence. After settling down, Qinzhu had to rest at home for another day. The next morning, he took a train from the county town to Jiangnan. He was going to fly from Jiangnan to Beijing, and then from Beijing to New York. Before leaving, Tongton and Lily sobbed and wanted to go to the United States with their uncle. Their mother's eyes were red, and she looked at her son reluctantly. After all, a mother worries when her son is thousands of miles away, so Qinzhu hurried to coax the 2 little guys first. Uncle will go to the United States first, and will come to pick you up in 2 days. Be good and obedient, otherwise Uncle will not take you. After coaxing the little one, Kinzu hugged his parents again and said, Mom and Dad, don't worry, just think of me working outside, I will go there first, and then come to pick you up. The mother choked up and said, You ran so far, you ran far enough when you were in school, and you finally have money, why do you run even further? It was not until the train was about to leave that Kinzu's family reluctantly parted. The train started, Kinzu looked through the window at his parents and sister, and the 2 lovely little guys, and almost didn't want to leave. However, for his own future, and to make them live a good life, he must fight. Retracting his thoughts, lying on the berth, Kinzu began to think about Jiangnan's future. Well, I have to go see Zumengyo first. I missed her after not seeing her for a few days. I kept calling her every day these days, and I feel that the 2 of them have made another step forward. Ahem, as for the rest, I'll talk about it when I get there. After more than 8 hours of swaying on the train, they finally arrived in Jiangnan at 8 o'clock in the evening. As soon as they got out of the train station, Kinzu saw Wang Ming's fat body leaning on a BMW, constantly taking advantage of the passing girls with his small eyes. Kinzu quietly turned behind that fat man and slapped his hands. Damn, you were a cat, you walk without making any sound, I am scared to death. Wang Ming's body trembled violently and almost fell. Seeing this, Kinzu said happily, Second brother, don't blame me, who is looking around with your small eyes, do you want me to tell my sister-in-law? Wang Ming's eyes glared. What do you mean by looking around? I was just waiting for you, right? Kinzu said oh, the sound was long, and laughed strangely. Second brother, I didn't say anything, why are you so excited? The 2 played for a while, and Kinzu asked Wang Ming to take him to a hotel in the city. Why go to the hotel? There are plenty of empty rooms in my house. Wang Ming muttered with some dissatisfaction. Kinzu shook his head and said with a smile, No, let's stay in a hotel. It's a bit inconvenient. Seeing that Kinzu had made up his mind, Wang Ming shook his head and didn't say much. They found a restaurant and ordered some food. Wang Ming asked, Zuzi, are you really going to the United States to build a ranch? Kinzu nodded. Yes, the ranch has been bought. I really don't want to live this kind of life of clocking in and out, and working every day except for eating. Then wait until you settle down. Brother is going to fight the local tyrants. Wang Ming smiled wretchedly. Kinzu heard this and looked at the fat man speechlessly. Second brother, your family is not without money, so why do you smile so wretchedly? You don't understand, the feeling is different. Wang Ming shook his head, still with that wretched look. Kinzu patted his forehead and said nothing. The meal lasted until 11 o'clock. Both of them drank a lot, so the car didn't start, and they all took a taxi away. The next morning, after waking up and washing up, Kinzu called Zumengyo and asked her to have lunch at a French restaurant. Before picking her up, Kinzu also bought a bunch of roses at the flower shop. As soon as they met, Kinzu handed the flowers to her. Mengyo, this is for you. Do you like it? Well, you left home so soon. Zumengyo took the flowers naturally, then took Kinzu's arm and asked with a smile. Kinzu's body stiffened, and he felt the warm and soft feeling on his arm, and his whole heart was intoxicated. It took him a while to come back to his senses, and he touched his nose awkwardly. Yes, I was planning to stay a few more days, but my parents didn't want to leave the countryside. I had to help them rebuild the house at home. Now that the old house has been demolished, I have nowhere to go. The 2 arrived at the restaurant, found a seat and sat down. Kinzu asked, Mengyo, you didn't go to work today? Unexpectedly, Zumengyo shook her head and said with a smile, I also resigned, just 1 day after you. Kinzu was stunned when he heard it. Some things don't need to be said too clearly, as long as both parties understand. Newcomer and new book, please collect and recommend to Grow Fact Chapter 8 Going to the United States, Part 2. Kinzu accompanied Zumengyo in Jiangnan for 2 days. On the morning of the 3rd day, he flew to Beijing. Before leaving, the 2 agreed to pick her up to play when Kinzu's ranch was ready. When he arrived in Beijing, Kinzu did not stay and bought another afternoon ticket to fly directly to New York. Before boarding the plane, Kinzu called David and asked him to take him to the ranch. After sitting for more than 10 hours, the plane finally landed at Kennedy International Airport at 3 o'clock in the afternoon New York time. After getting off the plane, Kinzu felt a little inexplicably emotional. Finally, he set foot on the land of a foreign country, and he felt a little uncomfortable. As the crowd walked out of the airport, Kinzu saw David at a glance. This guy was holding a big sign with Kinzu written on it. Who knew that as soon as they met, David came up and gave Kinzu a bear hug. "Hey, man, you are finally here. The United States welcomed your arrival." Kinzu was stunned for a moment, and had to pretend to hug David enthusiastically. There was no way Americans hugged each other at every turn. If it were the beauty Kinzu, she would still be very happy, but it was really a little uncomfortable for two old men to hug each other. David took Kinzu to a very luxurious 5-star hotel and said with a smile, "Clean, you take a rest first, I will take you to the ranch tomorrow." Kinzu just wanted to have a good sleep to get rid of the jet lag, but he had never stayed in such a luxurious hotel before, so he was a little excited. He slept until the next morning. If David hadn't knocked on the door, Kinzu would still be able to sleep. Who made him run around these days and never stop? Opening the door, Kinzu greeted David with sleepy eyes, and then went to wash up by himself. "Good morning, Clean, how was your rest yesterday?" "Not bad, but when are we going to the ranch? How do we get there, by plane or by car?" David shrugged his shoulders and replied, "Clean, although it only takes 3 or 4 hours to drive, don't you think it's more convenient to take a plane? So we'll take a plane there." "Okay, for my lovely ranch, let's go now." Kinzu was a little helpless. He still wanted to see the scenery of the United States. However, Kinzu and his friends still went to the immigration office to get their green cards first. This was a simple matter. They showed their proof of deposit and it was done in less than an hour. There are many flights to Boston, so they didn't waste any time after getting their green cards. They got on the plane directly at the airport. This time, Kinzu only felt that the plane seemed to move a little, and then David patted him on the shoulder. "Hey, we're here." Kinzu, who was a little dazed, followed David out of the airport. "Already here?" As the crowd walked out of the car, Kinzu saw a pickup sign at a glance. On the pickup sign, Kinzu's name was written crookedly in Chinese. The person holding the pickup sign was a middle-aged white man in his early 50s with a slightly fat body. The man looked in good spirits, wearing a wide-brimmed cowboy hat, a plaid shirt, jeans, and a pair of boots. He looked very energetic. David introduced the two of them. The middle-aged white man was called Charles John. He had been working on the ranch and was an old cowboy on the ranch. John stepped forward and said hello. After all, he would be his boss in the future, so he had to maintain a good relationship with him. When the super-luxurious villa that took a year to build and should never appear on the ranch was officially completed, John knew that his boss should be coming soon. Sure enough, lawyer David informed him yesterday that his boss would be coming today, and he was the new boss. Kinzu shook hands with John, and they chatted for a while. Then John drove a Ford pickup truck on the ranch and took the two to the ranch. "What model?" "Sorry," Kinzu said he had no research on this kind of car. On the way, Kinzu chatted with John in his Chinese English and listened to John's introduction to the ranch. After John's narration, Kinzu had some understanding of the ranch. The ranch is about half an hour's drive from Revere City and only 1.5 hours from Boston. Not far from the ranch gate is Interstate 95. The ranch has only 12,000 acres of grassland. To the east is the remnant of the Appalachian Mountains, which stretch into more than 1,000 acres of the ranch. At the foot of the mountain is a freshwater lake of 60 to 70 acres. A small river flows from the depths of the mountains through the freshwater lake to the sea. John said that every year many marine fish return to the river to spawn. The ranch faces the sea on both sides of the northwest, with a coastline of more than 6 kilometers. The economic fishing ground is more than 160 kilometers deep, which is nearly 90 nautical miles when converted into sea miles. To put it simply, according to the current speed of 30 knots, it takes 3 hours to reach the end of the fishing ground. After a circle around the fishing ground, you can't go ashore for a day. More than an hour later, the car got off Highway 95 and turned into a small road. After walking for a few minutes, Kinzu saw a wooden fence made of iron wire and wooden stakes that stretched as far as the eye could see. In the middle of the fence was a gate made of 2 uneven stone pillars, with Hill Manor written in English on the gate. After John got out of the car and opened the gate, he continued to drive the car with Kinzu and the others. After driving for more than 10 minutes, a villa located on a small hill appeared in front of them. When they got up the hill, Kinzu found that the view in front of him was suddenly clear. Not to mention the luxurious villa, just after getting up the hill, he saw the endless sea and the white sand beach as white as snow. It turned out that there was a large forest next to the hillside that blocked the view, so the sea could not be seen from the direction from which he came. At this time, John introduced Mr. Clean, this villa was built by Mr. Hill last year. The whole villa covers an area of 30,000 square feet. It was just renovated a few days ago. I will take you in to see it. Kinsey nodded and followed John to the villa. There was an open lawn at the door of the villa, surrounded by palm trees and rockery spring water, which felt very summery. The water in the pool can be artificially heated in winter. Soaking in an artificial hot spring under the winter sun can completely turn winter into summer. The whole villa is decorated with dense small lights. When the lights are turned on at night, the dots of light converge into a golden brilliance. Following John into the villa, there is a huge reception room at the entrance. The combination of blue stripes on the orange carpet creates a Mediterranean charm. There are many sofa chairs and long sofas for guests to rest. Next to the reception room is an open study. The study is under the stairs. There is a desk and a computer in it. Behind that desk is a bookshelf embedded in the wall. The glass door can directly see the beach outside the villa. There is a living room on the other side of the villa. The living room continues the Mediterranean style. The trunk-style pillars are hollowed out to make a fireplace. The round sofas on the round carpet are surrounded by half a circle, which is very impressive. Behind the living room is an open curved kitchen. The range hood and lighting headlights are connected together to maintain the integrity of the ceiling. Behind that kitchen is a cold storage wine cabinet. The whole villa has a total of 8 bedrooms, 10 bathrooms, bowling alleys, entertainment rooms, home theaters and various facilities, which dazzled Kinsey. John talked while walking, although he was not very clear about some things. However, Kinsey was still stunned by the sight, and he couldn't speak all the way. Thinking about his house of more than 30 square meters in Jiangnan, Kinsey felt so disgusted. It feels like even the bathroom here is not as good as this one. Finally, when Kinsey saw the master bedroom of nearly 2,000 square feet, he blurted out a classic Chinese curse. Fuck, what a local tyrant. After going downstairs, John took Kinsey and pushed open the back door and walked out. Kinsey followed and saw it, and his mouth couldn't close. The roof behind that villa is modeled after the Xen Opera House. Walking out from the back of the villa is a layer of greenery and blue stone steps. The blue stone steps are laid directly to the seaside. On both sides of the steps are rockery, swimming pools and fountains. It's a tourist resort. How can this be a private villa? Kinsey was so excited. This damn capitalism, and this inexplicable ranch system, I love you so much. Such a big place, from now on, it will be mine alone. I have a house, I will sleep in one, smash one, and then push another to work out and play. No, it's too wasteful, it's shameful to waste, well, it's also shameful to live alone in such a big house. The charming figure of Zhu Mengyo suddenly flashed in Kinsey's mind. Well, I have to take this girl down as soon as possible and bring her over to be my wife. Bah, that's not right, this is not a bandit's den. Someone's stomach suddenly growled, interrupting the 3 people who were thinking different things. It turned out that it was almost 1 o'clock without realizing it. John spoke first and said with a smile, Mr. David, boss, let's go eat something first. Kinsey nodded and didn't refuse. Nonsense, if you refuse again, you'll be hungry. They didn't bring any food when they came in the morning. Newcomer, new book. Please collect and recommend, thank book friends 1181112, book friend 119191, and book friend Kongping Yuan Chan for their recommendation votes. Thank you very much. Chapter 9 My Ranch. John drove and took Kinsey and the others to the living area next door. After getting off the car, Kinsey took a look and saw a row of simple bungalows that looked a bit old. Just as he arrived at the door, an American woman who looked to be in her 50s came out of the house, and there was a young man who looked to be in his early 20s beside her. Kinsey guessed that this might be John's wife and child. Sure enough, John introduced with a smile. Boss, this is my wife Susie and my son John Jr. Kinsey heard this and greeted the 2 of them politely. Of course, he couldn't help but sigh again. This American name is simple and easy to remember. The son is called the same as the father. Lunch was made by Susie, and Kinsey was surprised when he saw it. It was too rich. The fried steak was golden and crispy, and it looked appetizing. There was also a fish without the head and bones, but I didn't know what species it was. What attracted Kinsey's eyes the most was the half-meter-long butter-baked lobster. Well, there were 2 plates of salad and a basket of white bread left. Pointing at the lobster in surprise, Kinsey asked, John, did you buy this lobster? No, Clean, there are a lot of lobsters of this size in your fishery. John looked at Kinzu in surprise. This lobster is the famous Boston lobster, also known as Maine lobster, which is not uncommon in Boston. He couldn't understand why the boss was so rich. Hadn't he seen lobsters before? Very common. Are there so many? Kinzu was quite helpless. As a loser, he had never eaten such a big lobster. Lobsters of this size would cost hundreds of dollars per pound in China, and they were still in short supply. As a loser, he could only make a decision in his heart that when he had money, he would buy 3 at a time, eat one and cook it, and feed the other to the third. But now, someone suddenly told him, "Hey, man, do you want to eat lobsters? As many as you want, you can take it away if you are full." How could he not be shocked? After being surprised, several people sat down together. Kinzu first picked up a piece of steak and took a bite, and his mouth was immediately filled with the aroma of beef. The meat was not watery at all, very tender, and not difficult to bite, but still chewy. I don't know whether it was the beef or Susie's cooking. Kinzu finished such a big steak in 2 or 3 bites, and kept praising Susie's cooking skills, which made Susie embarrassed. After eating for a while, John smiled and said, "Boss, try the lobster made by Susie, and see if it suits your taste." Kinzu didn't hesitate and went up to eat with a big fork. Well, John's family didn't have chopsticks, so Kinzu could only eat with a knife and fork. He nodded while eating. What a delicacy. In the past, I only heard others eat lobsters, and I don't know how many people have eaten such a big one. Have you eaten lobsters? Kinzu tried a fish fillet fried by Susie again, and it was sweet. At this time, John introduced it from the side. "Boss, this is Atlantic cod, which is also one of the economic fish species in the fishery. In the future, the fishery will inevitably raise some." Kinzu said nothing, just lowered his head and ate. After the meal, Kinzu was satisfied. He was really glad that he came. After the meal, John took Kinzu and the others to continue to visit the ranch. They first went to the grazing area to see 2 cowboys grazing. There are now more than 1,000 cows and more than 500 sheep in the ranch. Including John's family, there are a total of 4 cowboys. John introduced Clean, because Mr. Hill just regards this place as a vacation place, he only raises so many for viewing. After a pause, as if afraid that Kinzu did not understand, he explained in detail. In fact, there are more than 10,000 acres of ranch. If 1 acre can raise 3 to 5 cows, there is no problem for the ranch to raise 30,000 to 50,000 cows. Now most of the ranch is empty. Except for selling some grass every year, it is all in a waste. Kinzu nodded to show that he understood. At this time, the car passed a hillside. John pointed at the hillside and said with a smile, "Boss, this is a vineyard, but because no one cares, only a few grapes are planted." After a long circle, they came to the vicinity of the villa. John took them directly to a dilapidated small pier and said, "Boss, this is the pier of the fishery. You may need to overhaul it in the future." Kinzu looked at the dilapidated pier and agreed deeply. At this time, David's phone rang. He picked up the phone and walked to their side. John hesitated for a moment, but still came to Kinzu's side and said nervously, "Clean, after you take over the ranch, will you use it to develop agriculture and animal husbandry?" John's mood was actually very complicated. Because his family worked happily on the ranch and didn't want to lose this job. It's just that I don't know if there will be a change of people after the new boss is changed. Kinzu also knew what he was worried about, and he had a very good impression of John in the past half a day. What's more, the ancestors said that if you eat someone's mouth, you will be soft, and if you take someone's hand, you will be short. Just finished a delicious meal at someone's place, it's impossible to turn around and copy him, right? John, you did a good job. I will vigorously develop agriculture and animal husbandry in the future. Kinzu looked at John's expectant eyes and said with a smile, "So, I need you to stay and help me. The salary will increase by 20%. What do you think?" John heard this and nodded slightly excitedly, patting his chest and guaranteeing, "Boss, you'll definitely think that hiring me is a very cost-effective thing." Well, the European and American people's immodestness is fully revealed. David hung up the phone and walked over, apologetically saying, "Clean, I think I should go back. Will you move into the ranch today?" Kinzu thought about it. This will be his home in the future. Jack can't be so careless. No, forget it today. I still have to go back to see the days. You know the customs of the East. David knew a little about this. There are many customs and habits in the East. Well, I'm going back to New York. Are you going to New York or Boston? Or back to your villa in Los Angeles? Forget it, I'll find a place to live in Boston, go shopping in the afternoon, and move in tomorrow. Kinzu just checked the lunar calendar on his mobile phone. It happened that tomorrow was a good time to move into the new house, so he smiled and shook his head. In the end, John drove Kinzu and the others. There was no other way, as neither of them had a car. Kinzu couldn't help but think that he should buy a car. Luxury house, luxury car, and beautiful woman. He already had a luxury house, and the beautiful woman was also working hard, so the only thing left was a luxury car. Thinking of driving a supercar with a beautiful woman, Kinzu's heart quickly became hot. But before that, he had to get the damn American driver's license. It seemed that he couldn't think about a sports car in the short term. Shaking his head, Kinzu's heart, which had just been hot, instantly turned cold again. Listening to John and David chatting along the way, Kinzu arrogantly became a little sulky, and time passed quickly. After sending David to the plane with John, Kinzu asked John to go back by himself and told him to pick him up early tomorrow morning. Kinzu found a 5-star hotel in Boston and stayed there. He called the front desk and found out that there was a Chinese supermarket nearby, so he asked the hotel to prepare a car for him. He packed up and went downstairs. When Kinzu arrived at the hotel entrance, the car arranged by the hotel was already waiting, a Rolls-Royce, and the driver was a middle-aged black man. You asked Kinzu how he knew it. Nonsense, guessing. Can you tell the age of a black man? But looking at the car, Kinzu was a little sweaty. It seems very stylish to go to the supermarket in this car. The supermarket is not too far from the hotel. Kinzu took a car to the supermarket in more than 10 minutes. After entering, Kinzu nodded with satisfaction. The scale is not small, and the things are quite complete. But when Kinzu entered and looked around, he was disappointed to find that he didn't find what he needed. He looked again with some reluctance, but still couldn't find it. Suddenly, Kinzu had an idea and walked to the cashier. Finally, the heavens paid off. Kinzu learned from a Chinese clerk that there was a small shop nearby that sold these things. According to the clerk, there was only one store nearby that sold these things. The Chinese people nearby would go there to buy things during festivals. These things were generally not sold in large supermarkets. Kinzu thought about it and it was true. It seemed that in China, no supermarket or hypermarket sold these things. Think about it, every time during festivals, there would be a long line of people holding yellow paper in front of the checkout counter of the supermarket or hypermarket. This picture is a bit weird, isn't it? Quickly shaking his head, Kinzu shook off the strange thoughts in his mind, thanked the clerk, bought some daily necessities in the supermarket, and walked out. After getting in the car, he told the driver the address, and soon arrived at the door of a store. Well, this is a store about the same size as a domestic convenience store. After looking at the house number and confirming that it was correct, Kinzu walked in. Behind that counter, there was a middle-aged Chinese sitting at the moment. Seeing a customer coming in, he quickly stood up and greeted him enthusiastically. After chatting, Kinzu knew that he was the owner of the store. Because his son worked here, he moved here with his wife a few years ago and opened a small store to make a living. Kinzu looked around the store. It was small, but it had everything. Some spices such as pepper and star anise were also sold here. It turned out that the main products sold here were some domestic seasonings and ingredients, and sacrificial supplies were just sold by the way. Because the Chinese people nearby would come to buy some at a fixed time, it was also a fixed income. Kinzu chatted for a while, then picked out the things he needed and said goodbye to the owner. After going out and getting in the car and returning to the hotel, Kinzu asked the driver to help take the things up, and then gave the driver a $20 tip and sent him away. After closing the door and lying on the bed alone, Kinzu's mind was extremely relaxed. After a day of shopping today, Kinzu's small body, which usually didn't exercise much, should have been exhausted a long time ago. But for some reason, after being struck by lightning, Kinzu felt much better than before. The most important thing was that even little Kinzu had a second growth spurt. Kinzu secretly wondered, could being struck by lightning also promote growth? Should I find a time to try it again? This is a question. After lying in bed for a while, Kinzu sat up again and put aside those unrealistic ideas in his mind. Looking at the time, it was only 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Kinzu tidied his clothes and prepared to go out for a walk. This time, Kinzu did not ask the hotel to send a car, but left the hotel alone. He took a taxi and went straight to Newbury Street, a well-known high-end commercial street in the United States. It is known as the Rodeo Avenue of Boston. It is called a street here, but it is actually a block, because it covers a total of 8 blocks, with hundreds of popular stores and gourmet restaurants, as well as many beauty salons and the like. The shops on both sides of the street are the most popular red brick buildings in the 19th century. They look very elegant. Even the half-floor basement that was unique to the era has small shops open for business. If you don't look carefully, you'll think you have come to Europe when you come here. Of course, Kinzu heard about it from others, and he has never been to Europe. After getting off the taxi, Kinzu looked at the bustling Newbury Street and walked into shop. When passing by the Gucci store, Kinzu looked at the men's clothing inside and then looked at the ordinary clothes he bought in China. Well, I heard that Gucci's men's clothing is good. It's time to change my clothes. As for who Kinzu heard it from, it was of course Xiu Mengyo. I heard her talk about it once when we were chatting, and I had an impression of it. When I walked into this store, perhaps the salesperson of this store was specially trained, and no one paid attention to Kinzu because he was wearing cheap goods. As soon as I entered the door, a big foreign horse salesperson came over and greeted Kinzu enthusiastically, and he used Chinese. Although it sounded a bit stiff, it seems that the news that these luxury stores specially train salespeople who can speak Chinese for Chinese tycoons is true. Kinzu greeted her and went straight to pick clothes. As long as he tried on and was satisfied, he asked her to pack them. After a while, he tried on more than a dozen pieces, swiped his card, and paid the bill. The aura of a Chinese mover rich was fully revealed. Seeing this scene, the salesperson's eyes sparkled, and several customers in the store were also stunned. After changing into a new set of clothes and asking the store to send the rest to the hotel, Kinzu went straight to the next store. When Kinzu left Newbury Street, his whole body was brand new, and what was left on Newbury Street was another legend of a Chinese mover rich. Kinzu raised his hand and looked at the time on the Patek Philippe limited edition watch on his wrist. It was time for dinner. No, as a mover rich, how could he eat alone? Thinking of this, Kinzu took out his mobile phone, took a few selfies, opened Marmo and uploaded them as his profile picture. Chapter 10. Moving into a luxury house, Kinzu opened Marmo and deleted all his previous dynamics. Well, from now on, I'm a local tyrant. He searched for people nearby. Don't hit me, I don't know if anyone in foreign countries uses this, don't worry about the details. He randomly found a foreign girl with a beautiful profile picture and a hot body, and Kinzu started to flirt with her, started to chat with her. As for whether the photo was photoshopped, that doesn't matter, right? Maybe it's because the profile picture is wearing Gucci, which is obviously more handsome than before, or maybe it's because the Patek Philippe on the wrist almost flew out of the screen. Anyway, the girl replied to Kinzu immediately. After chatting with her for a while and knowing that she was shopping with her bestie nearby, Kinzu directly asked her to have dinner at a famous French restaurant nearby. Not surprisingly, the foreign girl quickly accepted the invitation. It was just a little surprising that she brought her bestie. Fire prevention, theft prevention, and bestie prevention, don't you understand this? Kinzu sighed to the sky with some heartache. Well, I didn't have any idea in the first place, I just needed someone to have dinner with. What? You don't believe it? Anyway, I believe it. At the entrance of the restaurant, Kinzu waited for Anna and her bestie. They were holding things in their hands, which were obviously the harvest of today. Kinzu didn't rush to meet them. He began to look up and down at the two big horses in front of him. Well, no Photoshop. The girl named Anna was dressed similarly to the photo. She was wearing a white sportswear, which was slightly loose, but it couldn't hide her proud figure. She had light makeup on her face, delicate facial features and long golden hair, which made her look youthful and charming. The one next to her should be her bestie. However, her bestie was much bolder than her. On her long, slender legs, she wore a pair of black crystal stockings, a miniskirt, and a fashionable one-shoulder t-shirt. They looked good too. Their skin didn't have the large pores common in Europeans and Americans, but looked fair and delicate. The three introduced themselves to each other. It turned out that Anna and her best friend Isa were both freshmen at Harvard. Kinzu was a little surprised. Did he really catch a big fish today? However, thinking about it, there was nothing to be surprised about. After all, Boston is a place where colleges and universities are concentrated. It is not so strange to meet two Harvard top students on the street. The three entered the restaurant. Anna and Isa seemed a little excited. They rarely come to such a high-end restaurant. As for Kinzu, well, it was his first time in his life. The waiter took the three of them to a window seat and opened seats for them, leaving Kinzu no chance to show his gentlemanly manners. Alas, the handsome chair-pulling action that he had practiced in his mind for a long time was useless now. After sitting down, Anna looked at the young Chinese in front of her with some curiosity. Today, she was dragged by her best friend to go shopping on the street for a day. When she was about to go back, she suddenly received a message from a stranger. She didn't want to come because she didn't know much about those luxury goods. However, her best friend insisted on coming after seeing it. According to her, this is a rich second generation. Kinzu, who was sitting opposite, felt a little embarrassed when Anna looked at him. He had asked them out on impulse, but he didn't know what to say when they met. He called the waiter and took the menu and ordered a baked lobster and 3 steaks. He ordered some foie gras, truffles and caviar, and finally asked for a bottle of red wine. After ordering the dishes, the three of them found a topic to chat. After a while, Kinzu relaxed and felt that it was almost the same as chatting with classmates. Beautiful women were not that difficult to get along with. Especially after the two knew that Kinzu was also a rancher, they made an appointment with Kinzu to go over next week. In this regard, Kinzu, of course, raised his hands to express his warm welcome. The meal lasted until 9 o'clock, and Kinzu spent more than $20,000. He was distressed and rubbed his teeth. However, it was not without effect. At least when they parted, they were already familiar with the two girls and left each other's phone numbers. They made an appointment to go again next week. After the two girls went to his ranch to play, they sent them to the taxi. Alas, Kinzu sighed. He was originally planning to go to the bar at night and get drunk directly. It seems that he is still too timid. Back to the hotel, Kinzu was not in a good mood, so he took a shower and went to bed. The night's affair was gone, but Kinzu was not disappointed at all. Really, he was irritable and took a cold shower again, and couldn't sleep. The next morning, John came to the hotel and helped Kinzu move a bunch of things onto the pickup truck. Fortunately, it was a pickup truck, otherwise it really couldn't carry so many things. When a bunch of international brands were thrown into the back of the pickup truck, the corners of old John's mouth twitched. When we arrived at the ranch, it was already past 10 in the morning. Kinzu followed the process that he asked his mother about last night when he couldn't sleep, and started the housewarming ceremony. The weather was great and suitable for outdoor sports. Kinzu got off the car with John and prepared to go into the house with things. It is best to move before noon, because before noon is yang, and afternoon is called yin, so it is best to move during the yang time. When you first moving, you must hold valuables in your hands. You cannot walk in empty-handed. Holding things means that the family will have a fulfilling future and more wealth. Kinzu held a rice bucket in his hand, and in his pocket was a bank card with more than $100 million in it, which was used to replace the passbook. In his left hand, he held a card that John had just caught, and in his right hand, he held the tofu he bought yesterday. This is called yufu. John followed behind, holding a bucket of rice in his hand, and a big red envelope with 888, on the rice. He held 2 pillows in his arms, and in the pillows were also big red envelopes with 138, Yeshenfa. First, go to the kitchen to arrange firewood, rice, oil, salt, sauce, vinegar and tea, and put 4 apples, 4 oranges, 5 tangerines, and 6 peaches on the stove, symbolizing stable and successful. Chanting. The head of the family is here. Kinzu then began to offer the offerings. Chicken, fish, meat, 3 portions of fruit, 3 cups of water, 3 cups of wine, then lit incense and candles, and burnt paper to prepare for worshipping the 4 corners. The 4 corners are 1. Buddha in the northwest, 2. Bodhisattva in the southeast, 3. God in the northeast, 4. Ancestors in the southwest, and the 5 earth dragon gods in the 5 directions, the landlord god of wealth in front and behind, the foundation master, etc. Worship one by one and pray for peace and tranquility. Finally, take out 21 sticks of incense and light them, enter from the left side of the house, let the thick smoke sweep up and down the hall, toilet, kitchen, ceiling, walls and even the foot of the wall, and exit from the right side of the house. Then go out, extinguish it in a safe place outside and discard it to pray for the removal of evil spirits. After this set of procedures, John was stunned, and a sense of reverence surged in his heart. It is indeed the mysterious East. Well, I must go to the East when I have time to experience the weight of 5,000 years of civilization. If Kinzu knew John's idea, he would definitely be dismissive. What's the point? This is still a simplified version. If you saw the clan sacrifice scene at home, wouldn't you be scared to death? That was solemn and complicated. The family is such a small place, but there are so many rules for sacrifice. It's just that fewer and fewer people know about this now. In the past, Qinzu also disdained these. He thought it was playing tricks and feudal superstition. Now you ask him to try again. He dare not do it even if he is beaten to death. He has not forgotten how all this came about. This is still a little thing made by a god accidentally. If he is disrespectful to the god, he will be remembered by some stingy god and die without knowing how. Therefore, Qinzu is now doing these feudal superstitions, and he is so serious. Until Qinzu put the pillow in the bedroom, this simplified version of the house entry ceremony finally came to an end. Waving his hand, Qinzu sent John back first, because he had to cook at noon on the first day of the new house. Lunch was simple. Qinzu cleaned up the carp and made fish stewed with tofu. You ask why it's not braised? Qinzu also wanted to braise it. Braised is so delicious. Unfortunately, this is the traditional way to cook fish. Noodles were the staple food, and some fried cabbage, baikai, was served. A traditional moving meal was over. After the meal, Qinzu changed into a swimsuit and took a bath in the swimming pool behind the villa. While lying comfortably in the swimming pool, Fedfade, who had not been seen for a long time, jumped out again. La la la, master. We meet again. Congratulations on completing your novice mission 3. Mission prompt. Because the host completed the task 20 days ahead of schedule, 10,000 ranch points will be awarded for each day ahead of schedule. You get a total of 210,000 ranch points and a luxury cowboy apartment. Qinzu was so happy, he knew there would be benefits. Just as he was about to speak, Fedfade continued. Congratulations, master. You officially own your own ranch, fishery, and a semi-finished vineyard. Now the ranch function, fishery function, and winery function are officially enabled. Qinzu was stunned when he heard this. Has the ranch function finally been enabled? Fedfade, what are the functions of the ranch? Master, the ranch can help you upgrade the land, improve the variety of forage grass, breed new cattle, and build ranch buildings with various functions. The fishery can transform the seabed environment, purify the water quality, and transform it into various environments suitable for the survival of different fish. As for the winery, because the vineyard is now a semi-finished product, the winery now only has the function of cultivating grapes. Fedfade stuck out her tongue at Qinzu playfully. Fedfade's cute look made it impossible to complain. After listening, Qinzu opened the game interface himself and found that there were indeed 3 sections on it. He opened the ranch interface casually and saw the land upgrade that Fedfade mentioned at a glance. But when he clicked in and took a look, his face turned green. Land upgrade. Upgrade the land to the gold land level, shorten the growth time of various crops by half and make the crops grow to the genetic limit. Upgrade cost. 1,000 points for 1 acre of land. 1,000 points may not seem like much, but it depends on the base. After upgrading all of my more than 10,000 acres of land, it will cost more than 10 million points. More than 10 million. Although the effect of the upgraded land is astonishing, it is 10 million points. How many points do I get for learning cooking? How many skills can I learn with so many points? Moreover, the most important thing is that I don't even know where the points are. Looking at Fedfade with some depression, Qinzu complained dissatisfiedly. Little Fedfade, you really make people love and hate you. Who knew that Fedfade's little mouth pursed, and golden beams quickly gathered in her eyes. Bad master, this is not what I want. The great god designed it this way, and I can't do anything about it. Si est escuchando esta novela en un canal distinto a mundo fanfic novelas, significat lo descarga and y subir en cines fuerzos invitamos cordialmente a visitar nuestro canal. Mundo fanfic novelas all encontrar la versión original de esta historia y podrás explorar muchas otras novelas de diversos narradores. Te esperamos para sumergirte en un mundo de novelas increíbles. Chapter 11 Burning the Pot Bottom Part 1 After a lot of effort, Qinzu finally coaxed this fragile elf, and then wiped his sweat. Fei, tell the master quickly, how to get ranch points? Fei's eyes were still red, and she glared at Qinzu, and said with some anger, every $10 earned is equal to 1 point, and real estate such as houses and stocks are not included. Qinzu calculated and immediately became discouraged. This requires a net profit of more than $100 million to upgrade all the land. In fact, it is not expensive to calculate it, because after the land is upgraded, it is equivalent to a treasure land. After all, after the forage seeds are improved, the forage genes will definitely be better. But at the same time, more nutrients are needed, so it is useless if the forage genes are not good enough to grow. Put aside these and continue to read. Forage seed improvement. Genetically modify ordinary forage seeds to achieve perfect forage quality. Animal gene improvement. Extract, add or strengthen a gene to promote the evolution or mutation of animal individuals. Breeding new cattle breeds. Combine ancient genes with existing genes to produce new cattle breeds. Note: ancient genes require points to exchange, and the ancient gene bank contains genes of all cattle. Seeing this, Kinzu wanted to experiment with new cattle breeds immediately. However, seeing the requirement that the ranch land needs to be upgraded by 80%, he wanted to pounce on it and take a bite. Sighing, Kinzu continued to look down. In the next column, he reached the category of ranch buildings. There are cattle pens, sheep pens, stables, racecourses, shooting ranges, warehouses, barns, dairy factories, winemaking workshops, and other buildings. From 1,000 points to 1 million points, there are all kinds of buildings. Looking at it, he turned to the fishery. The fishery is basically similar to the ranch, so he took a glance. Then there is the winery. Unfortunately, the winery now only has the function of cultivating grapes. After reading these, Kinzu found that there are more deputy positions. Open it and take a look. It is actually divided into several small categories. There is a language system, which contains the languages of various countries such as English, French, German, Spanish, and Korean. Cooking skills are also divided into small categories: Chinese food, Western food, and various cuisines. Fisherman skills include fishing and diving. Rancher passive skills include animal affinity. There are even fighting skills: free fighting, military boxing, and Jeet Kune Do. Kinzu was dazzled by the various skills. However, when Kinzu couldn't wait to learn Jeet Kune Do and learn how to be cool like Bruce Lee, Fei's magic voice rang again. Master, because your physical condition does not meet the requirements, you cannot learn Jeet Kune Do for the time being. Please learn free fighting first. Kinzu looked at the 10,000 yuan tuition fee behind the free fighting and gritted his teeth. Learn, for the sake of your own life safety, you don't need to save this. And that English, isn't it just 10,000 points? Brother doesn't need these points. After enduring the feeling of headache for a while, Kinzu suddenly felt that some English that he didn't understand before now all understood. It was a magical feeling. Kinzu stood up and walked to the bluestone steps, and slowly practiced according to the free fighting routine in his mind. It was a little unfamiliar at first, but the more I practiced, the better I got, and I became a little addicted. Well, it would be even better if I didn't lack physical strength. Kinzu turned off the system and practiced free fighting for a while, then he suddenly remembered what his mother told him yesterday. In his hometown, it is called burning the bottom of the pot when you invite people to dinner after moving to a new house. It means that after moving, you have to invite relatives, friends and neighbors to have a big meal at home to make it lively. Kinzu thought about it. Among his friends in the United States, it seems that except for the 2 schoolgirls yesterday, David is the only one he is familiar with. What's more, David just returned to New York, and the 2 schoolgirls have to go to school today. Shaking his head, Kinzu picked up the phone and called John. Hi, boss, how can I help you? John's hoarse voice came from the other end of the phone. It's like this. I want to invite the cowboys of the ranch and the owners of the surrounding ranches to gather at my villa in the evening. Do you think we need to prepare anything? Boss, first you have to buy some ingredients and wine, and then I will notify the other ranchers to see who will come. Is that so? Kinzu nodded and said with some embarrassment. It's an appointment. Can I find someone to accompany me? You know, this is my first time here. Of course, in this way, I will let little John take you to Revere, and you just need to buy some meat, vegetables, fruits and beer. Kinzu was still very satisfied with this arrangement, but he still asked, how do we prepare the dishes tonight? John heard this and explained with a smile. Boss, we all grill it ourselves here, you just need to prepare the ingredients and marinate them. Kinzu was relieved with these. It seems that the Americans are still easy to deal with. After walking around the warehouse, he saw that there were a lot of grills, charcoal and other things, so he went to the door of the villa to wait for Little John. After a while, Little John appeared in front of Kinzu in a pickup truck. After getting in the car, Little John shyly called him boss and stopped talking. It can be seen that this guy is a bit introverted. Along the way, Kinzu asked one question and Little John answered one, which made Kinzu feel tired of chatting. Fortunately, it was not far from Revere, and they arrived in Revere City in a while. In fact, it is called a city, but the population is just over 20,000, not as large as a town in China. Kinzu and his partner went directly to the largest supermarket in Revere City. After entering, they went directly to the meat area. When they arrived at the meat area, Kinzu was a little dumbfounded. The expensive beef was $50 or $60 a pound, and the cheap one was $4 or $5 a pound. Kinzu said that he couldn't understand it. He waved his hand and called Little John over to ask, and Kinzu finally understood American beef. American beef is divided into two rating standards, namely meat quality and age. According to the marble pattern, they divide beef into 8 grades: premium, selected, preferred, standard, commercial, usable, chopped and canned. According to the different slaughter time, it is divided into 5 grades: A, B, C, and D. Grade A refers to cattle aged from 9 to 30 months, Grade B refers to cattle aged from 30 to 42 months, Grade C refers to cattle aged from 42 to 72 months, Grade D refers to cattle aged from 72 to 96 months, and Grade D refers to cattle aged above 96 months. Basically, the good beef you see in the supermarket is Grade A. The best beef you can buy in the supermarket is only the preferred, but the price of the preferred is also the most expensive. 1 pound, 9 ounces, of preferred beef costs about $50, which is really too expensive. But under the preferred, the prices of standard, commercial and usable beef are much cheaper. Standard beef costs less than $8 per pound, commercial beef costs about $5, and usable beef costs $3. The chopped and canned beef cannot be used directly. The chopped beef can be sold as stuffing, which costs about $1 per kilogram. The beef that was canned at the end, in fact, is not eaten by American civilians except for those specially supplied to the military. The beef that John made for Kinzu that day was standard grade beef, and Kinzu exclaimed that it was delicious. In China, this grade of beef is basically specially supplied to state restaurants. The beef that you can buy in the supermarket, the tenderest cucumber strips, is basically commercial grade in the United States. The worst ones, such as top brain or sirloin, are basically usable grade. The cost of living in Boston is quite high, but usable grade beef, converted into RMB, is less than 20 yuan per pound, but in China, it costs more than 40 yuan. If you buy standard grade beef at more than 40 or 50 yuan in China, it will cost 200 or 300 yuan in steak restaurants in China. This is the difference. As long as the beef of 200 or 300 yuan is cooked well and has no strange smell, it is naturally very delicious. And the most important thing is that this meat is not watery, and the meat quality is quite good. Little John introduced Kinzu and walked forward with him. However, Kinzu's eyes widened again after walking for a while. What did he see? Tomatoes cost $2.99, bell peppers cost 99 cents each, and a head of lettuce was actually more expensive than beef. Little John shrugged helplessly. This is why ranchers would rather provide cowboys with free meat than vegetables. In the United States, corn, wheat, beef, mutton, fish and other daily necessities are basically priced uniformly by the United States. The situation in different places is different, and the price fluctuates slightly, but it is only a slight fluctuation. In the United States, beef is like domestic grain. Ranchers sell cattle directly to the Animal Husbandry Association, and they don't have to look for buyers everywhere like people in China. Instead, it is similar to domestic grain. When it is harvested, people from the state will come to collect it. Of course, if they don't sell it to these people, they can also sell it to some private companies. However, the price offered by private companies will not be much higher than that of the state, and sometimes it is not guaranteed. So basically, these fish farmers and herders will sell these production materials to the country. After the country collects them uniformly, they will be graded, and then sold according to the unified standards, so that the prices will not be too high. On the contrary, vegetables that cannot be transported over long distances are very expensive in the United States. A good lettuce is even more expensive than standard beef. Kinzu shook his head and couldn't understand it. Although he couldn't understand it, Kinzu didn't mean it and directly took 200 pounds of selected beef. He also took a lot of other chicken wings, chicken legs, and some other meats. Of course, Kinzu didn't look at the price of vegetables and fruits, and stuffed them directly into the shopping cart. Although Kinzu looked indifferent, his heart was actually bleeding. Damn, the ranch is so big, I must plant vegetables and fruits in the future. When the time comes, I will eat and throw away, and I can't let these vampires put my dollars into their pockets in vain. After choosing the ingredients, Kinzu and the others came to the wine area. Thinking that his wine cabinet was still empty, he was even more impolite. He took more than 20 kinds of foreign liquor, as well as various wines. Finally, he took 5 large barrels of beer to feel satisfied. When he went to pay the bill, the manager came out and politely said that if there is such a thing next time, he can send it directly to his door with just one phone call. Kinzu wanted to vomit in his face. There is such a thing. You wish. I will only eat the food grown on my own ranch in the future. A rancher of such a big country comes out to buy meat and vegetables. If people see him, he will be laughed at. Thank you Z King Dijon for your comments, thank you for your recommendation votes, thank you everyone. Chapter 12 Burning the Pot Bottom Part 2. After preparing everything, Kinzu looked at the time. It was only 2 o'clock in the afternoon, so he decided to sign up for the driver's license test. There was no other way. In the United States, it was difficult to move without a car. After listening to Kinzu's request, Little John took Kinzu to the Motor Vehicle Administration in Revere. He asked him to wait in the car, and Kinzu got off the car to ask about the driver's license test. To Kinzu's surprise, he just handed in all the information, received a written test paper, and handed it in after answering it. It was too simple. After successfully obtaining the driving license, he could buy a car. However, he still couldn't drive alone, and someone had to accompany him. He went out to ask Little John how long it would take to make an appointment for the road test, but this guy said, "Boss, you have to find a driving school. If you make an appointment on the official website yourself, it will take 3 to 4 months before your turn." It seems that there are internal connections everywhere. Kinzu sighed and followed Little John. He came to a driving school in Revere. After paying the money and making an appointment to practice driving tomorrow, the two returned to the ranch together. When they arrived at the ranch, they called John's family to help them prepare the food. But as soon as John entered the door, he asked in confusion, "Boss, there is a construction team at the ranch. What are you going to build?" "Construction team? What is this for?" After 2 seconds of silence, Kinzu suddenly thought of something and quickly opened the system. "Fefade, is this construction team here to build a cowboy apartment?" "Yes, master, the apartment will be built within 10 days. All ready-made modules will be shipped here and assembled directly." Fefade did not appear, but her voice came over. "Oh, so that's it." Kinzu came back to his senses and said to John with a smile, "I see that the place you live is a bit old, and the ranch must be hiring, so we are going to build 10 cowboy apartments again." "Oh, God." John was surprised and sighed, and said sincerely, "Boss, you are such a generous boss." Indeed, it is a very pleasant thing to have such a generous boss. Especially after seeing Kinzu's harvest, especially the 200 pounds of high-quality beef, John was more certain that this was a generous boss. It seems that he doesn't have to worry about the future. Kinzu and his friends were busy marinating some ingredients for barbecue, while John took a fishing rod to the sea to catch some fish. Kinzu wanted to go and see the legendary sea fishing, but he was a little too busy here, and he had to receive guests later, so he couldn't go this time. There are really many people coming today. Several ranchers around have said they will come in the evening. Cade and his wife from Cade Farm, Old York and his son Little York from Grizzly Ranch, and Joseph's Rose Farm. In total, there are more than a dozen people coming today, all of whom are ranchers around. Kinzu and Little John were cutting beef and lamb chops together, while Susie was washing vegetables. When Kinzu's meat was cut and marinated, Old John also came back with 7 or 8 fish. Looking at the cod, herring and sea bass in John's hand, Kinzu couldn't help but praise, "Hey, John, you're awesome. You caught so many in such a short time." John took the fish to process it and replied without raising his head, "Boss, the fishery hasn't been open for fishing for a long time. The fish inside is very rich." Kinzu touched his chin thoughtfully, "So, we will have our first income soon." "Yes, boss." John turned around and said with a smile, "We just need to buy a fishing boat, hire 2 fishermen, and we can start fishing." Kinzu pondered secretly, a fishing boat doesn't cost much, a few $100,000 can buy a good one. Moreover, it should not be difficult to find a fisherman here. It seems that his first point will be available soon. Shaking his head, he stopped thinking about it for the time being. Seeing John processing the fish, Kinzu called Little John to help carry out the barbecue grill. After putting it on the lawn outside the villa, little John also took out the charcoal that John usually accumulated from the warehouse. These were all made from the thick branches of pine and beech trees that John usually picked up in the mountains. Just when everything was ready, a pickup truck drove up to the door, stopped at the door, and a middle-aged white couple got out. Seeing this, John came over and introduced with a smile. "Boss, this is Kate and his wife. Their ranch is not far from here. It is a small family ranch." Kinzu heard this, smiled and greeted Kate and her husband, and then welcomed them into the villa. Just after chatting for a few words, they heard the sound of a car outside again. Kinzu had to apologize to Kate and went out to continue to greet the guests. This time it was old York who came. He brought his son Little York and his wife and granddaughter Little Lucy. Just after greeting them, Joseph from Rose Ranch came with his wife Jira, eldest daughter Mobica and youngest son Jack. Kinzu greeted several people while welcoming everyone to sit inside. Although everyone looked at Kinzu curiously, they were also very enthusiastic. Moreover, they were also surprised by the luxury of the villa. So Kinzu took everyone to visit the villa. When they came out, John had already put the beef and lamb chops on the grill, and Susie had also prepared the salad. Kinzu invited everyone to sit over there by the grill, and he took out beer and red wine. The adults were drinking and chatting, and little Jack was like a little adult, taking Lucy to play over there by the rockery. After waiting for a while, the aroma of meat wafted around. Without Kinzu's invitation, everyone took their plates and started to eat freely. Kinzu breathed a sigh of relief, got himself a piece of beef, and took a bite. Well, the beef was tender and juicy, and it had a pine aroma when tasted carefully, which was very good. Although it was a little raw, however, considering that he was the only one present who was not used to it, it was better for the minority to obey the majority. Everyone ate the beef and thought it was very good. They praised it from time to time. After all, it was premium beef. Although everyone ran a ranch, they didn't eat it often, and it cost dozens of dollars a pound. At this time, Joseph next to him tasted the lamb chops in his hand. Nodded and said, "The lamb chops are really well grilled, old John, your skills haven't regressed." Kinzu heard from John that before Joseph retired, he was a chef in a Michelin restaurant, and his cooking skills were quite good. But for some reason, he retired early and set up a small farm at home to grow some flowers such as roses. Kinzu thought about it, moved over, and started chatting with Joseph. Of course, this has absolutely nothing to do with the blonde and blue-eyed big horse next to him. Yes, it's true. The two are chatting, and Joseph's daughter, Mobica, suddenly interrupted and asked, "Clean, are you from China? Is there really a long Great Wall there?" "Of course there is." Kinzu looked up and smiled. His eyes were fixed on the girl who was talking. She was so beautiful. She was in her early 20s, with a very hot figure, long and smooth golden hair, a high-nose bridge, and big eyes, and she kept blinking at Kinzu. Noticing her slightly longing eyes, Kinzu smiled and suggested, "The Great Wall of China was built thousands of years ago. If you have time, you can go and see it." "Really?" "I will definitely go and see it when I have time." Hearing this, Mobica's face was full of longing. When she had time, she would definitely visit that mysterious Oriental country. At this time, little Jack, who had been taking Lucy out to play, also came over and greeted Kinzu like a little adult. "Hi, Clean, I'm Jack." Kinzu turned his head and looked at him. The little guy was wearing a black tuxedo and looked like a little gentleman. "Welcome, dear little Jack, you really look like a gentleman." This serious greeting made little Jack very satisfied. He felt like an adult. However, a hand suddenly reached out from the side and rubbed his head, and his sister's hateful laughter was heard. Yes, little Jack is very gentlemanly, ha. Looking at the siblings playing together, Kinzu suddenly missed his sister and younger sister. Shaking his head, he took a big sip of beer and listened to them talking about the difficulties in ranch management. Kate said, "The price of hay has risen again this year, while beef and mutton have only increased by a few cents. I haven't even found hay for the winter yet." Old York also nodded and echoed, "Yes, the price of hay has increased by 1/3 compared to last year. This damn Wall Street is simply a bore." Kinzu was a little puzzled as he listened. How did selling beef get involved in Wall Street? If you don't understand, just ask. This is the fine virtue of the Chinese nation. Kinzu coughed dryly and asked, "What does this have to do with Wall Street? How did it get involved with Wall Street?" Old York shrugged helplessly when he heard this. Keen, you haven't run a ranch before, so you don't know that cattle and sheep are traded in the fall and winter, and Wall Street will set the price of beef and mutton based on some bullshit indicators in the market. What's more, you think you can't get the money and have to wait for a month or so to get it. Keen's you was sweating. These financial people are everywhere. No wonder they occupied Wall Street some time ago. They deserved it. Old York sighed and continued, so, we're considering supplying cattle and sheep directly to restaurants recently, saving an intermediary link and increasing profits. Keen's you nodded. This is a solution. Suddenly, Keen's you thought of the fact that there was so much vacant grass on his ranch, and he didn't plan to raise so many cattle for the time being. So he smiled and said, I should have a lot of grass left on my ranch. If you need it, just come and get it. Hearing this, both of them nodded excitedly. Why are you talking so much? Isn't it just for the hay? This is already the largest ranch around here, but who else can you find for the hay? They waited until it was completely dark before going home. Moreover, because they had to drive, no one drank much, but they were all quite satisfied. After everyone left, Keen's you looked at the mess on the ground and slipped away. Let's leave the rest to John and the others. Chapter 13 Buying a gun and driving practice. After returning to the room, Keen's you took out his mobile phone, opened it and boarded the Penguin. As soon as he opened it, it started to beep non-stop. He took a look and replied one by one. There was no way. Now it seemed that all the classmates in the class knew that he had made a fortune and lived a good life in the United States. Even the classmates who didn't contact him very often were also popping up. After replying to the private chat, he just popped up in the class group and was caught by Lauer. Looking at the dozen messages that popped up in an instant, Keen's you's head was black. Just now, I saw that no one was talking, and I was ready to pop up and leave. Wouldn't these guys be guarding the Penguin all the time? After chatting with Lauer for a few words, Keen's you looked at the time. It was 9 o'clock in the evening. It should be almost time for work in China. Don't these guys have anything to do? At this time, the class monitor also popped up. Rich brother, please support me. Keen's you smiled and replied immediately. Okay, come on, my arms will always be open to you. When it comes to verbal battles, I'm not afraid of anyone. However, he didn't have time to chat with these guys, so Keen's you simply created a post. It's almost the national day, and I have a ranch in the United States. If you want to come, you can pay for your own flights, and I will provide food and accommodation. I'm busy in advance. After posting the post, he said in the group that he had something to do, and didn't care that the second brother was organizing people, and directly connected to his sister's video. Now my sister and brother-in-law have quit their jobs and should be at home. Sure enough, the video was connected after just 2 rings. My sister was watching TV in the living room. By the way, are you watching the morning news so early? After chatting with my sister for a while, I found out that my dad went for a walk in the community after dinner. Living in the city for a few days has made the 2 old people feel bored. It's so good to be in the village. You can go wherever you want. Now I dare not go out in the city, for fear that I can't find it. I asked my brother-in-law, and he said he was investigating what business to do outside. My brother-in-law gave me the capital, and I can't just take the money and do nothing. After a while, the mother came over and asked Keen's you. Xiao's you, have you moved there? Are you used to it? How is the living? How do you eat every day? Are you used to it? Keen's you scratched his head after hearing a lot of questions, but he answered them honestly one by one. After all, this is also the love of his mother. A mother worries about her son even when he is thousands of miles away. After nagging his mother for a long time and ensuring that he had meat for every meal, his mother was relieved a little. Then, Keen's you held up his mobile phone and took his mother to visit his mansion. Because of the move to a new house, all the lights inside and outside the villa were turned on, illuminating the whole villa with brilliant lights. The villa has luxurious decorations and thick carpets. Keen's mother and sister were stunned by the video. The 2 little nephews were even more clamoring to live in a big house with their uncle and go to the water, swimming pool, to play. Keen's you is now like a child who has got a good thing and can't wait to be boasted by his family, holding his mobile phone and walking around. Sure enough, the mother praised her so much that Keen's you was almost in heaven. Looking at the eager look of the 2 little guys, Keen's you smiled and said, Don't worry, wait until your aunt is on vacation, and your uncle will pick you up to play together, okay? After comforting the noisy little guys for a while and coaxing them to play, Keen's you hung up that video with the repeated instructions of his mother. After hanging up that video, Qin went to take a shower. After coming back, he tossed and turned but still couldn't fall asleep. He wondered what Mengyo was doing now. So he picked up the phone again and connected to Mengyo's video directly. The video rang for a long time before it was picked up. Moreover, it was not Mengyo's youthful and lovely face that appeared, but the well beauty Suruhi. Brother Toy, now, it's past 10 o'clock in the evening over there, why are you still not sleeping in the middle of the night? Can't you sleep without someone to accompany you? Before he finished speaking, the video on the phone shook for a while, and then the screen went black. After a while, there was a bang sound of a door closing, and then Mengyo's rosy little face appeared in the video. Seeing that the video seemed to be an office, Qin changed the subject and asked, Mengyo, where are you? I'm bored at home, Rui is too busy here, so let me come over to help, Mengyo explained in a low voice, and her tone sounded like a shy little wife. Qin nodded. No wonder the two are still together now. Mengyo, my ranch is officially taken over. Come over here to play when you have time. After saying this, Qin smiled and said, Mengyo, this villa is too big, what should we do if we need a hostess? Mengyo's little face suddenly became redder. After chatting for a few words, she hurriedly hung up that video. Mengyo hung up that video. Sitting in the boss chair, her face was a little tangled. The relationship was getting closer and closer, and he almost confessed his feelings just now, but Qin didn't know what Mengyo was thinking. After teasing Mengyo, he just felt indescribably comfortable all over his body, and soon fell into a deep sleep. The next day, Qin slept until after 10 o'clock, washed up and went downstairs. He went to the kitchen downstairs and fried a steak for breakfast. He went out and took a look. The lawn at the door had been cleaned up. It didn't look like there was a dinner party here yesterday. He nodded with satisfaction. After eating the steak, which was not sure whether it was breakfast or lunch, Qin called John to talk to him about the ranch. John came quickly and arrived in a moment. Boss, what do you want to talk to me about? Qin waved his hand, motioned him to sit on the sofa, and then asked, John, this is it, if I expand the cattle on the ranch to 5,000 now, how many more cowboys do I need to recruit? John thought about it and suggested, we need to find 4 or 5 more. Qin thought about it and decided to wait until the cowboy apartment was built before talking about it, so he smiled and said, that's okay, John, take me to Revere, I'm going to learn to drive. When they arrived at the driving school, Qin asked John to go back first and come to pick him up in the afternoon, and then walked into the driving school. The driver assigned to Qin by the driving school was a sturdy, black lady. Yes, a sturdy black lady. The black lady was wearing a uniform and told Qin various precautions. Well, in Qin's opinion, this was simply an insult to the uniform. But even though he thought so, he still cheered up and listened carefully. The United States is different from China. It not only looks at your skills, but also your safety awareness. Things like parking, starting, avoiding and so on, all need to be known. Qin practiced in the driving school until the afternoon. He was so serious that he even had lunch in the car. In the afternoon, because there were still people behind him who needed to practice driving, and Qin felt that he should be almost ready, he walked out of the driving school. As he walked, he was still muttering, there are so many rules. An experienced driver like me will capsize in the ditch if we are not careful. He went out and looked at the time. It was only 3 o'clock in the afternoon. It's still early, what should I do? Now that I don't have a driver's license, I can't buy a car. I remembered that besides cars, men love guns the most. Let's go to the gun store to have a look. I took a taxi to the gun store in Revere. After getting off the car, Qin was a little stunned. Is this a gun store? There are no security guards with real guns and nuclear bombs as imagined, and there is no barbed wire surrounding it. It's just like an ordinary store, with a sign hanging. Qin looked up and saw, outdoor goods store. As soon as he walked in, he saw a counter, just like a convenience store in China, filled with various types of bullets. In the supermarket, there were rows of shelves with various guns, which made Qin dizzy. At this time, a young white salesman came over. You asked Qin how he knew. Nonsense, the salesmen all wore blue vests, Qin would definitely recognize them in vests. The white guy greeted Qin enthusiastically. Hi, sir, what gun do you need to buy? I'll just take a look first. Qin replied a little dazed. Okay, call me if you need anything. After that, the guy ran behind that counter and played with his mobile phone. After walking around the shelves for a few times, Kinzu was really dizzy because there were too many guns. Kinzu knew the M16, Arkansas 47, well, he only knew these two, and they were used when he played CS before. Kinzu saw .45 M1911, P238, Colt 2000 and so on. After a round, Kinzu found that there were only 3 kinds of guns on display here, and there was also a hunting rifle that needed to open the barrel and load 2 bullets. It was really a bit dazzling, so Kinzu waved at the white guy just now. "Hey, man, I want to buy 2 guns to use. Do you have any recommendations?" The clerk put down his phone and looked at Kinzu in surprise, thinking that he was a Chinese tourist. "Sir, do you have a social security number?" the clerk asked politely. Kinzu took out his green card. "Is this it?" "Yes, sir, please wait a moment," the clerk said, and the green card went to make a phone call. The call lasted for a few minutes, and then came back with a form for Kinzu to fill out. Kinzu saw this and asked in surprise, "Just make a phone call?" The clerk smiled and nodded. "Yes, I just called the FBI to check if there is a criminal record." Kinzu knew that buying a gun in the United States was simple, but he didn't expect that he only needed to make a phone call and fill out a form. Shaking his head and sighing, Kinzu filled out the form and handed it to the clerk. After taking the form, the clerk put it aside and took Kinzu to choose a gun. Picking up a silver pistol, the clerk introduced, "Really? This is a Beret 92 F9mm pistol, silver-plated version, made in Italy, standard equipment for the US military, with 15 rounds of ammunition. It is very suitable for a newcomer like you." Kinzu took a look and felt very good. In fact, it was mainly the standard equipment of the US military that added highlights. As for the shotgun, the clerk recommended the Remington 870 civilian shotgun. The ammunition capacity of this gun is 7+1 rounds, the total length is 1060 mm, and the total weight is 7.93 pounds. It is durable and reliable. It is a very common shotgun in the United States. Kinzu saw that the clerk recommended some semi-automatic guns, and asked, "Are there no fully automatic ones?" The clerk shook his head and explained, "Sir, it is easy to buy guns in the United States now, but it is limited to semi-automatic guns. New automatic rifle licenses are no longer issued. If you want to legally own automatic weapons, you can only buy automatic gun licenses from others." Kinzu was disappointed when he heard this. He wanted to hold the gun and shoot a burst of rounds, but it seemed hopeless. But then he thought again, he had a Centurion Black Gold card, so he would call his personal consultant to ask if there was any way. Chapter 14 Shooting Range and System Upgrades. Seeing Kinzu fall silent, the clerk suggested, "Sir, if you have chosen one, you can go to the shooting range to try it out. $160 can get you 100 rounds of bullets." Kinzu came back to his senses, nodded, and went to pick a Beret 92F and a classic M1911. This M1911 can be said to be the best pistol during World War II, no doubt about it. Looking at the pistol, Kinzu suddenly had an idea in his mind, and thought of a very cool pistol that has appeared in many TV dramas. "By the way, do you have Desert Eagle here?" "That's right, it's Desert Eagle, a gun that many people are familiar with." The clerk hesitated for a moment, but still said, "Sir, we have Desert Eagle, but the recoil of the gun is too strong. It's okay for hunting, but it's not very suitable for self-defense." Although the clerk's words were very subtle, Kinzu still heard it. "That means, you are too small to play Desert Eagle, so let's not choose that one." Kinzu looked at his arms, bulged his muscles, and felt a little guilty. However, he could not resist his curiosity, so he said, "Help me get it, I'll try it." The clerk shrugged helplessly and went to get the gun. When the clerk came back, he was holding a silver pistol in his hand. He glanced at Kinzu and introduced it, "Desert Eagle, caliber .357, but it only has 7 rounds of ammunition, which is not a good choice." Kinzu ignored the clerk's words and urged the clerk to take him to the shooting range with the gun. After the clerk took Kinzu to the shooting range, he found an empty target position, put all the guns on the table, opened the trigger lock of the pistol, and asked Kinzu, "Sir, is this your first time using a gun?" Kinzu nodded, "Yes, it's my first time." "Then you should pay attention to some precautions when using a gun," the clerk said, and began to introduce. "First of all, the muzzle of the gun cannot be pointed at people, and you cannot look into the muzzle of the gun. Also, you should pay attention to not taking a gun with you when you go out. The gun should be placed in the trunk of the car, and the gun and bullet should be separated. Kinsey knew about this. In the United States, it is not allowed to carry a gun with you. Especially if you are caught by the police carrying a gun near a school, you will be in big trouble. After listening carefully to the clerk's explanation of the precautions for using a gun, Kinsey couldn't wait to take out the Desert Eagle, load it and aim. Since he was mentally prepared, Kinsey did not dare to be careless and deliberately held the gun with both hands. Bang! The gun went off. Kinsey also felt that his arm was not his own. Well, it seems that the Desert Eagle is really not something that a weakling like him can handle. Shaking his head, Kinsey looked at the target. It's smooth. Off the target. With an awkward smile, Kinsey ran over to rest in dejection. There was no way, his hands were numb. After resting for a while, he felt that it was almost done, so he ran back to continue practicing shooting. Bang! 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 After a few shots, Kinsey looked at it and felt that it was not bad, not bad, not bad. Several shots only hit 2 or 3 rings, but Kinsey was not discouraged. Continue, isn't it said that good shooting skills are developed by bullets? Kinsey was slightly satisfied only after he used up all the 100 rounds of pistol bullets. He returned all the pistols to the clerk and chose the barrier. He asked the clerk to bring 2 more hunting rifles. One was the Remington 870 and the other was the improved version of the Lee Enfield rifle. Kinsey took another 200 rounds of bullets and started practicing. This can't be sloppy. He was planning to take his girlfriend hunting on the weekend. It would be embarrassing in front of her. Unfortunately, after firing 200 rounds of bullets, Kinsey couldn't keep the number of rings stable at 7. Well, if you take it seriously, you will lose. Kinsey finally chose the Remington, and then the clerk enthusiastically promoted bullets. Kinsey was not polite either. He prepared 1,000 rounds for each gun, and finally chose a gun cabinet. But when several clerks brought out the gun cabinet, Kinsey was completely Spartan. Because this gun cabinet weighed more than 100 kilograms. Fortunately, John did not disappoint his boss and arrived at the gun store at this time. After returning to the ranch and bringing everything into the house, it was already past 5 in the afternoon. Kinsey sent John away and sat on the sofa alone. He took out his mobile phone and opened Penguin, and saw that the class group was unusually quiet. Nonsense, it was only 5 in the morning in China. Who had come to talk about Penguin? Putting down the phone, Kinsey opened the system and was about to study the ranch breeding function, but he didn't expect Feffery to run out. Master, congratulations on having your own gun, so, the task is here. As she said that, Feffery also playfully sat on Kinsey's shoulder. This girl is getting more and more naughty. Touching the elf's hair with his fingers, Kinsey smiled and asked, Little Feffery, what new tasks are there? Kinsey likes to do tasks the most now. They are simple and the rewards are generous. Take the cowboy apartment for example. It can't be built without $1 million or $800,000, and now it's given away for free. Kinsey was still yelling about his good character when Feffery spoke. Ding, the side quest is released. Side quest. Master the gun. Quest requirements. Dear Master, congratulations on owning your own gun. Then, please reach a score of 90 rings within 2 days. Mission reward. A high standard shooting range. Mission failure. Sorry, then you don't deserve to own a gun. Kinsey's face fell immediately. What a joke. 90 rings. I practiced all afternoon and barely got 70 rings. It seems that the next 2 days will be very unhappy. Early the next morning, Kinsey called John over and asked him to take him to Revere. After arriving at the gun shop and telling John to pick him up after work in the afternoon, he plunged into the gun shop. The young man in the store was still the same as yesterday. Today, Kinsey finally knew his name. Neil, a somewhat feminine name. Kinsey directly asked for 1,000 rounds of bullets and turned around to go to the shooting range. Bang. Bang. Maybe because Kinsey gave Neil a $100 tip yesterday, he has been guiding Kinsey all the time today. It was not until the afternoon that Kinsey stopped this crazy training when he felt sore all over. At this time, his best score was 85 rings. Well, take a break and continue tomorrow. I don't believe that so many bullets can't get a 90 ring. When following John back, John advised with some concern. Boss, you didn't shoot all day, did you? This is very harmful to your health. You have to take care of yourself. Take your time, don't rush. Kinsey smiled bigly. He didn't want to rush. But he couldn't explain it, so he had to say, it's like this. I have invited friends to visit the ranch this weekend. I want to take them hunting, so I have to practice my shooting skills. After saying that, even Kinzu himself felt that this reason was reasonable and could not help but give a thumbs up to his own wit. John also nodded suddenly. I see, boss. Do you want me to follow you tomorrow and pass on some experience to you? I'm an old cowboy and my shooting skills are top-notch. Kinzu thought about it and decided that it was a good idea. With an old cowboy following him, he should be better than that Neil. The next day, Kinzu and John came to the gun store early in the morning, took another 1,000 rounds of bullets, and went to the shooting range with John. John first corrected Kinzu's posture and gave him some tips. Bang! As expected, the old one is still the best. He scored 9 rings in one go. Not bad, try again. Bang! 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 8 rings, 9 rings, 8 rings, 9 rings came one after another. Kinzu continued to practice and had the same hamburgers for lunch. Finally, when the gun store was about to close, he could keep scoring 9 rings in every shot and barely passed. As soon as he got home, Kinzu lay down on the sofa, feeling his arms sore and weak. He didn't even hear Feferi's voice. He was still sighing that it was not easy to make money. He was exhausted after working at the shooting range. He didn't even think about who was the one who acted like he was second to nothing the other day. At this time, Feferi could no longer bear Kinzu's neglect, so she jumped out and stood on Kinzu's shoulder, pinching Kinzu's face. Stinky master, bad master, do you hear me? Kinzu opened his eyes helplessly and said weakly, My little Feferi, what's wrong? Humph. Feferi snorted proudly and said, Master, your task has been completed, and the reward shooting range will be completed within 3 days. Suddenly, Feferi's mood became low. Master, you have completed more than 3 system tasks by yourself, and the system will be upgraded to level 1 soon. I should leave too. Kinzu was suddenly stunned and sat up a little panicked. Leave? Where are you going? Although he rarely communicated with Feferi, Kinzu would not forget her, nor would he forget how everything he had came about. Now when he heard that she was leaving, Kinzu panicked. Master, I'm an office assistant Pokemon, and the system is about to be upgraded. You have officially left the novice stage and can show your skills. Feferi said in a low voice, and her voice was audibly choked. Kinzu was really panicked. Then where are you going? Can't you stay? Then if you don't upgrade, will you not disappear? Feferi laughed out loud. Her tearful look was particularly endearing. Silly master, system upgrades are inevitable, and I don't want to leave. But I can't survive in this world without your system, unless, as she spoke, Feferi's eyes suddenly lit up. Kinzu heard that there was hope, and hurriedly asked, Unless what, Feferi, tell me quickly. Feferi said with some embarrassment, Unless the master spends 100,000 points to open the pet system, then I can continue to survive as your pet. Kinzu heard this and immediately said, Then open it, Feferi, how do you say? Feferi looked at Kinzu with tears in her eyes when she heard it. Thank you, master, Feferi will help you open it right away. Feferi's voice came to Kinzu's ears. Unlike her usual voice, this voice sounded like a machine. The pet system has started. The owner has turned on the pet system in advance. You will be rewarded with a portable game assistant. I wish you a happy game. Suddenly, Feferi's voice became cheerful again. Master, Feferi loves you the most. Please wait, the system will be officially upgraded. It will take 24 hours. Kinzu looked at the elf who had recovered his life, and suddenly smiled mischievously. He grabbed Feferi who was still jumping and said, Little Feferi, come and give the master some pain. As he said that, he was about to pout his obscene big mouth and get close to the elf's face. Feferi was suddenly stunned by the sudden attack, and her little face became a little dazed, and then immediately turned from dazed to red and then to blood red. Ah! With a scream, little Feferi turned around and ran away, and disappeared in an instant. From a distance, that kind voice was heard. Pervert master, I won't pay attention to you. Newcomer and new book, please collect and recommend, please feed it. Chapter 15 Character Attributes, please recommend and collect. After teasing the elf, Kinzu was in a good mood. He went upstairs humming a little tune. He no longer felt the sudden hesitation just now. He didn't feel it before, but now he thinks about it, he is really used to the elf around him. After 2 days of fatigue, Kinzu, who was originally preparing to have a good sleep, was awakened by the ringing of his mobile phone early in the morning. He picked up the phone in a daze and answered it without even looking at it. Hello, is this Mr. Keen from Hill Manor? We're from Ivan Construction. We're here to build a shooting range for you today. Would you like to come and see the place? Listening to the voice coming from the microphone, Kinzu was confused for a while before he reacted. This should be the culprit that made him so tired. Please wait a moment, I will let John contact you. After hanging up the phone, Kinzu called John, told him the matter, and asked him to find a place near the villa. When he put the phone away and wanted to continue sleeping, Kinzu tossed and turned and couldn't sleep. So, he picked up the phone again to harass Xiumengyo. They chatted sweetly until their phones ran out of battery, and then they reluctantly said goodnight to her. After putting their phones away to charge, they looked at the time and it was almost 11 o'clock. What a leisurely day. Kinzu sighed pretentiously, then got up to wash up. He went downstairs to fry a steak and got a glass of milk, and then Kinzu began to devour the food. Do it yourself and you will have enough food and clothing. However, Kinzu found that he could eat a lot of meat these 2 days. It seems that since the day he learned the free fighting, he felt that his body seemed to be getting stronger little by little. He also became more and more able to eat. He raised his arm and looked at the bulging biceps, and couldn't help complaining. I don't know if it's swollen from masturbating these 2 days, or if the muscles are really coming out. However, according to Kinzu's estimation, the possibility of swelling is more likely. After finishing the meal and getting up to wash the dishes, Kinzu couldn't help but start complaining again. We're billionaires after all, and we still have to clean up by ourselves. No, we have to find someone. However, he didn't want to think about the fact that he was still living in that shabby rental house a few days ago. Oh, I am so arrogant. After everything was taken care of, Kinzu made a cup of coffee and went upstairs to the balcony on the second floor. Here, there is an aerial garden with a roof on top, where 2 lounge chairs and a coffee table are placed. Put the coffee on the coffee table and sit on the lounge chair. Looking at the rockery fountain below and the endless sea in the distance, I feel relaxed. Well, it would be nice if there were a few more ornamental fish in the swimming pool. Kinzu touched his chin and thought, why not go fishing for a few freshwater fish and make a small fish pond? Well, only the newly rich brother would have the idea of turning such a luxurious swimming pool into a fish pond. Kinzu thought about it for a while and felt it was feasible. Well, I'll go when I have time. After pondering for a while, he looked up to the right again. In the distance, he saw a group of workers busying around. That should be his shooting range. Oh, right, call the bank to see if there is any way to get a gun for him. Kinzu took out his cell phone and called his personal banking assistant Jennifer. This senior assistant of American Express Bank was a personal assistant assigned to him by American Express to help him manage his bank deposits. But unfortunately, Kinzu's money had not been touched since it was deposited. After the call was connected and he said hello, Kinzu asked, Jennifer, is there any way for me to legally own an automatic weapon? Jennifer smiled and said, Mr. Clean, this is very simple. We will help you buy whatever you want. It is a gun license issued before, and it is legal. Kinzu was stunned. So simple. Okay, Jennifer, you can do whatever you want. It's fine as long as it's automatic. It's better if it has Arkansas. Jennifer asked again, Mr. Clean, is it urgent? No hurry, just take your time. I'll send it to you as soon as I receive it. That's it. After she said she understood, Kinzu hung up the phone. Putting the phone aside, Kinzu lay on the recline, looking at the white clouds floating in the sky, and spent an afternoon leisurely. After finishing his own dinner, Kinzu sat on the sofa and opened the system. Xiaofei just prompted that the system upgrade was completed, and Kinzu officially left the novice stage. There was no major change in the system, except that 2 more function options were added. Kinzu opened the newly appeared character system, which was divided into attributes, skills and search. As soon as he opened the attributes, a piece of information immediately appeared in front of Kinzu. Host. Kinzu Constitution 10 Strength 11 Agility 11 Intelligence 13 Specialty. None growth attribute. 5 stars note. Normal adults have 10 points in Constitution, Strength, Agility and Intelligence. Kinzu looked at his attributes and thought about it. I was really a weakling before. I didn't become much stronger than ordinary people after practicing free fighting. I opened the skills again and looked at the skills I had. Cooking LV1, English LV1, Free Fighting LV1, Identification LV1, Treasure Hunting LV2. Well, it's really few. I have lived for half of my life, from kindergarten to college, and it's just in the past few days. How many skills have I learned? Opening the search, there is only a button to start searching. Kinzu didn't dare to move it after looking at it. Fei, what functions does this search have? Master, the search function can search for high-star talents within 100 kilometers nearby. Each time, you need 10,000 points. Kinzu grinned. Fortunately, he didn't click it. It's really expensive. $100,000 is gone at a time. Master, the character system is now open. You can see other people's attributes through identification. Fei reminded with a smile. Kinzu opened the identification and took a look. It was still the same, 3 times a day. I don't know how many times it will be after upgrading. However, he thought about it again. It doesn't seem to be of any use to me. Put it aside for now. Shaking his head, Kinzu began to study the pet function that he had spent 100,000 points to open. He opened the pet function and looked at it. It was simple. A pet space, a pet capture technique, a pet attribute, and nothing else. Oh, no, there is a pet number 1/10 at the bottom, that should be Fei. Sure enough, Fei said. Master, you have 10 pet quotas, but someone else has taken 1, so you can only have 9, and you have to use the pet capture technique to capture it. Hearing this, Kinzu opened the pet capture technique and took a look. Pet capture technique. Capture animals that have no resistance consciousness or have lost the ability to resist and make them your pets. Each time, different points are consumed according to the size of the animal and the growth star level. This is really interesting. I really want to raise some animals to play with me. Kinzu couldn't help but get excited. It would be better if it could be like in the game, and it could understand human language. Thinking of this, Kinzu couldn't wait to experiment now. But looking at the time, it seems that it is time to go to bed. Forced himself to suppress his excitement. He had finished reading it, so he quickly found something else to distract himself. After walking back and forth for a long time, Kinzu finally calmed down his restless heart. The system is really too powerful, so he went to bed quickly. He was really looking forward to tomorrow. Unfortunately, John was not a worry-free guy at all. Early the next morning, he called and excitedly informed Kinzu that the apartment was built. It's built, so it's built. Kinzu didn't react for a while. However, when he finished speaking, he suddenly opened his eyes wide. John, what did you say? The cowboy apartment is built? It's only been a few days. How fast is this? Although the system prompted him to build it within 10 days, he didn't take it seriously. He didn't expect that the apartment would be built in just 5 days. Yes, boss, the cowboy apartment is built in 5 days. It's incredible. John said he was also shocked. Kinzu didn't say anything else, but asked John to pick him up and go straight to the living area. When he arrived at the living area, Kinzu was shocked by the scenery in front of him as soon as he got off the car. Next to a forest, 10 small buildings appeared vaguely. Is this the super luxurious ranch apartment? If Kinzu hadn't known it long ago, he would have thought it was a holiday villa area in China. The conditions are too good, right? He approached a house and looked at it. It was a 2-story small building, but the stairs were outside. He went in and saw that the area was not small. There were 2 bedrooms, a living room, a kitchen, and a bathroom. It was equipped with a TV, a refrigerator, an air conditioner, and a washing machine. It was a typical layout for a family of 3. He looked inside and found that there was no staircase. The stairs outside belonged to the upper floor. He went upstairs and looked around. The layout was similar. There were a total of 10 buildings like this, just right for 20 people. By then, there will be 10 ranches and 10 fisheries. Oh, by the way, there is also a winery. It's not enough, it seems that it will be built in the future. Kinzu and John looked around and came out, and John was so excited that he couldn't speak. This can be said to be the most beautiful and luxurious house John has ever lived in after being a cowboy for 20 years. When they returned to their villa, Kinzu and the other person sat on the sofa and made a cup of coffee, drinking and chatting. Now that the apartment is built, you can move in. John nodded and did not refuse. Kinzu saw this and thought to himself that it seemed that he could go to recruit new people today. Just as he was thinking about it, Fei's voice came to his ears. Master, a new main task is here. Main task? First of all, congratulations on escaping the ranks of a novice and a loser. However, you can't run the ranch well by yourself, so you need to recruit a few helpers. Task requirements. Recruit at least 3 3-star cowboys to move into the cowboy apartment. Task reward. A 5-star talent will be randomly rewarded. Task failure. Oh, such a simple task is not allowed to fail. Newcomer and new book, please recommend, collect, and fatten up. Chapter 16 Buying a car, please collect. Hearing the system's task, Kinzu began to feel confused. Where can I find so many talents? Looking at John, Kinzu couldn't help but perform an identification spell on him. Charles John Occupation. Ranch Supervisor Constitution 11 Strength 12 Agility 10 Intelligence 13 Specialty. Ranch Management Growth Potential. 3.5 stars Skills. Vehicle Driving LV1, Herding LV2, Ranch Management LV3. Looking at old John's attributes, Kinzu couldn't help but be surprised. I didn't expect that this old cowboy was a talent. It seems that it was right to let him manage the ranch. Looking at John, Kinzu touched his nose and asked, John, now that the apartment has been built, the ranch will begin to develop. First of all, we need to recruit some people. What do you think? Yes, boss, if we want to expand the ranch, we must start recruiting people. John paused, then asked, I wonder to what extent the boss plans to expand it. Kinzu thought about it. There are only 1,000 cows and 500 sheep on the ranch now. It is a waste on a ranch that can raise 50,000 cows. However, it is not good to expand too much at once, so he tried to say, why not expand the herd to 10,000 cattle first, and the sheep to 1,000 sheep? Boss, in this case, we need to find at least 5 or 6 cowboys. John nodded and said with a smile, adding the ones we have now, about 10 will be enough. Is that so? Kinzu thought for a while and said, then recruit 6 more, and you 10 people will be responsible for the ranch work. As for Suzy, you can ask her to help me clean the room every day, and help take care of the ranch when we grow vegetables in the future. John couldn't help but say excitedly, thank you, boss. There is no way not to be excited. After all, herding is still very hard work, which is completely different from cleaning the room and taking care of the vegetable garden. Kinzu smiled with satisfaction. It doesn't cost too much and can win people's hearts. Why not do it? He was intoxicated again. I have made progress again. After being intoxicated for a while, Kinzu remembered something and asked, John, how much are your current wages? How much do you want to pay the newly recruited cowboys? John thought for a while and replied, Boss, Mr. Hill offered me a weekly salary of $750 before, and the average cowboy $650, which is very good in the area. Well, Kinzu touched his chin and said, well, last time I said I would give you a 20% increase. Your current weekly salary is set at $900, the average cowboys will increase to $750, and the newly recruited will be $700 a week. John nodded happily, this is really good news. The new boss came, not only did not lose his job, but also increased his salary by so much. Moreover, Suzy didn't have to work hard to herd. It seems that I have to drink a few glasses of wine in the evening to celebrate for myself and Suzy. After discussing with John, he sent him back, and Kinzu made some food for himself. In the afternoon, John drove and took Kinzu to Revere. Considering that the ranch only had one pickup truck, Kinzu decided early in the morning to buy a few more cars for the ranch. Moreover, the car he wanted to buy also needed to be booked in advance. He asked John to drive to the largest car dealership in the suburbs of Revere, Phillips. According to John, the cars here are very complete, and all the cars that can be bought in the United States are available here. After getting off the car, Kinzu looked at the huge car city in front of him and sighed deeply. Yes, it is more appropriate to say that it is a car city than a car dealership. A huge square with all kinds of cars on it, and a huge 3-story exhibition hall at the back. Welcome, gentlemen. As soon as Kinzu and his friend walked into the Phillips car dealership, a Chinese girl who looked like a salesperson came over and greeted them in English. Kinzu also greeted them in English, and then asked in Mandarin, hello, are you Chinese? Oh. The girl was stunned for a moment, and also said in Mandarin proficiently, sir, I'm an international student from China, are you Chinese? Kinzu didn't expect that it was an international student from China, so he smiled. No, my name is Kinzu. I've just been in the United States for a few days. Why are you here? You're not on vacation now, are you? The girl also smiled and said familiarly, Brother Clean, hello, my name is Sayu, I'm a senior now, so I came here for an internship. Are you here to buy a car? Kinzu nodded, yes, I have a ranch, I came here to buy a few cars, and I also want to reserve a good car. Xing Xiaoyu couldn't help but look at Qin Zhu with envy when she heard it. It's not cheap to run a ranch here. Brother Qin is really rich. So, I'll call the manager over. To reserve a good car, the manager has to come out. After saying that, Xing Xiaoyu greeted the two and went inside to call the manager. After a while, a blonde and blue-eyed middle-aged white man followed Xing Xiaoyu out. When they were still a distance away, the white man said loudly, "Hey, isn't this John, the manager of Hill Manor? Why are you going to change the car?" John ignored this guy, but turned his head to introduce himself to Qin Zhu. "Boss, this is Smith, the manager of the car dealership." Then he smiled and said to Smith, "No, man, I'm not ready to change the car yet. This is my new boss. He came here today to choose a few cars." Smith was obviously stunned when he heard this. "Oh, Hill Manor has changed its owner. That's incredible news." John nodded. "Yes, but it hasn't been announced to the outside world." Smith greeted Qin Zhu enthusiastically when he heard this. After all, Hill Manor is a big guy. To be able to take it, it means that the person in front of him must be at least a billionaire. Xing Xiaoyu was beside him and was also very surprised when she heard it. She also knew that Hill Manor was worth nearly $200 million. She didn't expect that this handsome boy who looked not much older than herself was still a billionaire. After knowing that Qin Zhu was a rancher, Smith asked, "Qin, what kind of car do you want to buy? For ranching or daily use?" Qin Zhu smiled and said, "Smith, I came here today to buy a few pickup trucks for ranching, and I also want to reserve a sports car." Smith's eyes lit up when he heard this. This is really a big customer. Without saying anything, he quickly took Qin Zhu to the pickup truck showroom. When they arrived at the pickup truck hall, they saw all kinds of pickup trucks parked densely inside. At this time, Smith, who was leading the way, turned around and said, "Qin, this is the most comprehensive pickup truck store in the United States. I have all the pickup trucks that are sold in those big cities." As he said, Smith introduced Qin Zhu. Now the mainstream pickup trucks are Ford and Dodge, two major brands. There are also several Japanese cars that sell well. I guess you don't like them, so I won't introduce them to you. Qin Zhu nodded, deeply agreed. He wouldn't buy it even if he introduced it. Seeing this, Smith smiled and continued. Ford pickup trucks have 7 series, starting with from F150 to F750. The cheapest F150 has a bare car price of more than $50,000, and the most expensive 750 has a bare car price of $480,000. Qin Zhu thought about it and motioned Smith to introduce the F750. "We are not short of money, so if we want to buy, we should buy the best." The move of a rich temperament made Smith's eyes brighter. Fat sheep. So Smith took Qin Zhu to the Ford exhibition area and walked in front of a behemoth. Looking at this behemoth in front of him, Qin Zhu's heart was surging. While listening to Smith introducing Ford's various data, he looked around the car. The four-door design of F-750 gives it a huge body and rough lines. Especially the large wheel arch cover raised on the side, it looks very domineering. With large-sized tires, it looks like a four-legged monster, and the unique foot pedals on both sides make it easy to get on and off. Qin Zhu nodded as he looked at the huge tire that was almost as tall as a person. It is indeed a monster. After seeing Ford, Smith introduced the Dodge Ram series pickup trucks, which are as famous as the Ford Raptor. Dodge has fewer models than Ford, with only 5 series, ranging from 1,500 to 5,500. Well, it can be seen that the relationship between the two companies is not very good, Qin Zhu couldn't help but mutter. At this time, Smith suddenly asked, "Qin, do you know what Dodge is most famous for?" Qin Zhu shook his head, indicating that he didn't know anything. Smith had a kind of pride on his face and said proudly, "Dodge's most famous car was customized for a Sheikh of the United Arab Emirates. The whole car weighs 50 tons. It is a double-decker luxury RV. An adult standing next to it is not half the height of the wheel." Qin Zhu was dumbfounded when he heard it. What kind of car is this? Can it be driven? Hey, he sighed deeply. This is a real rich man. Qin Zhu finally discussed with John and chose 2 Ford Raptor 750s and a Dodge Ram 5500. The 3 cars cost only more than $1.3 million. Looking at the prices, Qin Zhu sighed again about the cruelty of the Americans. The prices of these 3 cars would at least double if they were sold in China. It is true that technology monopoly is not desirable. Qin Zhu planned to keep the Dodge and a 750 for the ranch, and drive a 750 for himself. Looking at Smith's happy dancing and Sayu's eyes full of stars, Kinzu couldn't help but mutter in a low voice again. Although I can't compare with the real local tyrants in the UAE, I'm at least a small local tyrant, right? Kinzu, who regained his confidence, began to talk to Smith about his sports car. When Smith heard that Kinzu was going to order a McLaren P1, he was stunned and felt like he was hit by a pie. Of course, the premise is that he knows what a pie is. This is a real luxury car. The price of this car in the United States has reached an astonishing $1.3 million US. Newcomer, new book. Please collect and recommend. Chapter 17 Recruiting Cowboys, Seeking Recommendations. Kinzu looked at Smith calmly and asked, "Can I reserve one here? If I can't reserve one, I'll go to American Express and ask them to help me." Smith hurriedly said, "Clean, don't worry, it's absolutely no problem. If you don't mind the color, you can get the car in a week at most." "Oh?" Kinzu asked curiously, "Is there a car in stock?" "Yes, there is a blue McLaren at the Los Angeles Auto Show now. If you need it, I can deliver it to your manor in a week at the latest," Smith said with certainty. Finally, Kinzu paid a deposit of $500,000 US and agreed to deliver the car directly to him when it arrived. Then, after exchanging contact information with Sayu, he drove away with John. Of course, John was the one driving, because the poor local tyrant didn't dare to drive without a driver's license. If he went to the police because of this, he would lose face abroad. "Boss, this car is really great, and the power is really strong. I feel that it can pull 500 cows, and it's very easy." John excitedly drove a Raptor 750 and said to Kinzu. Kinzu and John drove the new car directly. Smith would deliver the remaining two cars, the two flatbed trailers Kinzu bought, and the Ford 150 he drove to the ranch. Kinzu looked at John jealously from the side. He also wanted to drive. Damn the driver's license. Well, Kinzu admitted that he was not calm again. He quickly changed the subject, for fear that he would not be able to resist grabbing the steering wheel. "John, where are we going now?" Kinzu asked. "Oh, boss, we are going to the cowboy bar in Revere, where cowboys are recruited," John replied. After a while, the four-cornered monster stopped at the door of a cowboy bar in downtown Revere. After John parked the car, he said to Kinzu with a smile, "Boss, we're here, get off." "Okay." After saying that, the two jumped out of the car. Yes, you read it right, the two jumped out. The fortress was a bit high, really, Kinzu sighed. After getting out of the car, Kinzu looked at the bar in front of him called Dusk. The bar has only one floor, and the whole is made of wood. The wooden sign looked quite old. There were many colorful lights around the sign, but it was hard to see any effect during the day. The two pushed the door and walked into the bar. It was about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and there were not many people in the bar. They sat together in groups of 3 or 4. Looking around, the whole bar was all wood color, and the walls were covered with old photos. As soon as they entered the door, several people greeted John from a distance. The two entered the bar together. John ordered a beer, said hello to Kinzu, and walked into the bar. Kinzu also asked a gray-haired old bartender behind the counter for a beer, and sat on the high stool in front of the bar alone. At this time, the old bartender behind the bar greeted Kinzu. "Hi, are you John's new boss? The new owner of Hill Manor?" Kinzu looked up in astonishment and asked, "I am, how did you know?" The old bartender introduced. "Hello, I'm Hank. A few days ago, I heard from John that the ranch had a new owner. He is a Chinese, and he was worried about his job. Now it seems that his job is saved." Kinzu nodded and said, "Hank, I'm keen. Of course, John is a great employee, isn't he?" As he was talking, John came over with a few people. Kinzu looked at the people who came over, and his eyes lit up. John looked at Kinzu and said, "Boss, let me introduce you, this is Ryan Hanks. He is the best cowboy round. He once won the 2nd place in the Massachusetts cowboy competition and served in the army before." He pointed to a 1.9-meter tall man and said to Kinzu, "Hello, my name is Ryan." Looking at Kinzu, the white man here said something in a low voice, not much, and it can be seen that he is a relatively introverted person. After saying this, he did not say much and stood aside. "Hello," Kinzu nodded after hearing his words and looked at the next one. John pointed to a black man and said to Kinzu, "This is Rick Tom, who is also a good cowboy. The key is that he is very good at repairing machinery." "Hi, boss, I'm Rick. I can repair various machinery in a simple way. If you hire me, you won't have to worry about the machinery in the ranch. The Black Rick said this sentence quickly and anxiously and then stopped. If Kinzu was not good at English now, he really couldn't understand what he said. Do all black people have the potential to rap? Nodding to signal John to continue, John pointed to a tall girl and said to Kinzu, "This is Eva Lester. Her family used to run a farm. Farm work is very good." After that, the girl walked in front of Kinzu and said, "Hello, my name is Eva." After that, she stood aside. Kinzu looked at the girl. She was tall and slender. She wore a pair of tight jeans, a black shirt, and a pair of high-top boots. Kinzu nodded at him and said nothing. However, he wondered why she would become a cowboy if her family had run a farm. John pointed at the remaining 3 people. They were all white, a pair of twin brothers. They were all tall and strong. The elder brother was Locke, the younger brother was Fed, and the other was Ott. Kinzu had no special features and didn't have much impression of him. Kinzu opened the identification skill and wanted to see the attributes of several people. However, he was a little dumbfounded when he saw that the remaining times were 2/3. It seemed that he had to upgrade. Kinzu felt a little distressed when he thought about spending ranch points again. He didn't have any ranch points now. He had 1 less point. Now he only had 90,000 ranch points left. Kinzu greeted several people and chatted with them while opening the identification skill to upgrade. Fedfedi reminded, "Master, it takes 50,000 ranch points to upgrade the identification skill to the intermediate level." She blinked cutely. Kinzu gritted his teeth and upgraded. "How can we complete the mission without upgrading? What if the people we recruit are not qualified?" At this time, the cowboys who were chatting with Kinzu looked at each other. "What's wrong with this boss? Is he hesitating about who to recruit?" Thinking of these people, he sat up straighter. After Kinzu upgraded the appraisal technique, he looked at the people sitting upright with some surprise. Without thinking too much, he opened the appraisal technique and looked at Ryan. Ryan Hank's occupation: unemployed, constitution 15, strength 19, agility 10, intelligence 10, specialty: fighting skills, vehicle driving LV1, riding LV1, herding LV2, fighting LV3, firearms proficiency LV2, growth potential 3.5 stars. Looking at the strength of 19, Kinzu swallowed his saliva. Well, not bad, a 3-star. Continue to look at the next one. Read Tom occupation: unemployed, physical 15, strength 13, agility 10, intelligence 10, specialty: herding skills, vehicle driving LV1, riding LV1, herding LV2, mechanical repair LV1, growth potential 3 stars. Lucky, it's also full 3 stars. It seems that John has picked good people. Well, I will reward him later. Looking at Eva below, she is about 1.7 meters tall, wearing tight jeans, a black long-sleeved shirt, and a pair of high-top riding boots. Eva Lester occupation: unemployed, physical 10, strength 12, agility 15, intelligence 20, specialty: ranch management skills, vehicle driving LV1, riding LV2, herding LV2, ranch management LV3, growth potential 4 stars. Fuck Kinzu couldn't help but swear in his heart. Looking at the intelligence of 20, he was speechless for a while. But after being speechless, he was happy again. No matter how awesome you are still here to work for me. Thinking of this, Kinzu felt more balanced. 3 3-star talents have been found, but Kinzu still looked at the attributes of the remaining 3. There is nothing special about them. They are all ordinary cowboys without any special skills, but Kinzu is satisfied. He said to John, "John, since you have selected them, then let them all stay." After saying this, John was so touched. He didn't know that Kinzu already knew everyone's ability. He thought it was a trust in him. He almost felt that he would die for his friend. Of course, the premise is that he has to know this sentence. Hearing that they can stay, several people who are sitting upright couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and relax. At first, they saw that Kinzu didn't speak for a long time and stared at them, which scared them so much that they dared not move. Kinzu continued, "As for the salary, it's as agreed. The weekly salary is $700. Do you have any opinions?" Several people shook their heads when they heard it. This salary is not low. In this era of economic depression, it is simply wonderful to have such a job. Since Kinzu has made the decision, he didn't delay and directly took them to a law firm to sign the employment contract. After agreeing to go to the ranch in the evening, Kinzu held a barbecue party to welcome everyone, and then everyone went home to pack up. Kinzu took John and went on another shopping spree. When they returned to the ranch with a lot of bags, Smith had already delivered all the cars. Kinzu asked John to park the cars in the villa parking lot, and he couldn't wait to climb onto a Raptor 750. Damn, I can't drive on the road, so can't I drive on the ranch? After driving around the ranch for a long time, Kinzu reluctantly returned to the villa. At this time, several cowboys, except Eva, had arrived and were busy grilling beef. This time Kinzu was much more relaxed. He didn't do anything, just sit there and wait. After all, he was the boss. After saying hello to a few people, Kinzu entered the bathroom to take a shower first. When he came out and saw that Eva hadn't arrived yet, he couldn't help but frown. Kinzu suddenly thought that he had been back for a while. Why hasn't it prompted me that the mission is completed? He opened the system and saw that the mission was indeed not completed, so he asked Fefade. Master, the mission is completed only when all the cowboys arrive at the ranch safely. Seeing Fefade smile like a little fox, Kinzu felt uneasy. Sure enough, as if confirming Kinzu's guess, Eva was nowhere to be seen at night. John couldn't help but call her. No one answered. What happened? Si estás escuchando esta novela en un canal distinto a mundo fanfic novelas, significa lo descarga en y subieron sin esfuerzos invitamos cordialmente a visitar nuestro canal. Mundo fanfic novelas all encontrás la versión original de esta historia y podrás explorar muchas otras novelas de diversos narradores. Te esperamos para sumergirte en un mundo de novelas increíbles. Chapter 18 The Lost Cowgirl. Just when Kinzu was anxious, John's cell phone suddenly rang. John picked up the phone and said a few words. His face suddenly turned ugly, and he said a few more words and hung up the phone, turned around and said to Kinzu, "Boss, Eva was kidnapped." The call was from Hank, who said that he just saw Eva being forcibly dragged into a car. It was too dark to see the license plate number, but it seemed that he saw the group of people from Mad Dog. Kinzu heard this and asked anxiously, "Who is Mad Dog? Do you know where he is? Why did you take Eva away?" John looked very anxious. While going out to greet everyone, he said to Kinzu, "Boss, Mad Dog is a gangster in Revere City. He has dozens of people under him and runs a casino. Eva's father is a gambler. Although I don't know why he arrested Eva, we must go to save her. Eva is a good girl. I watched her grow up. She can't fall into the hands of those scumbags." Ryan and the others became anxious when they heard it, and there was no fear of trouble. They all ran back to get their guns. At this time, Fefade ran out, changing her usual naughty demeanor, and said to Kinzu anxiously, "Master, the side quest is released." Side quest. The disappearing cowgirl. Quest requirements. Dear host, the female employee you just recruited was kidnapped by a group of scum, whether from the perspective of a boss or from a man. You must rescue Weaver. Mission reward. A 5-star bodyguard. Mission failure. The cowboys will leave you, and your reputation as a coward will spread in Revere. Kinzu heard this and paced anxiously. I want to save them, but I have to be able to save them. They have dozens of gangsters, and the United States is a country that does not ban guns, which means that the other party has dozens of guns. And it's useless to call the police now. There is no evidence now, even if it's old Hank, it looks like it. Pacing back and forth for a few circles, Kinzu's mind flashed, and he remembered many private bodyguards who appeared in novels and TV. But, after thinking about it, I feel that even if I go to a security company to hire someone now, it's too late. After thinking for a while, Kinzu picked up the phone. "Hello, Jennifer, it's me, Keen. I'm in Revere now. I need a private bodyguard or a mercenary, now. It's urgent, and money is not a problem. How long will it take to arrange it for me?" Kinzu didn't give Jennifer on the other end of the phone time to react, and asked in one breath. The other side was stunned for a moment, and then immediately said in a somewhat anxious tone, "Clean, don't worry, give me 2 minutes. I'll call you back right away." After that, he hung up the phone. Kinzu paced back and forth with his phone in his hand, and heard some noise outside from a distance. John and the others came back with guns. John came in and said hello to Kinzu and was about to leave. Kinzu quickly stopped him and said, "Wait, take me with you." After that, he ran back and took his Remington with 2 magazines and came out. "Boss, you can't go, it may be dangerous." John was shocked. He didn't expect that his boss would also join in the fun. Kinzu raised his cell phone and said, "I've got some people here. It's not likely that you guys will be able to help." As he was talking, the phone rang, and Kinzu motioned John to follow. While answering the phone, he led the way to the raptor parked outside. "Clean, can you hear me?" Jennifer asked anxiously. "Yes, I'm listening, go ahead." Kinzu opened the car door and got in the car and spoke to the phone. "Clean, I contacted Blackwater's branch in Boston. One of their mercenary teams is in Boston. They sent a mercenary team of 5 people and a bodyguard team of 10 people. They will take a helicopter over immediately. They should have taken off now. I gave them your number. Make sure your phone is open." After saying that, he hung up the phone without waiting for Kinzu to react. At this time, John also ran over and got in the car, and 2 of the other 6 cowboys got in the car. The others got in another Ford Raptor and Dodge Ram and followed behind, and John Jr. also drove the farmer's pickup truck behind. John started the car and rushed to Revere. He turned to Kinzu and said, "Boss, you shouldn't have come. It might be dangerous. Those scum babes have guns in their hands." Kinzu ignored him. He took his cell phone and asked, "Mad Dog is so rampant, don't the police care?" John said helplessly, "There is always insufficient evidence. Those son of a big policemen take taxpayers' money every day and do nothing. Shit." John became more and more angry and couldn't help cursing. At this time, Kinzu called David with John's cell phone. The phone rang twice and then connected. David's voice came from it. "Hi, John, what's the matter?" "David, it's me, Keen." Kinzu told David what happened in his arrangements. David said after hearing this, "Clean, don't worry, I will book a flight right now and rush over. I will ask my friend to contact you first, he's in Boston. Remember, Clean, you'd better not use guns unless there is danger. After finding the person, let the mercenaries and bodyguards rescue him, so that it will be easier to solve the problem if something goes wrong. Also, call the police now, just say that your friend was kidnapped and someone saw it was a mad dog, don't say anything else. Do you understand?" Kinzu nodded and said he knew, and said a few more words before hanging up the phone. At this time, Kinzu's cell phone rang. After Kinzu picked up the phone, a deep male voice came from it. "Mr. Clean. I'm a mercenary from Blackwater. We are almost in Revere. You'd better find an open place to tell me the approximate location. Then turn on all the lights." Kinzu looked out the window and said something to John before he reached the city of Revere. John picked up the walkie-talkie and said a few words to the person behind him, then found a space on the side of the road and drove the Raptor off the road. In a wilderness, 3 Raptors and a Dodge had their headlights fully on, still very dazzling. Kinzu spoke a few words to the other party and did not hang up the phone. After a while, he heard the roar of a helicopter and asked John and the others to flash their headlights a few times. The helicopter drove directly over. After slowly landing, the cabin door opened, and 5 burly men in camouflage uniforms and fully armed came out, looking very much like American soldiers. 10 big men in black suits quickly came out behind them. 2 of them ran towards Kinzu and the others at a fast pace before the others had finished coming down. When they arrived, Kinzu introduced himself without waiting for them to speak. "I am Kinzu, are you from Blackwater?" The 2 people on the opposite side were stunned for a moment. Obviously, they did not expect the billionaire to be so young, but their good professionalism still made them react quickly. The big man in camouflage uniform said, "I'm Zendo, the captain of Zendo Squad." The big man in black suit also introduced, "I'm Holman, the captain of Blackwater Security Squad 3. Kinzu greeted them and asked them to get on a few pickup trucks, while John drove in front to lead the way. Soon, several pickup trucks arrived at a slightly remote place on the outskirts of Revere and stopped at the door of a 2-story building. This 2-story building looked a bit old, with many cars parked at the door, and a few gangsters were wandering in front of the gate. After John stopped the car, he turned his head and said to Kinzu and Zendo behind him, "This is it, this is the base camp of Mad Dog." Kinzu looked at Zendo and asked, "What should we do now?" Zendo looked at Kinzu and asked, "Do you have a photo of the hostage?" Kinzu took out the contract signed in the afternoon, which was a copy of her ID card, and showed it to Zendo. Zendo took the photo, looked at it and said to Kinzu, "Let's go in first, and you can go in after we control the situation." After saying that, he got out of the car with his men without waiting for the 2 to react. At this time, several gangsters saw the car coming here and walked over. Before they got close, they were knocked down neatly by the people who just got out of the car. Kinzu watched them sneak into the villa with 5 bodyguards, and his heart couldn't help but rise. In this tense and suffocating carriage, Kinzu's cell phone suddenly rang, scaring everyone in the carriage. Kinzu picked up the phone, and a strange voice came from the phone. Mr. Clean. I'm David's friend Jefferson. What's the situation over there now? Kinzu said. The mercenaries and bodyguards sneaked in, and the police are still nowhere to be seen. As he was speaking, he heard fierce gunshots from inside. Jefferson on the other end of the phone also heard it, and asked nervously, Clean, are you okay? Did you fire a gun? Kinzu said. Yeah. I'm fine. There must have been a conflict inside. I didn't fire a gun. That's good. You don't fire a gun unless it's absolutely necessary. As long as you don't fire a gun, it's easy to deal with. Jefferson on the other end of the phone breathed a sigh of relief and continued, I'll be in Revere in half an hour. If the police come, you can go with them. But don't say anything before I get there. Kinzu nodded to show that he understood, and said a few more words before hanging up the phone. As soon as he hung up the phone, the head of the bodyguards, Holman, opened the car door and said to Kinzu, Mr. Clean, the hostages are safe. Captain Saber has controlled the situation, we can go in. Kinzu couldn't help but get excited. As long as he was safe, he got out of the car and followed Holman inside. John and the cowboys also got out of the car. Although they didn't help much today, their spirit was precious. They knew there was danger, but none of them backed down. When he arrived at the door, Kinzu found that the place had become a bodyguard guarding with a pistol in his hand. He nodded to the bodyguard. Kinzu followed Holman in. After entering the yard, he found that there were more than a dozen thugs squatting with their hands on their heads, and 2 bodyguards were watching with pistols. Holman left 2 bodyguards to assist, and Kinzu also asked the cowboys to leave too. After entering the villa hall, he found that it was empty. At a glance, there was nothing special. It was no different from an ordinary villa, and a bodyguard was standing next to a wall guarding it. Chapter 19. Aftermath. Kinzu and others came up to them, and the bodyguard turned around and opened a secret door. It turned out that this was a secret door leading to the basement. Holman led the way first, and he nodded to the bodyguard without stopping for long and walked down. Kinzu hurriedly followed him in. After pushing open a door at the other end of the passage, the inside suddenly became clear. This was a hall with an area of more than 1,000 square meters. The hall was filled with various gambling tools such as blackjack, bullfighting, poker, dice, etc. It can be said that you can find everything in Las Vegas here. At this time, the hall was in a mess, and gamblers and gangsters were squatting on the ground with their heads in their hands. There were also several gangsters lying in a pool of blood, and their lives were unknown. Several mercenaries occupied the 4 corners of the hall and guarded these people. Zmdo came up with Eva behind him and a middle-aged white man in his 50s. Mr. Clean, we found this lady and gentleman in a storage room, and they were not hurt. According to the gang leader, the people were just sent here, and we found them before we had time to do anything. Zmdo looked at Kinzu and said. Kinzu nodded to indicate that he understood, and then looked at Eva. At this time, Eva's hair was a little messy, and her eyes were red and swollen, obviously she had cried. Eva looked up at Kinzu and said, Boss, thank you, thank you. As she said that, tears could not stop falling again. Kinzu walked over and hugged her gently, and asked softly, It's okay, don't be afraid, why did they arrest you? It would have been better if she didn't say it. After asking this question, Eva could no longer suppress her crying and burst into tears. The sword head next to him leaned over and whispered in Kinzu's ear, Mr. Clean, it seems that her father rode gambling debts here, so the casino people went to arrest people. The one next to him is her father. Kinzu then carefully looked at the middle-aged white man behind Eva. His hair was messy, and you could tell at a glance that he hadn't washed it for a few days. He was thin and not as strong as Europeans and Americans. He had a typical European and American face, and his clothes were clean. He was looking at Eva with a guilty look on his face. Kinzu greeted him. Sir, what's your name? Why did they kidnap you and your daughter? The middle-aged white man raised his head and said awkwardly, Because I lost money gambling here and I didn't have money to pay them back, so they took advantage of my daughter. I told them that I would pay them back in a few days. Kinzu stuttered and didn't introduce himself, so he called Eva by her last name. Mr. Lester, how much money did you lose? What are you going to pay back? Hearing Kinzu's question, Lester was speechless. At this time, Eva in his arms stopped crying, got up from Kinzu, and said with a choked voice, Sorry, boss, I'm causing you trouble. Kinzu shook his head and said, It's okay, are you okay? If you're okay, let's go back to the ranch first. Eva nodded to indicate that she was fine. So Kinzu took Holman back upstairs, and waited for the lawyer to come to discuss how to solve it. Just as they got back up there, a BMW 5 Series drove up to the roadside. After it stopped, a white man in a suit got out. The man had a square face and wore gold-rimmed glasses, which made him look a little more refined. He greeted Kinzu and said, "Is that Mr. Clean?" "I'm Jefferson. David's friend. He's already on the plane and will arrive tomorrow morning." Kinzu shook hands with him and said, "I'm Keen. Sorry to bother you so late." Then he told him about the current situation. After listening to him, Jefferson smiled and said, "Don't worry, Mr. Clean. It's not a big deal. You can go back with the cowboys and these two first. The bodyguards can stay, and the mercenaries can go back." After hearing this, Kinzu called Holman over and told him something, and then drove back to the ranch with John Lane and the others. Eva asked her father to go to another car, and got on Kinzu and John's Ford. On the way, Kinzu listened to Eva telling the story of her family. Her family used to have a small farm of more than 500 acres, and they lived a relatively wealthy life. At the time, John was still the cowboy of their family. She lost her mother when she was young, and her father raised her and her sister. Her sister went to Los Angeles after she became an adult, and she did not go home except for coming back once or twice a year. She preferred the life on the ranch, helping her father to manage the ranch in an orderly manner, and more than doubled the size of the family ranch. Her father found that his daughter was so capable, so he gave her the power, and he played cards and went out to play every day. But everything changed since her father became addicted to gambling last year. The ranch was gone, the house was gone, and all the sources of livelihood were gone, but even so, her father still borrowed money everywhere to gamble. Because the family had no source of income, Eva made up her mind to work on the ranch, but she did not expect that such a thing would happen just after the contract was signed. The reason was that her father borrowed high-interest loans from the casino and could not pay it back now, so the group of scum targeted Eva. Whether it was selling her to Africa or forcing her to receive customers, they could get money quickly. This was also a consequence that Eva could not imagine. When she was tied to the casino and heard their thoughts, Eva even thought about committing suicide. Eva choked up again. John quickly comforted Eva, saying that it was all over. "It was all over, don't worry." Kinzu couldn't help but sigh that gambling was harmful to people. When they arrived at the ranch, no one wanted to continue the reception. They ate something and went back. Only Kinzu, Lester and Eva were left sitting in the living room. Looking at Lester's face full of embarrassment and guilt, and Eva's face full of indifference, Kinzu couldn't help but feel a little overwhelmed. What was going on? It's hard for a clean official to judge family affairs. If it weren't for the system task, Kinzu really didn't want to care. After thinking for a long time, Kinzu still didn't know how to start, so he simply arranged for them to rest. "Let's talk about it after I deal with the things outside first." The next morning, Jefferson and David went to Kinzu's hill manor together. Seeing the two smiling, Kinzu asked, "David, are you okay?" David smiled and said, "Don't worry, Clean, it's nothing serious. The police may come to record your statement. You can say that you received a call for help and took your bodyguards to rescue people. As for what happened inside, who knows?" As soon as David finished speaking, sirens were heard outside, and soon two policemen came in. One of the older policemen politely asked Kinzu, "Mr. Clean, can I ask you something?" Kinzu followed David's instructions. Some answered him a few words, and some kept silent, and let David do it for him. Soon, the two policemen left with unhappy faces. There was nothing they could do. There was no evidence. Kinzu looked at David and said, "Is that all?" David smiled and said, "How is it possible? This is just the beginning. Just wait and see." After that, he smiled mysteriously again. Such a big thing happened outside today. It was obviously impossible for Kinzu to continue his work of purchasing cattle and sheep. So he told John to let the cowboys follow him to get familiar with the ranch. As for Eva and Lester, Kinzu didn't let them go to work, so he let them stay at home. It would be troublesome if they couldn't find anyone for anything. After a while, David received a call and went out. Half an hour later, he came back with a few newspapers. He handed the newspaper to Kinzu and said, "Clean, take a look at this." Kinzu took the newspaper and took a look. He was immediately attracted by the headline on the newspaper. American employees were kidnapped by underground casinos, and Chinese bosses brought bodyguards to rob people. The next newspaper was more direct. "Where are our police?" It directly pointed the finger at the police for not doing anything, and downplayed the fact that Kinzu took people to rob people. Looking at the remaining newspapers, Kinzu looked at David with some doubts. David smiled and explained, "Let's divert the spearhead first. There will be a good show later, but you have bled this time. The cost of hiring bodyguards yesterday and newspapers today is not small." Kinzu calmly said that the money was no problem. Bang! There was a sound. In the office of Revere Police Chief Corey was angrily throwing a pile of folders at the young white man in front of him. "You son of a bitch, why didn't you send the police? Why? Tell me why." Corey's roar frightened the young white man so much that he trembled and said softly, I heard that a Chinese called the police, and I thought it was no big deal." Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Corey's roar again, "You damn son of a bitch. Tell me what to do now." The white man raised his head and said, "Let's go arrest that guy, he killed someone." Bang! The angry Corey kicked him. "You big brain, arrest someone, what reason do you have to arrest someone? He killed someone, did you see it?" The more Corey talked, the angrier he got. The mayor called him early in the morning to ask what was going on, and he had no idea what was going on. He read the newspaper and found out that a Chinese tycoon called the police yesterday, saying that his employees were kidnapped by an underground casino, but these guys didn't send the police. They were direct. "I didn't waste time talking to you. I took my bodyguards to rob people. Several people died at the scene. What should I do now? Arrest people? Arrest who? Arrest the rich man? The bodyguards killed him. Arrest the bodyguards. He said he came to take the boss's employees back. The other party fired first. He was acting in self-defense." Corey believed this. "You brought mercenaries to their lair. It would be strange if they didn't shoot." Thinking of the mercenaries, Corey's head hurt even more. The mercenaries said they passed by there and saw their compatriots in the company being bullied. So they went to help. Corey couldn't help but curse, "Fuck, so you are still brave. Passing by, you can take a helicopter from Boston to pass by the place, I believe you." Looking at the newspaper on the table, Corey had a very ominous premonition. He felt that this time not only the Chinese rich man was not in trouble, but he was in big trouble. Chapter 20 The bodyguard arrives. Let's not talk about how Corey was furious in the director's office. Kinzu called John over after seeing the newspaper and whispered a few words to him. John patted his chest and assured him that there was no problem and went out. Just when Kinzu was still waiting for news at home, his cell phone rang. He picked it up and saw that it was Anna calling. Kinzu picked it up and said, "Anna, what's wrong?" Anna said anxiously on the other side, "Clean, are you okay? I saw in the newspaper that something happened to you." Kinzu couldn't help but feel a little moved and said, "Don't worry, I'm fine, but I may not be able to entertain you this week. How about next week? I'll pick you up next Sunday to play." "It's okay, Clean, you're a hero now, my classmates are all talking about you." Kinzu smiled bitterly and said, "What are they talking about me? After all, she is my employee. I can't just watch her die." The two chatted for a few more words and hung up the phone. Kinzu just hung up the phone, and David came back from outside and said, "Clean, turn on the TV." Kinzu turned on the TV. A group of pictures appeared on TV, and the background of the picture was the Revere police station. The entrance of the police station was full of people, men, women, young and old, holding signs in their hands, saying protest against police inaction, crack down on illegal casinos, severely punish. Obviously, this was a play arranged by David. Looking at David, he asked, "Did you arrange it? Why are these people so active?" David shrugged. "They are all family members of the regular customers of that casino, and they have suffered greatly from it, so they are more active than anyone else with a little lead." As David said, the crowd gathered more and more, and they were about to attack the police station. Kinzu looked at it and smiled and said, "The police chief should have a headache now." But he thought about his own arrangements and felt that he should have a headache tomorrow. The next day, as Kinzu expected, Corey had a headache. I don't know how the conversation in the office yesterday was spread. Hearing that it was because Kinzu's Chinese identity did not respond to the police, those Chinese organizations could not sit still. What era is it now? There is still racial discrimination. I don't know if you have to coax us in the presidential election. So the Chinese Association organized people to protest. Now Corey didn't even dare to go out, and the police station was almost paralyzed. However, Kinzu couldn't care about this now. He was looking at the two women hugging each other in front of him with a dull face, crying. He never expected that this woman would come to his house early this morning and want to see her father and sister, claiming to be Dale Lester. This was not what Kinsey was dumbfounded about. Kinsey was dumbfounded by the appearance of the 5-star bodyguard that Fefferday had prompted for the reward. Bodyguard. Dale Lester. Female. And 5-star. Fefferday, are you kidding me? Fefferday blinked her eyes innocently. Master, no. Really, she is very powerful. Kinsey looked at the woman who looked similar to Eva and had a good figure. Kinsey felt that she looked more like a model than a bodyguard. Dale came back to her senses from her sadness and looked up at the young Chinese who dared to lead people to the gang's lair to rescue her sister and father. Her heart was filled with gratitude. She had seldom been at home since she joined the army a few years ago. She didn't even know that her father had become like this. It was really hard for her sister. Thinking of this, she made up her mind to go back to the army and apply for retirement today. Thinking about how much this Chinese boss had paid to save her sister, no matter what his reason was, she would repay him. Kinsey had no idea what Dale was thinking. Seeing that they were almost there and it was noon, he said, "You guys sit down first, I'll go cook." After saying that, he was about to get up. But Eva stood up all of a sudden and said, "Boss, I'll do it. Thank you so much this time. I will work hard to repay you in the future." After that, she walked towards the kitchen without caring about Kinsey's reaction. Kinsey sat down helplessly and looked at Dale and said, "It's okay." This time it was also an accident. Dale shook her head and said, "Mr. Clean, I'm really sorry to have cost you so much this time. I'm currently serving in the United States Women's Special Forces. Can I be your bodyguard in the future?" Kinsey looked at her in surprise. She was actually a Special Forces soldier. He couldn't help but throw an identification spell over. Dale Lester occupation. Retired Constitution 39 Strength 42 Agility 32 Intelligence 20 Specialty. Close combat skills. Vehicle driving LV3, riding LV2, aircraft driving LV2, firearms proficiency LV3, close combat LV5. Growth potential. 5 stars. Kinsey was speechless for a long time. As expected, she came from the Special Forces. She was much stronger than himself, a scumbag. Looking at Dale, Kinsey asked, "Dale, are you really willing to be my bodyguard? Don't force yourself. This time, I really just help you. You know, it's nothing to me." Dale looked at Kinsey seriously and said, "Clean, I know that's nothing to you, but we have to appreciate this favor. My father is like this now. I will definitely come back, and I also need to work after I retire, right?" Kinsey agreed reluctantly. Of course, this is just on the surface. He was already very happy in his heart. Millions of dollars to buy such a strong Special Forces soldier, and a beautiful foreign horse, how cool to take out. Dale is also an impatient person. He went back to the army after lunch. After a meal, he didn't take care of Lester. Kinsey couldn't help but feel a little worried. When Dale returned to the army and submitted the retirement application, the commander of the army immediately became angry. It's not easy to train a Special Forces soldier by yourself. If you want to retire, just retire. So he went to find Dale himself. After Dale explained the situation to the officer was helpless. You can't stop people from going home to fulfill their filial duties. But he had no place to vent his anger, so he had to blame Corey. So the US military also joined in and directly questioned whether Revere City treated military families in this way. The issue of military families is a big problem. Corey couldn't hold on any longer and announced his resignation that day. At the same time, the number of people who resigned was almost half of the police department. The Boston Police Department sent a group of reinforcements overnight, which prevented the police department from being paralyzed. The first thing the new director did after taking office was to hold a press conference, apologize and make promises, and on the spot ordered the arrest of Mad Dog and his gang for kidnapping and submit them to the Procuratorate for trial. The farce ended with the court holding a temporary trial that afternoon and sentencing Mad Dog and his gang to prison terms ranging from 10 to 20 years. The court also compensated the victims in full and gave the farm that was cheated away by Mad Dog back to the Lester family. You read it right. The court determined that the land was obtained by Mad Dog, so it was returned to Lester for free. This made the old man very happy. However, before he could finish his happiness, Dale took the land deed with a dark face and gave it to Kinsey. Kinsey refused to take it no matter what. Finally, Kinzu came up with a solution and said to Dale, "Well, Dale, you are my bodyguard, so this farm will be your salary. I won't pay you for a year. How about it?" Dale thought about it and realized that she really couldn't bear to leave the place where she grew up, so she agreed. Kinzu and his friends went back happily. The people in the police station and the court all breathed a sigh of relief. These plague gods finally left. Everything was settled, and Kinzu's reputation as a good man and a ruthless man was completely popular in the United States. The good man dared to lead people to attack the gang's lair for the sake of his employees. The ruthless man was because he directly wiped out the gang. Now Kinzu has a good reputation in Revere. Anyway, no one dares to mess with him. Besides, people give him a 15% discount when he goes shopping. After arriving home, looking at the three people in silence in the living room, Kinzu decided that it was time to deal with family affairs. So they talked to each of them. Eva was going to work on the ranch and stay to help Kinzu. Dale was Kinzu's bodyguard, so the family farm would still be in the hands of their father, Lester. But they were worried about Lester, and Lester himself was also worried about himself. Gambling addiction is not so easy to quit. Although he felt guilty about his daughters and could control his desires in front of them once he was alone. "If I had more money, I'm afraid I would still gamble." Kinzu rubbed his head with a headache. At this time, Fefeway appeared in front of Kinzu and said, "Master, it's a side quest." Kinzu immediately became curious. "Girl, what is this quest?" Fefeway raised her cute little eyebrows and said to Kinzu, "Master, side quest. Lester's gambling addiction. Task description. Because Lester can't control his gambling addiction, it has caused family disharmony, so Master, you have to help him quit gambling. Task reward. Increase Deliver's favorability by 20, and reward 5 strength points. Newcomer, new book, please collect and recommend. Chapter 21 Pasture. Kinzu was excited when he heard the reward. But after thinking about it, he had no idea at all, so he could only put it aside. He said to Eva, "Eva, you go back first, stay at home for a few days before coming to work," and then looked at Dale. "You stay at home and accompany your father. I'm not busy now." Eva wanted to refuse, but after hearing what Kinzu said, she thought about it. There are only 1,000 cows now. There are already 7 or 8 cowboys, so it's redundant for her to stay. So, she nodded to Kinzu gratefully, saying that it was okay. Kinzu looked at Lester again and said, "Mr. Lester, you have 2 good daughters, I hope you won't let them down." He didn't say anything after that. Dale and the other 2 said hello to Kinzu, and John drove them away. The room finally became quiet again. Kinzu lay comfortably on a sofa, took out his mobile phone and called Jennifer. "Hi, Jennifer, thank you so much, please write a check to Blackwater." "You're welcome. Mr. Clean, this is what I should do. Blackwater's offer is $1 million this time. I will transfer it to them right away." Kinzu hummed, and Jennifer continued, "Mr. Clean, don't you need to keep 2 bodyguards?" "Not for the time being, I have a candidate here now." "Thank you, Jennifer, you did a great job." Kinzu praised the phone. The 2 said a few more words and hung up the phone. Kinzu looked at the time. It was only 3 o'clock in the afternoon. He sat in the room for a while and watched TV. He felt a little bored alone, so he got up, opened the door and walked out. He went to the warehouse and drove out a 4-wheeled motorcycle, which is the kind of motorcycle commonly known as a beach car. There used to be several of them in the ranch. He drove the 4-wheeled motorcycle around in this ranch that belonged to him. After driving for a while, John was seen riding a chestnut horse to graze. John also saw Kinzu at this time and greeted him from a distance. "Hi, boss, have you finished your work?" Kinzu rode to the side, looked at a large herd of black cattle grazing leisurely on the grass, and replied, "Yes, it's done." "Are you grazing alone?" John was riding on the horse, looking at the herd from time to time, and replied, "There are not many horses on the ranch, and there are not many cows now. I can take care of it alone. I'll ask them to check if the ranch fence is damaged." John paused here, looked at the herd of cattle grazing leisurely and said, "Boss, these are Angus cattle, a common type of cattle in the United States. The meat is very good. If you want to buy cattle, it's better to buy this kind." Kinzu nodded after listening. "Well, I'll go buy cattle in 2 days. See if the ranch needs anything else and buy them all together to save trouble." John thought for a while, shook his head and smiled bigly. "Boss, there are a lot of things to buy. We need to expand the cattle pen after buying cattle and buy horses. Cowboys can't do without horses. The stables also need to be expanded. And the pasture has been there for many years. If we want to expand the herd, it's better to sow some more pasture first. Kinzu felt a headache and said quickly, "Let's do it one by one. My God, there are so many things to do. Isn't it said that life on the ranch is very leisurely? Why haven't I had a good rest since I came here?" Listening to Kinzu's complaints, John laughed and said, "Boss, you were a good person. If you hadn't helped Eva, the child would have been really ruined. Don't worry. These things seem to be a lot, but it will be easy after they are done once." Kinzu shook his head helplessly and said, "Okay, I'm a good person, but you said we need to sow the pasture again. What kind of pasture are we planting now?" John said, "Most of our ranch is planted with alfalfa, and a small part is planted with some ryegrass. They are all 7 or 8 years old pasture." Kinzu thought of his super cheating device that he hadn't used yet, so he said, "Well, I'll ask my friend to get some new varieties of grass. They have new varieties of grass in their research." John nodded with some worry. He didn't know where the boss would get the new grass. What if it wasn't as good as it is now and affected the cows? But he was the boss, and he hadn't seen the new grass yet, so John could only suppress his worries. There is a saying that the ranch doesn't raise cows, but grass. Good grass can raise good cows, so it's normal for John to worry about this. But Kinzu didn't know what John was thinking. He was immersed in the joy of having an invincible cheat, imagining the scene of thousands of cows galloping. If they were well raised, they would all be US dollars. The more Kinzu thought about it, the more he couldn't sit still. He wanted to fly over immediately and turn the car around. Without hearing clearly what John said, his voice came from far away. "John. I'll go back to deal with the hay first." John grinned helplessly. His boss was really impatient. Kinzu was suddenly confused after he rushed home. Why did he come back? Buy hay. Where to buy it? I don't know. He hit his head in frustration. What's wrong with his brain? It's impossible to ask John now. He said he bought it from a friend. Kinzu was a little embarrassed. Kinzu thought about it. Should he call Jennifer? But as a rancher, it's not good to ask people where to buy hay seeds. In the end, Kinzu took out his mobile phone and called Jennifer. He used a tactful tone to find out where in Revere the hay seeds were good. So Kinzu didn't delay and called directly to ask for the seeds needed for the 10,000-acre ranch. Anyway, John and his friends were grazing so far away that they shouldn't notice this place. It must be said that Americans are very efficient. Kinzu had just finished eating his homemade hamburger when the seed company's delivery truck arrived. Kinzu asked them to move the seeds into the warehouse. 2 truckloads of seeds were piled in the corner of the warehouse. It really took up a lot of space. After sending the delivery truck away, Kinzu returned to the warehouse and called Fefade out. Fefade opened her confused eyes and said, "Master, what's wrong?" "I'm taking a nap." Kinzu found her cute and couldn't help pinching her little face and said, "Little Fefade, teach me how to improve the forage grass." Fefade yawned lazily and said, "Open the system and choose to use it." "Master is so stupid, I still need to sleep." After saying that, she disappeared in the blink of an eye, leaving Kinzu in a daze. He seemed really stupid, and didn't even know to check it first. Well, it was all little Fefade's fault. He became too dependent on her. Yes, that's it. Kinzu found an excuse for himself and his mood became brighter again. Poor little Fefade would be so happy if she knew Kinzu thought so. Fly bite him to death. Kinzu opened the system and chose seed cultivation. An aperture suddenly appeared in front of him. Kinzu tried to drag it with his hand. Sure enough, the aperture covered the forage seeds as he dragged his hand. At this time, a dialog box popped up in front of him. "Found alfalfa seeds, please select the number of cultivation." Kinzu chose to cultivate all, and a countdown of 99 on a hundredths minute suddenly appeared. It seemed that it would take more than an hour. Kinzu looked at it and it seemed that he could only stare blankly here, so he went home. Kinzu returned to the living room and began to think about the development of the ranch. Now that he had just taken over the ranch, there were a lot of things to do. He had to think about what to do next. He thought about what John said, that he had to buy cattle first, and then, that's not right, buying cattle requires building a cattle pen first. Looking at the system building, the cattle pen requires 30,000 points. Looking at the only 40,000 points he had left, Kinzu hesitated. Should he pay someone to build it? In the end, Kinzu gritted his teeth and decided to build it with points. Every penny counts, so he should save money. It is not difficult to earn points. The key is that you don't have to spend money. You'll earn points by using them. You'll lose money by using money. After Kinzu worked out a set of formulas that he thought were reasonable, he did not hesitate and chose to build a cattle pen. Ding, you spent 30,000 points to build a cattle pen for 10,000 heads. Looking at the system prompt, Kinzu smiled with satisfaction. Not bad. It is still for 10,000 heads. I was worried about what to do if the build one was not enough. The construction of the cattle pen also needs time. Kinzu began to think about what to do next. Looking at the time, the forage seeds are almost cultivated, so he needs to call John to discuss how to sow them better. After calling John, Kinzu asked about his concern. John didn't expect Kinzu to act so quickly. He just talked about sowing in the morning, and he got the seeds back in the afternoon. After thinking for a while, he said to Kinzu carefully, "Boss, we can only plant a small area to try out the variety of grass now, because the grass must be harvested before sowing. We can only do it piece by piece, so that the cows will not be left without food." Kinzu glanced at this guy. "Cows don't eat hay. Do you really think I don't know that grass will grow in a few days? Forget it, I know this guy doesn't trust the new variety of grass. Just plant a small area." So he said, "Okay, let's plant 2,000 acres first and start harvesting grass today." John thought about it and thought 2,000 acres was okay, so he said, "Okay, boss, if you want to sow, I'll ask Rick to check the lawnmower later. If everything is normal, we can start in the afternoon." Chapter 22 Harvesting Grass. Kinzu called Rick, who was repairing the fence, and went to the warehouse with him. He watched Rick and John fiddle with this nearly 5-meter tall big guy. This is a medium-sized harvester that can harvest 2,000 acres of grass a day. He only needs to work one day in the places he needs. After a while, Rick stood up and said, "Boss, the machine is in good condition and can work." Then he jumped on the harvester. With a rumbling sound, the big guy started to move and slowly moved out of the warehouse. Kinzu and others drove a 4-wheeled motorcycle, while Ryan, who had just arrived, drove a waller. Several people followed Rick to a piece of grassland selected by John. This is a grassland near a freshwater lake. It may have just been grazed by cattle some time ago, and the grass is not growing high. Rick drove the lawnmower down and started working directly, while Ryan followed behind to bale the grass. Although the grass is usually dried for a few days before being baled after being harvested, Kinzu couldn't wait and asked Ryan to bale it and then put it in the shade to dry. Looking at the lawnmower that rolled over, Kinzu was a little excited. After the lawnmower came back after a circle, Kinzu climbed up decisively. Standing on the lawnmower, it felt like standing on a 2-story building, and the vision was suddenly widened. After experiencing it for a while, I felt a little bored. The large lawnmower was easy to operate, but I couldn't do anything else. Suddenly, Kinzu looked at the front in a daze, and the lawnmower almost ran off the side. Rick next to him was startled and said, "Boss, what's wrong?" Kinzu pointed to the wild rabbits running around in the grass in front and said, "Where do so many rabbits come from?" Originally, he didn't see it when he was standing below, but when he came up, Kinzu found a large area of grass, with wild rabbits running around everywhere, black, white, flowery, and various colors. "Where are there so many rabbits here? I remember that there were many rabbits in my hometown when I was a child." "There aren't that many." Rick seemed very calm. "Boss, these are rabbits living here. Mowing that grass scares them. If you want to weed them, bring your gun and shoot too." Kinzu said that this arrangement was good and he was very interested. At this time, Kinzu's phone rang. Kinzu jumped off the lawnmower and answered it. "Hello, is this Mr. Clean?" "It's me, who are you?" Kinzu asked curiously. "We're from Ivan Construction, and we are repairing the cattle pen for you." Ernst on the other end of the phone was also a little depressed. "Can't you fix it right away? I just repaired the shooting range for you and went back. I haven't even warmed up my butt yet, and I was sent to this hill manor by the boss again." "Oh, repairing the cattle pen? Then wait a moment, we will be there soon." Kinzu reacted this time, but started to complain again. "Can't you change your company? You made me be blamed." When Kinzu and John rode a 4-wheeled motorcycle to the villa, they saw a yellow-hair engineering vehicle with several trucks coming down. Kinzu bent over and asked politely, "Are you from Ivan Construction?" Ernst saw John, the supervisor he had met last time, and a young man walking over. Just as he was about to go up to greet John, he was stunned when he heard the young man's voice. "You, are you Mr. Clean?" Ernst asked hesitantly. Although the voice is very similar, he is too young. Kinzu smiled indifferently and said, "Well, I am Kinzu, what's your name, sir?" Ernst hurriedly said politely, "Hello, Mr. Clean, I'm Ernst, I'm in charge of this project at Ivan Construction." He handed Kinzu a business card. Kinzu was immediately embarrassed. "Damn, why are you handing over a business card for no reason? I don't have that thing." Although he was complaining in his heart, he still had to take it. Kinzu took the business card and looked at it. It was simple. Ivan Construction Company, project manager. Once then there was a mobile phone number. After putting away the business card, Kinzu smiled awkwardly at Ernst and said, "Sorry, Mr. Ernst, I didn't bring my business card." Ernst said a little disappointedly, It's okay, Mr. Clean, where should we build the cattle pen?" Kinzu looked at John after hearing this, and John thought for a while and said, "Boss, why don't we build it next to the old one?" Kinzu didn't have any objections, and looked at Ernst and said, "Thank you for your trouble, follow John. When will it be completed at the earliest?" Ernst said, "Mr. Clean, it will be completed in 2 days at the earliest. They are already made templates. Just level the land and assemble them." Kinzu gave a few instructions, went back to get his Remington, and drove a 4-wheeled motorcycle to find Rick again. But when Rick saw the gun Kinzu was holding, he opened his mouth in surprise. "Boss, you use Remington to shoot rabbits? Why? Is it not possible?" Kinzu was a little puzzled. Rick smiled bitterly and said, "Boss, this is a shotgun. One shot can make a hole. Then will you still want the rabbit you kill?" Kinzu was sweating a little. It seemed to be like that. A shot from the Remington could kill a large area. By then, let alone rabbits, all of them would probably become rabbit meat. What should he do now? Kinzu was scratching his head. Apart from this Remington, he only had a barrier. Should he use a pistol to hunt? Rick suggested. "How about you use a pistol, boss? It's just one rabbit anyway, it doesn't count as hunting." Kinzu thought about it and it made sense. There was no one else around, so it wasn't shameful. Who made him want to eat rabbit meat? So let's just use a pistol. After Kinzu went back and replaced the Remington with a barrier, Rick had harvested a small part of the grass by himself. It seemed that he would be able to finish the harvest by tomorrow afternoon. Kinzu didn't go to the harvester to join in the fun this time. Why? Moving targets are hard to hit, not to mention 2 targets moving towards each other. Kinzu rode the 4-wheeled motorcycle to the place where the harvester would harvest, then stood on the motorcycle and looked around. There were quite a few rabbits, but they were all running around. Kinzu couldn't find a good target after searching for a long time. So he rode his bike to a farther place. This place was a little far from Rick, and there were no rabbits running around, but occasionally there would be grass that moved without wind, and Kinzu was sure there must be rabbits in it. After standing and looking around for a while, Kinzu chose a target, which was more than 50 meters away. There was a black and brown rabbit eating grass, and it looked up and looked around from time to time, appearing cautious. Kinzu took out his pistol and was about to aim, but suddenly he slapped his head and forgot that it was a pistol. 50 meters away, let's not talk about whether he could hit it or not. Even if he hit it, it was the same thing whether he killed it or not. After struggling for a long time, Kinzu decided to take a gamble. Otherwise, I have to change places again. This unlucky kid is the only one I have found nearby. He raised his gun and aimed again. This unlucky guy obviously didn't expect the fate that was about to come, and he was still eating grass slowly. Bang! With a gunshot, Kinzu was surprised to find that the rabbit 50 meters away fell down. Just when he wanted to cheer to celebrate for himself. Suddenly, the rabbit over there got up again and limped. Kinzu was not happy immediately. "You're slapping me in the face. You got up after falling down. Chase." So Kinzu quickly started the 4-wheeled motorcycle and chased after it. After all, the rabbit was injured and couldn't run after running for a while. When Kinzu chased after it, he found that it was breathing in more and exhaling less. He picked up the rabbit and looked at it. His gun hit the rabbit's abdomen. He didn't expect its vitality to be so tenacious. He sighed at the vitality of the rabbit, but when he thought of the fragrant braised rabbit meat, Kinzu didn't care about sighing. After carrying the rabbit back, he saw John coming over after finishing his work, so he handed the rabbit to him and asked Susie to help clean it up, as he was too lazy to do it. Seeing John carrying the rabbit away, Kinzu couldn't help but sigh again. It's good to be rich. There is someone to help with everything. If Susie didn't know how to cook Chinese food, she would probably be able to help him make it. Qin thought about it. Should he find a chef? Forget it, he can't be too extravagant, otherwise it will be difficult to explain to his mother. What? Just because he has money, he can be so wasteful, and he even hires a chef. Oh. He sighed for being more and more lazy, and continued to watch the grass cutting. Looking at the harvested pasture neatly fallen to the ground, Ryan was driving the baler to bale it in the back, and soon another bale with a diameter of more than 3 meters appeared on the grass. In the past, we would have waited for the grass to dry before baling it and putting it in the warehouse to make hay for the winter. But now it is redundant. Let's make hay. It hasn't dried yet. Besides, there is no point in keeping it when there is plenty of grass. Suddenly Qin thought of his neighbors, Old York and Kate, and wondered if they needed this kind of grass. He called Old York, Kate and Joseph one by one. Except for Joseph, who said that he didn't have many livestock and didn't need it, he thanked Qin for his kindness. Old York and Kate said they would come over soon. After a while, John was seen leading Old York and Kate over. Both of them drove a large trailer. Seeing them get off the car, Qin leaned over and said, "Hey, man, welcome." Old York also smiled and said, "Thank you, my man, for thinking of us when you have such a good thing." Kate also smiled and greeted Qin. "Hey, Clean, you're indeed a good person." You ask why they are so enthusiastic. If someone gives you something for free, you will also be enthusiastic. Do you think Americans don't like to take advantage? Qin told them that the pasture grass needs to be replaced, and the old grass has been harvested. Whoever needs it can take it away. It is a waste to keep it. Dear book friends, newcomers and new books, please collect and recommend. Chapter 23 Sewing. Old York and Kate were really not polite to Qin. They just waited by the side, taking turns to load the car with one bundle each. Qin also helped by the side. When it was almost dark, Rick finally stopped. After Ryan delivered the last bundle of hay, they drove back to the main house together. Qin collapsed on the sofa as soon as he entered the door. The others were not much better. When they were halfway through, Old York also brought his son to help. Old York rubbed his arm and said, "Clean, thank you for your gift, but it really made me tired." "How did you harvest so much hay?" Qin leaned against the sofa and said lazily, "My friend got a new variety. I'll try to plant some. If it's good, I'm going to resell all the hay." At this time, Kate said, "New variety? Clean, what kind of new variety? If it's good, remember to sell us some in the future." Haha. After that, she laughed. "This time's hay is probably enough for me to get through this winter." Qin is really generous. Qin shrugged indifferently, considering that they helped him clean up the garbage for free. It doesn't matter if there are new varieties to sell. After chatting for a while, they got up to say goodbye and leave. Qin politely tried to keep them but didn't insist. He didn't want to move yet, so how could he really let them stay for dinner? After politely sending them out the door, Qin went back to the house and continued to lie down. Before he had been lying down for a while, John knocked on the door and came in with a basin in his hand. "Boss, the rabbit is ready. How do you want to eat it? Grill it?" John was a little curious. Was the boss going to grill it? No, John, I'm going to cook it using the Chinese cuisine method." "You put it aside first," Qin said to John, shaking his head. "Americans don't understand the Chinese cuisine method, otherwise they would just let Susie do it. They cook by frying, deep frying, or grilling." "Chinese cuisine?" John asked in confusion. "Is it like the Chinese food in Chinatown? It feels very ordinary." Qin smiled and explained to John. "No, those can't be considered authentic Chinese food. In order to cater to your taste, some changes have been made." John nodded, not quite understanding, and didn't stay for long. He said hello and left. Qin lay down for a while after John left, looking at the pot of rabbit meat from time to time. Finally, he couldn't bear it anymore. Thinking of the fragrant braised rabbit meat, Qin stood up resolutely and walked to the kitchen. After searching in the kitchen for a while, he prepared more than a dozen ingredients including oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, light soy sauce, cooking wine, pepper, and star anise. After preparation, Qin cut the rabbit meat into pieces, blanched it in water in the pot, and put it aside. Pour oil into the pot, and when it is 70% hot, put pepper, star anise and other spices and chili in and stir fry until fragrant. Then put the onion, ginger and garlic in, and then put the rabbit meat in and cook for a while. Then put the cooking wine, dark soy sauce, salt and sugar in. Then add water to the pot and keep boiling. When the meat is cooked, put the green and red pepper strips in, stir fry a few times and turn off the fire. After adding a few drops of sesame oil, Kinzu took the braised rabbit meat out of the pot. Smelling the refreshing meat aroma, Kinzu wanted to grab a piece with his hands. After serving the rice, Kinzu brought the dishes to the restaurant and took out a bottle of Bordeaux red wine from the wine cabinet. He took a high-foot glass and filled it up for himself. Kinzu ate the delicious rabbit meat and drank a full glass of red wine, feeling great. After taking a photo and uploading it to Mamo, someone immediately commented, "I saw that it was Anna. Oh my god, Clean, you are wasting food. You eat that black thing and drink such expensive red wine. And pour such a big glass." Anna yelled with an unbearable look on her face. Kinzu continued to eat nonchalantly, and replied casually, "Girl, you don't understand, this is called eating meat with big mouthfuls and drinking with big bowls." After saying that, he didn't care about others. He continued to eat meat and drink with big mouthfuls. After finishing the meal, Kinzu looked at his mobile phone, but there was no message. He must have been angry with himself, so Kinzu laughed mischievously. Anna over there was indeed stimulated by Kinzu. Now she is lying on the computer, searching for stories about eating meat with big mouthfuls and drinking with big bowls. After eating and drinking, Mr. Kin didn't clean up the table. He staggered to the bathroom. After taking a good bath, Kinzu went back to his room to sleep contentedly. When he got up the next morning, Kinzu found that the restaurant had been cleaned. After sighing for the hard-working Susie, Kinzu made some food for himself, and then rode a four-wheel motorcycle to the place where hay was harvested. The newly recruited cowboys are here today. Rick is still responsible for harvesting, and Ryan is responsible for baling. The brothers Locke and Fed were responsible for turning the soil with the rotary tiller, while Locke was responsible for sowing. Kinzu felt a little embarrassed when he saw the busy scene, but then he thought that he was the boss and it was normal, so he continued to watch with peace of mind. It must be said, mechanized farming is indeed very efficient. In just over an hour, half of the land that was harvested yesterday was sown. Kinzu looked at the progress and felt that he could finish the work today. Sure enough, Rick and Ryan came back in a short while. "Boss, the harvest is done." Rick looked at Kinzu and said, "Then help old York load the car together and finish it early." Kinzu said and went to help. It was not until the afternoon that the 2,000 acres of pasture were resown, but at this time the problem came again. There was no sprinkler system. The previous owner of the ranch did not take care of the ranch. The sprinkler system of the ranch was not installed. Well, I opened the system and looked at the irrigation system. Damn, 3 million points, is it so expensive? What to do? I can't use points this time. Then I'll just use US dollars, Kinzu made up his mind. He took out his mobile phone and called Once. Sure enough, Once patted his chest and said that it could be installed. Kinzu couldn't help but complain. The company selected by the system has a complete range of equipment. After a while, Once drove over with a man who looked like an engineer. After getting off the car, Once greeted Kinzu and asked Kinzu, "Clean, how large an area are you going to install? The whole installation or just these 2,000 acres? Kinzu thought about it. Let's start with 2,000 acres. Let's try not to talk about money for things that can be solved with points. After telling Once about installing 2,000 acres, Once quoted $6 million US. Kinzu took a breath. It was really expensive. It would cost less than 30 or 40 million to install all the ranches. After gritting his teeth, Kinzu still agreed to Once's offer and asked them to start construction as soon as possible. Looking at the endless 2,000 acres of bare land, Kinzu was a little expectant, wondering what kind of surprise the system would bring him. After sending the cowboys who had been busy all day back to rest, Kinzu rode around the lake alone. Looking at the undulating lake, Kinzu suddenly remembered the idea of transforming his swimming pool into an ornamental fish pond. Do whatever you think of, this is a skill Kinzu learned after coming to the ranch. No, I used to do it, and I thought a lot, but I didn't have the money to do it. I raised my hand to check the time. It was still early, so I rode back to the main house. Seeing that John was busy, I called Little John and asked him to drive me to Revere. Sitting in the car, Kinzu thought of his damn driver's license again. I don't know when I can take the road test. Chapter 24. big fish. Soon they arrived at a fishing tackle shop in Revere, and Kinzu went in and picked out a set of fishing rods that looked very high-end. Well, the price was also high-end. Just when he was about to pay, he saw that the fishing rod next to him was almost the same thickness at both ends, which looked weird. Kinzu asked a fat boss in his 50s with a bald head behind that counter, "Hey, man, what kind of fishing rod is this?" The fat boss smiled at Kinzu and said, "Hey, this is a rod for sea fishing, man, haven't you tried sea fishing?" Kinzu was a little curious, "Is this used for sea fishing?" The fat boss explained, "This is a rod for bottom fishing, and there are also boat fishing and plate fishing, which are all different." Kinzu was a little scratching his head, and simply asked the boss to match a set of each. After paying, Kinzu looked at the boss's smiling face, which was like a blooming chrysanthemum, and curled his lips. "This is really not cheap." Several sets of fishing rods, plus a large backpack of fishing lines, fish hooks, and lead weights, cost Kinzu more than $30,000 in total. Together with Little John, Kinzu carried the things to the back seat of the pickup truck, and then he took the car back to the ranch. After arriving home, Kinzu took the things to the storage room and picked out a set of 6.5-meter fishing rods, a brand he had never heard of, and it was very expensive. After preparing the fishing gear, especially taking a small bench, Kinzu rode a 4-wheel motorcycle to the big lake. He found a place with less aquatic plants, put the hook on the earthworm, and threw it out directly. After putting the small bench aside, looking at the rippling blue waves in the distance and the water birds rising and falling on the lake, Kinzu felt that this day was beautiful. The only drawback was that there were not many fish taking the hook. Kinzu suddenly remembered that he seemed to have a fisherman profession. He opened the system profession panel and found that there was indeed a fisherman category. After Kinzu opened it, he saw several skills in it, one of which was fishing. Fishing level 1. There is a 1 in 10 chance of catching precious fish within a radius of 1 kilometer. Learning conditions. Fisherman profession, 2,000 ranch points. Kinzu hesitated for a moment, should he learn? But thinking about his big plan to change his swimming pool into a fish pond, he decisively clicked on the learning button. Then, nothing happened. There was only a fishing level 1 added to his skill column. Kinzu felt like he was being cheated. The last time he learned cooking and English, his head was sitting for a long time, right? Just as he was thinking, he suddenly felt the fishing rod in his hand suddenly sink, and Kinzu was almost dragged into the water by this great force. He quickly steadied his steps, held the fishing rod firmly, and began to slowly release the line. Only then did Kinzu have time to look at the water surface, and saw a grass carp longer than his arm struggling violently in the water. Kinzu controlled the fishing rod and slowly released the line, releasing it for a while and then reeling it in for a while, just like this, back and forth. After more than 5 minutes, he finally got this big guy of more than 80 centimeters ashore. Looking at this wild big grass carp, Kinzu sighed a little. The Americans are really wasteful, they don't eat such a good fish. Kinzu heard about the rampant carp in the United States and China. As for why Americans don't eat Asian carp, there are many theories. Some people say that Europeans and Americans don't eat river fish because the earthy smell is too strong, so why do they eat catfish and tilapia? The meat quality of tilapia is very different from that of crucian carp. As for some people, from the 1920s to the 1940s, the United States relied on electricity to develop heavy industry. It became a critical period for the world's superpower in one fell swoop. Therefore, during this period, the pollution caused by American industry was unprecedented. Not only was the air filled with the pungent smell of gasoline, but heavy metals such as lead, cadmium, and mercury were also deposited in rivers and lakes. After many years, freshwater aquatic organisms are so polluted that the U.S. Congress even legislated that people are prohibited from hunting freshwater fish. Even though the United States has restored green mountains and clear waters under effective governance, the habit of people not eating freshwater fish has been formed. This is even more nonsense. In a country that claims to be democratic and liberal, will there be such a law? Doesn't that violate the spirit of freedom and equality they advocate? In Kinzu's opinion, the reason why Europeans and Americans don't eat these Asian carps is because of the way river fish are eaten and the gentlemanly demeanor they advocate. Think about it, what are the characteristics of river fish? There are many bones, especially silver carp and crucian carp. Even our fish experts have been hospitalized by fish bones. Think about how Europeans and Americans eat with knives and forks. Another point is that when we eat fish on the table, it is normal to spit out the bones. It is rude not to spit out the bones. But Europeans and Americans are different. The gentlemanly demeanor prevents them from spitting out what they eat on the table. So now Asian carp is rampant, so Kinzu's saliva is almost flowing out when he sees such a big wild fish. I don't know if it's because of learning cooking skills, Kinzu is now more and more potential to be a foodie. Isn't it said that every good chef is a foodie? Now Kinzu is considering whether to continue, or boil the fish, or braise it. After thinking for a while, he walked and looked at the time. Kinzu decided to continue fishing to see what other fish he could catch. 1 in 10, or 1 in 10 times, would catch the most precious fish within a kilometer. He put the bait on and just threw it down. Before Kinzu could sit down, the fishing rod sank again. Kinzu was shocked. This was too fast. This time, the time for fishing was a little shorter. It was a crucian carp as long as a chopstick. Such a large wild crucian carp is rare in China. Suddenly, Kinzu felt a flash in front of his eyes. It seemed that something very big swam under the water. He looked carefully, but there was nothing. He just lowered his head to put the bait on, and felt a flash in front of his eyes again. This time, Kinzu saw a creature of nearly 2 meters, which flashed by under the water. Kinzu was stunned on the spot. What the hell was that? There would be no water monsters in this lake. Thinking about it, Kinzu suddenly felt a little cold and thin. He quickly stepped back a few steps, as if he would be suddenly pulled into the water by a monster coming out of the water. He hesitated for a while whether to continue fishing and thought about it for a while. Kinzu thought it should be a fish. Yes, it should be a fish. Thinking of this, Kinzu slowly threw the hook down again. As soon as he threw it down, Kinzu felt that the fishing rod was out of control. He quickly began to release the line. This time the line was pulled very quickly, and he almost couldn't keep up with the release. In the middle, Kinzu tried to reel in the line, but sadly found that he couldn't pull it at all. Until now, Kinzu didn't see what was under the water. He saw that it didn't swim to the middle of the lake, but to this side. Kinzu hurriedly ran after it on the shore. He ran and released the line. Fortunately, this time he brought a 100-meter reel. When it was about 60 meters, Kinzu found that the force was a little weaker, so he tried to reel it in. As a result, the thing suddenly struggled violently again. Kinzu had no choice but to continue releasing the line. It was not until it reached 80 meters that Kinzu felt that the force was not so strong, and began to slowly reel in the line. Just like this, reeling and releasing, when it reached 30 meters, the underwater creature finally floated to the surface. Chapter 25 The First Pet When Kinzu saw the creature emerging from the water, he was stunned. It was actually a koi, a giant koi of 156 meters. The whole body was white, and the back was covered with black and red stripes, which looked dazzling and colorful. Isn't this the famous Tosho-san's koi of RP? How could it be here? Although it is not as good as the authentic ones, it is rare to have such a big one. But Kinzu couldn't think too much now, and it was more important to concentrate on walking the fish. More than half an hour passed before Kinzu got the exhausted koi to the water. Not caring whether his clothes were wet or not, Kinzu jumped into the water and pulled the koi up with all his strength. Looking at the koi that he had worked so hard to get up, Kinzu didn't care about fishing. He packed up his things and carried that fish directly to the car. Of course, he didn't forget the grass cart that was boiled in water. After returning home, Kinzu carried the koi to the back, to the swimming pool next to the rockery. Sitting on the second floor, he could see it clearly. After putting the koi into the swimming pool, Kinzu was a little anxious watching it half dead and swimming slowly. This guy won't die, will he? He finally got a member for his fish pond. Don't let it die so easily. He quickly asked the aunt to come out and take a look. Shofei flew out reluctantly. She was still mumbling that she hadn't woken up yet. Kinzu ignored her nap and asked quickly, "Good Shofei, help the master to see if this guy can be saved, don't let it die." Shofei flew over and looked at it for a while, then flew back and said to Kinzu, "If the master doesn't save it, it should not survive, its mouth is rotten like that." Kinzu was immediately entangled. What should he do now? Did the first resident of his fish pond die like this? Looking at Shofei, Kinzu realized that she was talking about him not saving it. How could he save it? He quickly asked, "Shofei, do you mean I can save it?" "How?" Yes, Shofei nodded affirmatively, and continued, "The master just needs to take it as a pet, and then help it strengthen its genes. It's not easy for it to die. I'll take it as a pet." A fish? Is this really okay? but looking at the dying big guy, thinking about his big fish pond plan. Well, you were my first pet. Since I have decided not to delay, Kinzu came to the swimming pool, turned on the system, and used a pet capture technique on the koi. It didn't work. Hey, I have a bad temper, try again. After throwing more than a dozen pet capture techniques in a row, the system prompted that the capture was successful. Opening the pet page, looking at his first pet, Xiaofei doesn't count, Kinzu treats it as a sister. To show 3-color koi quality. Ordinary growth potential. 2 stars. Looking at this pet that is so ordinary that it can't be more ordinary, Kinzu was disappointed. At this time, Xiaofei reminded, Master, it's time to strengthen it, otherwise your first pet will die. Seeing the big guy who was about to die, Kinzu immediately used a gene enhancement on him. Looking at the koi that suddenly stopped moving, Kinzu asked, Xiaofei, this guy won't die, right? No, Master, this is a normal reaction to gene enhancement, it will be fine in a while. Looking at the koi whose body surface kept changing colors, Kinzu was looking forward to it. After a while, the koi suddenly moved, swam to Kinzu's side, and turned in circles in front of Kinzu. Looking at this lively guy in front of him, his body has grown a lot, his body surface is more beautiful, and the distribution of the 3 colors of the Taisho is also more beautiful. It feels like a freshly painted ink painting, delicate and beautiful. Kinzu opened the pet's attributes and looked at it. Top quality Taisho 3-color koi. Quality. Bronze level leader. Skills. Fish leap LV1, speed LV1. Growth potential. 4 stars. Looking at the huge koi in front of him, which was now 2 meters long, Kinzu felt satisfied. He jumped into the swimming pool and looked at the koi that kept swimming back and forth beside his body. Kinzu reached out and touched it. Touching the colorful scales and feeling the intimacy it conveyed, Kinzu tried to let it use its skills. The koi seemed to be able to sense Kinzu's command and swam away a little. Then it swung its tail violently, and its entire huge body incredibly jumped out of the water more than 2 meters high. Kinzu was stunned. He didn't expect that after the koi fell down. With a flick of its tail, it swam around the huge swimming pool again in the blink of an eye. Kinzu was so satisfied. This pet was awesome. The key was that it could understand what he meant. It was much better than those people who are still having fun talking to a cow. Looking at this guy, Kinzu began to think about what to call him. Koi, then called him Xiaojin. This is so easy to say. He didn't ask for his opinion. This is called dictatorship. Xiaojin kept twisting his huge body in the water. Kinzu looked at Xiaojin's huge body and suddenly had an idea. He jumped into the water again, and Xiaojin's heart fluttered. He quickly swam over to flatter. The master is not going to settle the score. I just protested a little. Kinzu didn't care about Xiaojin's grievance. He looked at Xiaojin's colorful body and reached out to press it hard. Yes, Kinzu nodded and motioned Xiaojin to come closer. Seeing Xiaojin's hesitation, Kinzu became impatient. He turned around and moved over. When he got to the right position next to Xiaojin, Kinzu comforted it, and then turned over and rode on it. Suddenly, he felt Xiaojin's body move slightly, but it didn't sink, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Xiaojin, who was below, also breathed a sigh of relief. It was just a piece of cake to let someone carry you in the water. It was so mysterious that it scared the fish to death. Kinzu ignored the guy's complaints and muttered excitedly, Xiaojin, hurry up, take 2 steps, no. Swim 2 steps. Xiaojin swam obediently, but Kinzu was in a tragedy. Who told him to let Xiaojin hurry up? Xiaojin didn't understand. If the master told him to hurry up, he would hurry up. He accelerated and went around the swimming pool again. When did the master run ahead of him? How could he swim faster than himself? Looking at Kinzu in front of him, Xiaojin approached with curiosity. Kinzu's face was full of black lines. He looked at the fish face that came up to him. Looking at Xiaojin's blinking, obviously curious fish eyes, he felt so bitter. I know you swim fast. But can you take it easy? He accelerated and threw Kinzu down with a somersault, almost losing his life. Lifting Xiaojin's fish head, Kinzu glared at it fiercely. Boy, tell me, did you do that on purpose? Xiaojin blinked his fish eyes, still looking at Kinzu curiously. He couldn't understand such complicated emotions now. Kinzu glared for a while, and felt a little stupid, although he could understand some simple commands. But he didn't have wisdom, otherwise he would have become a monster. He had no choice but to swallow that bitter fruit, because he didn't make it clear. He turned over and rode on Xiaojin again. This time, Qinzu ordered, "Xiaojin, be good, come and stay close to the water surface, swim slower, that's right." Just like that, slowly. Qinzu was so excited as he felt the water flow cutting through his body and slowly retreating. So he could swim in the sea like this in the future. This book has been signed, please feel free to collect it. I'm asking for collection, recommendation, and reward for the new book. Interested book friends can join the book friend group. Welcome to Liuun Villa. Group number 332189705. Fin DS capture much as great as Pelaga hasta el final. No se olviden de dar like busgasms contenido exclusivo y exeo inmediato. Suscríbete a nuestro Patreon. Recuerda, cada like, suscripción dona que nos anima a continuar. Gracias a todos nos vemos en el próximo video.